The Torn Veil, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.
Prologue. The clop of boots echoed through the dungeon halls with the clink of mail and the jangling of keys. A heavy door creaked open. Iron bars gleamed and crude rock glistened in the light of rustling torches. Then the door slammed shut behind them, as the lavender men-at-arms led him deeper into the bowels of Castle Klomm. They held him in contempt, these men. They were doing their best to mask it, but he perceived the added tension in their posture, and the quick aversion from his gaze, the hurry to finish their sentences in what little business required them to speak. He was used to this, just as he was used to the dim light of subterranean prisons. The dank, musty air, the stink of stale sweat, of dried blood, and fear. Some said he deferred justice, allowing evil to roam freely. Perhaps these guardsmen felt this way. He couldn't blame them. However, as far as he was concerned, he was doing God's work as much as any righteous knight or champion of holiness. The men-at-arms stopped in front of a cell door reinforced with strips of iron, and one of them slid open a little barred window and looked inside. "Move to the back of the cell, face away from the door, and place both hands against the wall." More key jangling, and then he turned the lock and pulled the door open. Orange light spilled in from their torches, illuminating the dark, slender form of a woman at the far end of the cell. Her back was to them, thin white arms raised to shoulder height, fingers splayed out over the rough stone. She turned her head slightly, her lips and pale chin partially visible behind a wild mess of black hair. "Kerstin of Klomm, formerly of Sweetwater?" She made no answer, and looked back toward the wall as the men pulled down her arms and began to chain her wrists together behind her back. "My name is Garion Croft, your attorney." She shook her head slowly. "What good is a lawyer supposed to do me? If Her Majesty wants my head, I expect she'll have it." "Feet shoulder-length apart," ordered one of the men-at-arms. She complied, and he squatted down and shackled her bare ankles. "Her Majesty upholds the objective indifference befitting a monarch. As such, you have been appointed an attorney and shall be tried fairly in the court of the Queen's Bench, regardless of whatever harm you allegedly did or intended to do to her royal person." She sighed and turned around, chains clanking, eyes glimmering in the torchlight. "I take it this means the bishop is finally turning me over?" He patted the portfolio under his arm. "I have his signature, yes." He paused, knowing too well the effect of what he was about to say. "I'm afraid I'm here to transport you to the Tower of Amorel." "Well, I'm surprised it's taken him this long." "Then it may surprise you too that it took so long because he was negotiating on your behalf." "For what, pray tell?" "A restrictive covenant in your transfer of custody agreement, preventing the use of torture in your examination, on the condition that you are forthcoming with information, provided, of course, that your statements can be corroborated." She swallowed, then smiled sheepishly. "'Twas kind of him." "Yes. Now," he said, addressing the two men-at-arms, "do we have Miss Kerstin's belongings?" He turned as a third man-at-arms arrived in the hall outside the cell with a small burlap sack. "Very good. Shall we?" The man in the hall cupped his hand to his mouth. "Prisoner moving?" The other two seized Kerstin by the arms, and he stepped aside as they led her out of the cell while she shuffled along as best she could with the heavy chain dragging noisily between her feet. Shortly after, they emerged from the castle onto the grassy inner ward. There the armored coach was waiting along with a retinue of a dozen horsemen in blue and yellow stripes, with black plumes on their helms and the ends of their spears. A knight in lavender was waiting with them near the coach. A balding man with spectacles. Sir Welby, I presume. He produced a document from his portfolio. If you'll just sign here, please, as a witness that Miss Kerstin has been transferred into the custody of the Tower Guard. Yes, right there. And the date? Very good, thank you. At this point, the keys were handed over, and his client was loaded into the coach and chained to an iron bar under the seat. Then he and a guardswoman climbed in and pulled the door shut. Miss Kerstin, he said, as he situated himself across from the two women, this is Woman-at-Arms Bridget, your female chaperone. Try anything and I'll gut you, said Bridget. Kerstin eyed the guardswoman apathetically, then slid her gaze back to him. He rapped his knuckles against the roof, and the carriage rocked forward into motion. The castle was soon behind them, and as they rumbled through the city streets, Kerstin peered wistfully through the barred windows, her blue eyes glittering in the midday sun as it fell slanted across her white face. It was, he knew, very likely the last time she would ever look upon this place, and he allowed her time to drink it in, patiently arranging his parchments, cutting a new point for his feather pen, and setting up his inkwell so it wouldn't spill. Finally, as they passed beneath the outer gates of the city, it seemed she'd had enough and sat back in her seat, her gaze flickering down to the quill in his hand, and then up to him. You're really going to write down everything I say? I am, yes. Won't you make yourself sick doing that while we're driving? No? Are you ready? She sighed as though what he was asking of her was an exhausting chore that she could just barely muster up the resolve to undertake. I suppose as much as I'll ever be. Very good. I will remind you of the conditions of your restrictive covenant. The more forthcoming you are with information, I trust you already have my account of the incident of Castle Waz. Yes, he shifted his papers around. I have the statement you gave whilst in the custody of Lord Magnus Igernell. The matter is, I think, quite well covered. What the court is more interested in is what happened before. How this all came about. She turned to look out the window. How I got to be involved. Precisely. I'd like to hear your story from the beginning, with as much detail as you can. What we're looking for is loose ends. He looked at her from under his brow. People we don't know about, who we can prosecute. New names, you understand? And what if there are no new names? Well, that's what I hope to flesh out by going over your story from the beginning. I'm on your side, remember? She sighed. Very well, Master Croft. He arranged his blank parchment on his writing board on his lap, and dipped his pen in the inkwell. Whenever you're ready. It all began, she said, with His Majesty. Chapter 1. The bodies of men and horses lay strewn along the beach for nearly a mile. Hundreds more bobbed in the green surf, pushed up onto the shore by foaming waves that did not seem to want the dead. Black swarms of jeering crows filled the sky, descending upon the gruesome wreckage with ravenous enthusiasm. With no less cruelty than the scavenger birds, the Samaran islanders stalked among the slain, their eager knives glinting in the setting sun, though it was not the dead they sought, but the living. After nearly a century of chafing under the harsh rule of Codzir, these ragged peasant folk were at last, with the help of King Torg and his Akasian warband, in the midst of a long-awaited revolution, and the long hours of violence and sweltering heat had done little to ease their hatred or slake their thirst for vengeance. There was movement and painful grunting as a Kodish man-at-arms struggled to crawl out from under a heap of corpses. The Samarans fell on him at once, whooping savagely as their daggers flashed up and down. Some distance away, a Kodish squire ducked behind the slain horse of his master, and lay still as death, his heart pounding. Next to him, his master lay pinned beneath the great beast, his face showing no sign of pain, though both his legs had been crushed in the fall. "My lord, they give no quarter," whispered the squire. "They will murder us like common men." "The Samarans, yes," hissed the knight through gritted teeth. "We must play dead until some knight or Acacian noble passes near. Their king will take us prisoner and put me for ransom to fund his campaign. He has already wrung his kingdom dry with heavy taxes, but they still say he's running out of money. He looks to the spoils of victory to replenish his treasure houses." "And if he is defeated, how will he pay his armies?" The knight grinned painfully. "He won't. He'll have an uprising on his hands. His nobles will depose him, and it will be the end of his dynasty. No, King Torg cannot afford defeat. Ah, do you hear that?" The muffled gallop of hooves in the sand grew louder as a mounted knight came trotting along the beach. The knight's helm hid his face. He carried a lance upright in one hand, entwined with a dirty lavender ribbon. His lavender tunic, coated with grey dust and blotched with dark smears, bore the faded emblem of a black dragon spewing red flames. He reined his steed among the bodies, glancing right and left. The squire held his breath as he watched him, hoping he would come nearer, but it seemed he would pass by at some distance. Now he was trotting up the bank into the tall grass, away from them. The Samarans, however, were getting closer. His heart jumped into his throat, and he ducked low behind the horse as a sharp cry rang out several feet away. "Boy," whispered his master, "what are you doing? Call him over." He shook his head. "The Samarans. I know. Hurry up and call him before they get to us." "My lord, they're right there." "Ho! Ho there!" called his master, weakly waving his arm. "Ho, Sir Knight!" There was a hiss from the nearby Samarans, and the squire clawed his sword from the sand and leapt to his feet. 4 ragged islanders scampered over the corpse heaps toward him, red knives gleaming, black hair fluttering in the sea wind. "Over here!" he shouted as he parried the first blow. "Sir Knight!" The islanders leapt back from his broad slash. His wide strokes would keep them at bay, but only for a few seconds more. They were already circling round him. "He's coming over!" cried his master. "He's coming over!" At the top of the bank, the knight pulled his steed around and spurred the great beast into a gallop. The squire crossed blades with one of the Samarans and shoved him back, then whipped his sword around to catch the next lunging knife. A quick flick of his wrist sent the man staggering away with a shout, one hand clutched over his face. The knight was cantering across the battlefield toward him. He fended the Samarans off once more with a final sweep of his blade, then threw down his sword. "Sir Knight," he huffed, "my master and I surrender to the King of Akos." He dropped to his knees with his hands on his head. A rough hand seized him by the hair. The knife went up. He squeezed his eyes shut, preparing for the worst. "Stop that!" The squire opened his eyes as the Samarans around him lowered their knives, then winced as the man clutching his hair pressed his blade up to his throat. The knight reined his steed to a halt and passed his lance to one of the islanders as another steadied the great beast by the bridle. Then he took off his helm and greeted him in the Codish tongue. He was a curly-haired man, middle-aged, with a scarred face and green eyes. "Good morrow," he said with a thick Acacian accent. "I am Sir Leon of Klomm, Knight of Verdal. In the name of King Torg, I take you into my custody." The squire breathed out very slowly, and his master tilted his head back against the dead horse with a deep sigh of relief. It had been 4 days since the Acacian warband had taken the ferry crossing at Valdor. The army had set up camp for the night, and Sir Leon sat on a chest outside his tent, picking at a plate of peppered pork and vegetables, while his men sat on the grass around him with beer and bread. From his spot at the top of the hill, overlooking the vast field of white tents and glowing fires, he saw the regal party coming long before they arrived. After a battle, it was King Torik's custom to personally visit each knight he'd captured. It allowed him to better understand his foes and size his prisoners up for aggressive demands for ransom. It also gave his captives the first-hand experience of several moments in his presence. And King Torik's presence was intimidating indeed. He was tall, husky, and immensely strong. He was a man of cold courage, who led his army from the front. His mace had burst the helms and crushed the shoulder guards of many Kodish knights. He was a man more at home on the battlefield among the jeering crows and roaring fires than at court among scribbling clerks and bickering counselors. More warlord than king. Sir Leon nodded at his coustilier. The man set down his plate and stood up. "The king's coming. Stand to. Lance attention!" King Torik trotted up the hill on a black destrier. He was dressed plainly for comfort, and wore only a dark tunic, hosen, and tall boots. If not for the crude circlet in his grey-shocked hair, his stately posture, or the majestic beast on which he rode, he could have been mistaken for a peasant. A very large, very mighty peasant. After him came a woman of striking beauty in a white cloak and surcoat, the flame-haired dame they called the Iron Countess, Dame Tanith Poella, the most dangerous woman in a cause. After her came her squire, young Gilchrist of Lothalay, also dressed in white. He'd met the lad several times passing on Dame Tanith's orders. A very tense lad, very serious. Could use a sense of humor. It would help him through the war. The young man halted some distance away with the escort of men-at-arms and remained in the saddle as the king and the countess dismounted. "My king, my lady," said Sir Leon, bowing as the two strode past him into the tent. Inside, the Kodish knight lay on Sir Leon's cot. Wincing, he propped himself up, and his squire rose and bowed. King Torik flicked his hand dismissively. "I present your majesty's prisoners of war," said Sir Leon, lingering near the entrance. King Torik folded his hands behind his back as he looked the two men over, then gestured to the blanket covering the knight's legs.
"Crushed by your horse, were you?"
"Yes, your majesty."
It is truly unfortunate when a knight must spend so much time out of the saddle. Did you compete in the tournaments?"
"I did, yes."
"The joust?"
"Here and there. I was more fond of the melee, your majesty."
The king chuckled with approval.
All tournaments were centered around the melee, a mock battle that took place across miles of countryside and involved all of the competing knights. It was a glorious affair, and quite dangerous.
"Well, a few weeks in bed," said the king, "and you'll be galloping over the plain again like a young man."
The knight smiled faintly. "Your majesty is kind to say so, but I fear I shall never ride again." The king's face darkened. Sir Leon held his breath, suddenly wishing he had stayed outside.
"That's not very cavalier of you," said King Torik.
The Kodish knight looked down, fidgeting with the edge of his blanket. "I'm just trying to be realistic. The surgeon says—"
"The surgeon? Who cares what a surgeon says? Bah, you won't live out the week. Bah, you'll never ride again. What kind of knight are you? Bloody surgeon says."
Sir Leon's heart jumped into his throat as the squire spoke up for his master. "Your majesty, please understand."
"Oh, I understand perfectly. I've seen it over and over. Captured knights exaggerating their injuries, downplaying their fame and ability to lower the ransom and get home sooner. You're all a bunch of swindlers, lowlives. You'd all be better off peddling junk in the marketplace."
The squire opened his mouth to object, but Sir Leon silenced him with a vigorous shake of his head.
"I'm setting your ransom at 125 pounds, said King Torik.
The knight scoffed. "I'm a knight, not a duke."
I find such modesty unbecoming in a nobleman. 125 pounds for you and your squire. You should be flattered." The knight shook his head in disbelief. "It's true, then. You are running out of money. You haven't got as far as you'd hoped, and your funds are dwindling. You're getting desperate. Anyone can see it. If you stop now, we'll reclaim what you've taken by the end of the year. You haven't even reached the city of Morwa." The king snatched him by the throat. The squire shouted in protest, but froze as Dame Tanith's blade appeared beneath his chin. Sir Leon was too horrified to move. To treat a captured knight in such a manner was an affront to the laws of chivalry, and everything he stood for. "You think I'll be defeated by money?" snarled the king, spittle flying from his lips as he squeezed the life out of the captive knight. "I can assure you, there is no defeat for me. My victory is ordained by forces beyond your knowing. There is no price too steep, no deed too foul, no cost too great." The man's eyes bulged. The color had drained from his face. Still the king squeezed and squeezed until the knight's flopping hands went still on the cot. "My king!" Sir Leon came to his senses and rushed to restrain him. "My king, no! Think of the ransom!" King Torg seemed to awaken from a daze and released the man at once. The Codish knight didn't move, and for a moment Sir Leon was sure he was dead. Then suddenly he came wheezing back to life, coughing and sputtering, clutching his bruised windpipe as he stared in terror at the king. Dame Tanith coolly lowered her blade from the white-faced squire, and Sir Leon's shoulders sagged with relief. "No cost too great," King Torg muttered again, resituating the crooked circlet on his brow. He took a deep breath, then jabbed his finger into the squire's chest. "I'm setting you free. You'll deliver the letter of ransom to your king, and let him know that we are running out of money. We won't be able to feed your master after, say, another week or so." Sir Leon's jaw fell open, but a look from the flame-haired countess made him quickly shut it again. The knight looked down once more at the speechless knight, nodded, and then ducked out of the tent. "Well, run along then," said Dame Tanith, herding the squire out before her. Without another word, the king and his entourage departed, and Sir Leon sat down on the chest and took up his cold supper. But he was too troubled to eat. For a long moment he stared into the grass, his mind racing with many terrible thoughts. Finally, he handed his plate to one of his men and called for ink and parchment. It was time to make his report. Lord Hammond Clementis watched the herald arrive from the mullioned window of his study. Far below in the bluish dusk, the shadow of a rider was galloping over the stone bridge between the outer and inner curtain walls, passing through the gatehouse and across the lawn of the upper bailey. Moments later he heard the rapid footsteps of someone jogging up the spiral staircase and marching briskly down the hall. There was a pause, then a stiff knock on the heavy door. "Come in." His seneschal entered the room, a withered, battle-hardened man. "A letter, your grace." Lord Hammond nodded at the stack of correspondence heaped on one side of the desk. "Just put it there and I'll get to it." The seneschal approached the desk, but hesitated as he reached out to place the letter on the pile, and looked up at him from under his brow. "It's from Sir Leon, your grace. News from the front." Lord Hammond sighed. "Yes, fine, then open it." The seneschal broke the wax seal and unfurled the brown parchment, squinting as he held it up to the candlelight, sharp grey eyes scanning over each elegant line. "He writes of the ferry crossing at Valdur, which was taken from the enemy at great cost. The army is now preparing to cross the strait, at which point they will divide into two groups. The king will lead a force across the mainland, capturing towns and villages, while Dame Tanith lays a siege to the city of Morwa. That'll take months. I trust Sir Leon will stay with the king, rather than rot away in the siege camp."
I should say so, your grace. The seneschal looked back to the parchment. And it seems there was an altercation between his majesty and a captured enemy knight.
Lost his temper, did he?
That was nothing new. The queen herself had fallen out of a window during an argument with him. It was, of course, dismissed as an accident, but everybody knew what had really happened. The king did not like to be wrong. He did not like to lose. He did not like to be opposed. It seems he did, your grace. Apparently squeezed the life out of him until he was blue in the face and said, and Sir Leon has quoted his exact words, "My victory is ordained by forces beyond your knowing." Lord Hammond's face darkened.
The king said that? Out loud?
According to Sir Leon, he did. The Duke shifted uncomfortably and looked out the window over the rooftops of the moonlit city.
It's as I feared, then.
The seneschal lowered the letter. You don't really think... this is hardly evidence of...
Evidence? Lord Hammond frowned. The last thing I want is evidence. The last time we dealt with this, by the time we had evidence, it was far, far too late. If the king is mucking around with that sort of thing again, I want to know before we start fishing children out of the canal.
He leaned over the desk and pressed his fingertips together.
If the king is involved, I think we know who he's been dealing with.
He put on his gold-rimmed spectacles.
We'll get in touch with him and find out what's going on.
He won't tell us anything, and you'll never get a hold of him directly.
Not directly, no. However, I have an idea.
He licked his finger and selected a fresh leaf of parchment from the pile, then reached for the elegant feather pen and dabbed it twice into the inkwell.
I'm writing a letter, he said,
his pen scrawling gracefully across the page.
To the Bishop of Erlua.
The seneschal stood in silence while he wrote, his brow arched, awaiting an explanation. When he was finished, Lord Hammond looked the letter over, crossed out a misspelled word or two, signed his name, and rolled it up. Then, melting a blob of wax with a candle, he stamped the scroll with the seal of his signet ring and handed it to him.
You'll take it to him personally. On your way to the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School.
Chapter 2. Secluded deep in the pine-carpeted mountains of the Duchy of Erlua, the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School did not get many visitors. Families of the girls who'd taken the veil, voluntarily or otherwise, were permitted a brief visit no more than once a year. Sometimes the bishop stopped in and held a service while making his rounds, but it was a rugged journey and quite out of the way. The road that went to the abbey went only to the abbey, and as such was never a high priority when it came to spending money on repairs. Still, the convent was thriving. More than 100 women lived within the abbey walls, virginal girls chaste and demure, who wished to serve the god Ashaley in celibate devotion, spinsters who had given up all hope of marriage, daughters who had shamed their fathers with promiscuity, girls who came from poor families that needed one less mouth to feed. They received the most visitors, and one penitent knight who had famously given up the sword for a life of peace and contemplation. They were completely self-sufficient at the abbey. They drew water from a mountain spring. They kept goats for meat, milk, and wool. They grew their own wheat and vegetables. They cultivated herbs of every kind, and their bees gave them honey and wax. Kerstin was cleaning the wax to make candles. She sat on a stool in the shade of an oak tree, melting raw beeswax in a pot over a fire and pouring it over a cheesecloth to strain out the sediment. It was a dirty chore, and she had burned herself more than once that morning, but it was something she could do alone, and that was a valuable commodity indeed. Kerstin generally despised the other nuns. They were suffocating, always monitoring her every movement, always watching and listening for some opportunity to refine her into a pious sister of the cloth. If she walked too fast or too slow, it was a sin. If she did not eat her food with enough grace, it showed a lack of reverence and was sinful. If she ate with too much grace, it was pretentious and thus sinful. Even her thoughts did not feel like her own. The abbey walls were the walls of a prison. The veil was a noose, constantly strangling her, but never letting her die. Kerstin had been suffocating for 15 years, ever since the church had pried her from her mother's arms at the age of 3 and sentenced her to a life of perpetual asphyxiation. The bell tolled, announcing it was time for midday prayers. Kerstin watched hatefully as the girls flocked back to the abbey from the fields and herb gardens, white veils and gray habits flowing in the mountain breeze. Nothing was more suffocating than being stuffed shoulder to shoulder in that hot, stuffy chapel, standing, kneeling all together, reciting the same tired prayers. The thought of it made her skin crawl. Kerstin hadn't skipped prayer for several weeks. She'd been caught often enough and punished severely enough to learn not to skip too frequently. Once a month had allowed her to avoid notice for most of the year. She'd hold out as long as she could, until it became too difficult to breathe. Then finally she'd give in, and she'd been able to get through one more day, one more week, one more month. Drawing in her breath, Kerstin stood up and stamped at the fire, and followed after the other girls. She sauntered through the abbey gate and halfway across the courtyard, where she ducked aside and headed for the dormitory where she and all the other novices slept together in one large room. "Sister Kerstin, where are you going?" Kerstin froze mid-step, then whirled around, putting on her most pleasant smile. "Sister Andrea, I forgot my prayer book. I'll be right there." The heavy-set nun folded her arms across her chest. "Will you?" Kerstin gasped. "Are you insinuating that I'm about to skip midday prayer? Sister Andrea, what an impious accusation! And right after taking your vows, too. What would Mother Ignis think? Sister of guarded virtue, indeed." "You're right," said Sister Andrea. "How judgmental of me. I shouldn't be so proud." "No, you shouldn't. Now you better hurry up. No need for us to be both late." "You'll be right behind me?" "Yes, sister." Kerstin hissed as Sister Andrea turned back to the chapel, then continued to the dormitory. There were no other nuns in sight, and her heart pulsed with the thrill of defiance. It was in these rare moments, when she stepped outside the rules of the abbey and asserted her own will and independence, that she felt like her true self, though it offered her little relief. Mother Ignis did not treat such trespasses lightly, and she did not relish the idea of getting caught. Last time she'd been made to stand at the front of the meal hall while the nuns ate, and was only allowed water for 3 days. No food for 3 bloody days. But the prayer book would take care of all of that. The prayer book would make everything better. It would calm her nerves and let her breathe. She could stand, sit, and kneel with the others, and even delight in it. If Kerstin had her prayer book, Mother Ignis could brick her up in the cellar, and she wouldn't even care. Hidden within the hollowed-out pages was a small leather pouch and a slender black pipe. The pipe had been a gift from a band of Kerrigan gypsies for healing a sick child. Fortunately for them, the abbey library was filled with medicinal texts and herbal lore, which, along with books on history, philosophy, astrology, and demonology, Kerstin studied with keen fascination during her 2 hours of evening free time, when the other sisters played sports and did their embroidery. The contents of the leather pouch were also evidence of Kerstin's affinity toward the herbalist art. She had grown the tobacco herself, secretly in small quantities, within a half-mile of the abbey walls. The poppies grew in the mountains naturally. She had presented a convincing case to Mother Ignis of the flower's anesthetic properties, and it was nothing for her to say, whenever anyone asked, that the poppies were for medicine. She had produced a concoction that had eased the passing of the abbey's most elderly nun. But it was her own passing Kerstin cared to ease, the passing of time, and the mixture of tobacco and dried poppy latex was a potent remedy indeed. Kerstin pulled off her veil as she sat down on the bed and shook out her black hair before packing a pinch of the mixture into her pipe. She struck a match on the side of her boot and lowered the flame to the bowl, drawing in 3 terse breaths, then filling her lungs with one long and deep inhale that seemed to lift her off the bed, through the rafters, and up to the clouds. She floated there for a moment in the heavens, far above the abbey, gently descending as she blew out a long stream of blue smoke. A faint song reached her ears, all the more pleasurable in the gradually oncoming effects of the poppy extract. Kerstin rose slowly and pushed open the tall window above another sister's bed. The choir of harmonious voices filled the dormitory, their sweet melody flooding her veins. Her skin prickled and a chill rushed up her spine, and she gasped and held onto the window ledge as she shuddered in ecstasy. Say one thing about the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School. The girls could sing. Other than her time in the library, the singing was one of the few things Kerstin enjoyed about the abbey. She sang along for a few lines, her voice ringing out in the empty dormitory. They were singing the hymn of the Blessed Heroine, and it meant they were just getting started. They'd be in the chapel for another hour at least. Kerstin dragged on the pipe and blew smoke out the window, then rested her head in her arm. The drowsiness was coming on. A few more puffs, and all her concerns would melt away. Perhaps she'd take a nap. By the time she finished her pipe, she wouldn't even care if she was discovered. But as it was, she had not yet smoked enough to present a surge of horror at the clack of footsteps echoing down the hall. Kerstin whirled around, pipe in hand, glancing at the discarded veil on her bed, then at the 2 nuns appearing at the entrance of the dormitory. "Mother Ignis!" The paper-faced Mother Superior held her in stern regard, the anger in her eyes as cold and bitter as sharpened steel. Behind her, Sister Andrea wore a smug look. I was just... Mother Ignis silenced her with a stiff tilt of her chin. "Put on your veil at once." "Yes, Reverend Mother. Right away, Reverend Mother." Kerstin adorned her veil with frantic haste. When she was finished, Mother Ignis held out her hand. Her head hung low. Kerstin brought her the pipe and prayer book. The Reverend Mother's eyes flashed with rage as she saw the hollowed-out space. She snapped it shut and handed it off to Sister Andrea. "Secure these things in my office." "Yes, Reverend Mother, and shall I fetch the black habit?" Kerstin winced, but Mother Ignis drew in a long breath. "No. Sister Kerstin has visitors." Really? The only visitor she had ever received was her mother, and she had only been permitted to come once, 4 years ago. Such a show of mercy would be quite unlike the bishop. "Reverend Mother," Sister Andrea protested, "surely this warrants grounds for refusal." "I'm afraid in this case I do not have the authority." That ruled her mother out. "But then who are these visitors, then?" The Reverend Mother's face turned very grave. "That, Sister Andrea, is none of your concern." Yes, Reverend Mother." Mother Ignis watched Sister Andrea shuffle away down the hall, then turned back to Kerstin, her face still puckered with disapproval. "You realize how much trouble you're in? Skipping prayer is one thing, but Medak? In my abbey?" Kerstin nodded glumly. She sighed angrily. "Have you still got your wits about you, or has the poppy gone to your head?" I can manage, Reverend Mother." "Very well.
Come along, then, Sister Kerstin.
Visitors were received in Mother Ignace's private garden. Tucked away in a quiet corner of the abbey, the Reverend Mother would often retreat to this place of tranquil solitude after one of her episodes. The most alarming instance in Kerstin's memory had been when she dropped a plate in the meal hall and sent her diving under the table, screaming like the roof was crashing down around her head. Kerstin had never dropped a plate again. The garden was the only luxury Mother Ignace afforded. The other girls were not normally allowed in there, but because it was private and peaceful, Mother Ignace justified her indulgence by giving it up so the nuns could have a quiet place to visit. The garden was enclosed by a lilac hedge and had many different flowers, so that throughout the year it was always graced with a new array of color. Currently the rhododendrons were in bloom, splashing the garden with sharp hues of pink and purple. There was a pond in the garden, fed by a tiny brook diverted from the spring, and a little bridge over the water that led to a stone gazebo where Kerstin knew her visitor would be waiting. Whoever they were. Mother Ignace became tense as they approached the gazebo, and Kerstin noticed she was clutching a wooden morag idol in her fist. Whoever was waiting in the garden made her uncomfortable. She'd never seen her on edge like this. Kerstin wondered who might have this effect on her. Suddenly, when they were halfway across the bridge, she stopped and gave the Reverend Mother a startled look. There was a man in the gazebo. There had been few men in Kerstin's life. The bishop, a few priests and monks that sometimes came to the abbey, visiting fathers and brothers of the other girls she might have seen from a distance. The dark-haired, bronze-skinned men from the Kerrigan gypsy camp had been by far the most crude and interesting. One or two of those laughing, carousing fellows had filled her imagination with thoughts unsuitable for a cloistered sister, and had inspired her to peruse a few select books in the library. But what Kerstin had never seen was a soldier. The man in the gazebo was sitting on a bench, not to rest, for his posture was perfectly rigid, but perhaps because he had been offered to sit, and it was polite to sit down while waiting. He stood up as they came near, and it was like a statue had come to life. The movement made a strange tinkling sound, and Kerstin saw that beneath his outer garb he wore a suit of something that resembled the chain curtain that hung in front of the dormitory fireplace. Over this, he wore a heavy gray tunic bearing the emblem of a black dragon spewing red flame, and a lavender sash. At his side, he held a gleaming helm with a long red plume. He was a daunting figure, quite tall and broad shoulders, or so he seemed beneath all that heavy cloth and armor. His square jaw was clean-shaven, and he had no more than a bit of black and silver stubble for hair. His skin was brown from the sun, and his face was creased with age and hardship, set in a permanent scowl like he'd been sent outdoors into the cold wind and bitter rain, and never been allowed back inside. He bowed as they entered the gazebo, and this too was rigid.
Where are the others?" Mother Ignace asked gravely.
The man looked up, mid-bow.
"Well, I sent them back outside the gate. I thought I might seem less menacing alone."
Kerstin was not sure that was true.
"Just so long as they're not wandering unsupervised around the abbey." No, he patted his hip. "I sent my sword out with them too, if as a former knight you can overlook such an indiscretion. I have purged my mind of such things." "You must be Sister Kerstin," he said. "Seneschal Fingal of Klomm."
Kerstin dipped into an awkward curtsy. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Seneschal."
"Call me Finn, please. I'm not a lord."
"I'm not a nun, so if you call me Kerstin, I'll call you Finn." Anger flashed in the Reverend Mother's face.
"So it's true," said the Seneschal, looking between them both, "that you have not taken the vows."
"Despite our insistence," hissed Mother Ignace, "she refuses."
"Yes, I understand you've—" Seneschal Fingal paused as if choosing his words carefully. "I understand you've had a troublesome life here at the Abbey.
Kerstin looked at Mother Ignis, then back to him, and folded her arms across her chest. I suppose 'tis one way to put it, but I don't see what that has to do with anyone in Klomm. Yes, well, I have a proposal for you. He reached into his tunic and produced a folded parchment. If you wish, and only if you wish, I have a letter from the bishop permitting the transfer of your residence to City Klomm. Kerstin let out a nervous laugh. Klomm? What? The bishop said that? That I can leave the abbey? He has. It's all in here. Kerstin eyed him suspiciously as she opened the letter and scanned the bishop's elegant pen strokes. Sure enough, it said she could leave, and it was stamped at the bottom with the diocesan seal. She could hardly believe it. She read it over again. This says I'm to be given lodging, a stipend, and unfettered access to the castle library? Indeed you are. His Grace the Duke has made all the arrangements. There's a matter he'd like your help investigating. Something of a sort of philosophical nature. We've heard good report of your rather scholarly disposition. Good report? Kerstin looked at Mother Ignis in disbelief. What's this? Have you been writing to the Duke of Klomm about me? Mother Ignis raised her chin. I have not. All I can say is that I have served such men. If he wishes to know whether some girl in a convent sleeps on her front or her back, then he will know. Kerstin's lip curled in disgust. If you do decide to leave us, my advice to you is to trust no one, and to be very, very careful. Words to live by, said the seneschal. Now, should you accept, I'm to take you with me. But if you need some time to gather your things or say your farewells, please take as long as you need. I don't know what to say. He grinned. Say you'll come. Kerstin looked down and picked at her thumbnail, her thoughts turning to the pipe locked in Mother Ignis's study. Oh, how she wished she could smoke it right now. The little taste she'd had earlier only made her crave it more. You must give her some time to decide, said Mother Ignis. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of this request? The girl has not left the abbey in 15 years. 15 years, Seneschal. I suppose. Take the rest of the day to think on it, he said, beginning to leave. My men and I will camp out on the roadside, and I'll come back this time tomorrow. 'Twon't be necessary, said Kerstin. I've made my decision. He turned, giving her a hopeful smile. You're coming, then? Kerstin paused, and Mother Ignis and Seneschal Fingal watched her intently. Her heart was pounding. No, I'm staying here. All right. Like I said, you think about it, and I'll come back tomorrow, after you've come to your senses. I don't want you to come back. She snatched Mother Ignis by the sleeve. Reverend Mother, I want to take my vows. Sister Kerstin, I'll wear the black veil. I'll do anything. Please, don't make me leave. Reverend Mother, please. I will do no such thing. You haven't thought this through, said the seneschal. There's a life waiting for you behind these walls, and this is your chance to have it. The only chance you'll ever have. Kerstin shrank away as he took a step toward her, and Mother Ignis planted herself in front of him, her eyes flashing fiercely. How dare you raise your voice at one of my girls, she hissed. Seneschal Fingal held up his hands and backed off. I'm sorry. I meant no offense. I think you've outstayed your welcome, Seneschal. Now if you'll excuse us, we're late for prayer. He drew in a long, deep breath. Very well, he said impatiently. I'll see myself out. Please do. But as he turned to leave, he jabbed his finger at Kerstin over the Reverend Mother's shoulder. You're going to regret this. You know you will. I'll wager you won't last 45 minutes in that coffin before you start screaming my name. Only I won't be able to hear you.
That is enough. Fine. Good day to you both.
Mother Ignis watched him storm out of the garden, her eyes as sharp as steel points. Those kind of men, she said, don't know how to take no for an answer. Well, I'd better write to the bishop and tell him the news. He'll be quite happy. But Kerstin wasn't listening. Seneschal Fingal disappeared out of sight, and it seemed he'd taken the air with him. Once again, the abbey walls were closing in around her. The veil was tightening around her neck. She was being buried alive. Only now it was she who was shoveling in the dirt. Chapter 3. Kerstin crept into the chapel, clad in the sackcloth gown that would serve as her death garb. Moonlight streamed through the stained-glass windows in silvery rays, aside from which only the 2 candles flickering on either side of the altar illumined the dark sanctuary. A strange feeling came over her as she peered across the shadows, an ominous feeling, and she shuddered as the door shut heavily behind her. There was a coffin on the altar. It was empty, she knew. It was for her. Within the hour, the other nuns would float into the chapel for midnight prayer, and at the end of that dreary service, they would lay her in the coffin and nail it shut. She would stay in there for a full day and night, and when at last they let her out, she would take her vows, dead to the outside world, alive only to the hope that a Shaili would carry her up to the heavenly realm, as he had carried up the ancient heroine Morag at the time of her death. Kerstin crept silently toward the altar. Most girls, Mother Ignis had told her, spent the hour before their initiation in prayer, and she had encouraged her to do so herself. Kerstin found this suggestion perplexing. She simply could not fathom why anyone would willingly say extra prayers when no one was watching. She looked over her shoulder to be sure no one was watching, and approached the coffin. It was a crude pine box, hastily slapped together, a good match for her sackcloth gown. Some rickety steps of similar quality had been built leading up to it. Ascending, Kerstin checked again over her shoulder and carefully pushed off the lid. The seneschal's words had been niggling away at her for the rest of the day. She wasn't sure it was his name she'd be screaming, but she wasn't sure how she fared being entombed in that coffin for a full 24 hours either. She'd been at the abbey long enough to know that some girls fared quite badly. Usually the cries for help would start a moment or two after they'd put the lid on, sometimes while they were still banging in the nails. They'd yell out something like, "No, no, please, I can't do this, I can't breathe," and it would quickly escalate to hysterics from there. Kerstin hoped she wouldn't be one of those girls, but she wanted to be sure. She climbed into the coffin, daintily, fearful of splinters from the rough wood, and lay down. It was a bit snug for her liking. Her shoulders touched the sides, and she could tell right away her backside would be badly bruised by the time they let her out. But it wasn't so bad with the lid off. She sat up, and with some exertion pulled the lid over on top of her. She breathed heavily in the dark, struggling to adjust it so it blocked out all the light. Utter blackness. She lay still, the smell of dry wood filling her nostrils, her breath rushing loudly in her ears. Years and years ago, her sister had gone through the same rite. Kerstin had never met Meredith, and knew little of her, but she knew she'd made a pilgrimage to Heroine's Heart Abbey to join the Order of Sacred Virgins, of her own volition, and that her devotion had been sincere. She hadn't thrown a fit in the coffin. The notion that her sister had voluntarily sought out the cloistered life had always annoyed her. She'd never had a choice, and by all accounts, she did not like it. Yet here she was, about to follow in Meredith's footsteps. Kerstin thought of them each lying in a pine box, she on the altar in the chapel, her sister in a cemetery deep in the Bazak Mountains. She found some morbid fascination in the connection, and she crossed her hands over her shoulders. The air was stifling inside the coffin. The strangest thing about Meredith was that despite her piety, she'd broken her vows and fled the convent only a year after joining the order. It wasn't hard to understand why. Kerstin often fantasized about running away. She'd spent hours looking at maps in the library and reading about towns and cities, planning out her route, imagining her escape. But she could never work up the courage to go through with it. The truth was, she was terrified of the outside world. It was starting to get hot. Kerstin reached up to push off the lid, but was alarmed to find it much closer than she imagined. And heavier. A surge of panic gripped her heart, and she thrust out her hands with all her might, sending the lid booming to the floor, and bolted upright with a gasp. It was going to be a long 24 hours indeed. She climbed out of the coffin and descended the rickety steps. Shuddering at the thought of the other nuns closing her up in the stifling black, while Mother Ignis looked on with an austere expression. Only then she wouldn't be able to get out once it became too much. She shouldn't have indulged her curiosity. How was she supposed to willingly just lie down in there now? She'd feel every bang of the hammer in her bones. She vigorously scratched her head. There was only one way she could go through with it, and she didn't have much time. Mother Ignis always locked up her study for the night and slept with the key in her private cell. It would be impossible to get. Fortunately, Kerstin needed no key. She was unsure how many of the books came to be in the Abbey library, but she was certain Mother Ignis did not know that they were there. How to break in, explicit instructions on how to pick various lock types of the present age, would not be considered suitable reading material for a sister of guarded virtue. In fact, she was pretty sure it was a banned book. Kerstin scurried silently down the dark hallway. Moonlight poured through the windows, casting silver shapes along the corridor floor. A milky light fell across the doorknob of Mother Ignis's study. She squatted in front of it, cocking her head to the side to let the light in as she went to work. The author of How to Break In, who had prudently remained anonymous, boasted an average of 2 to 5 seconds to pick a warded lock with a hairpin. But it took Kerstin far longer. Finally, after some 10 minutes of cursing under her breath, the lock clicked and the door swung open. Kerstin grinned and hastily lit a candle. There on the Reverend Mother's desk, a humongous volume of the Sacred Scripts of Morag lay open. On top of it was her prayer book and her long black pipe. Kerstin slumped into the Reverend Mother's chair. Now she would be able to endure her rite of initiation. But, as she packed her pipe and lowered the candle flame to the bowl, she hesitated. Once they nailed the lid on the coffin, it would never come off again. Not really. She'd be committing herself to a living death. Was this what she wanted? No. No, it wasn't. It was what she feared least. It was the devil she knew. It was the only thing she knew. But Kerstin could not return to her familiar existence. A life had been offered to her outside the Abbey walls. An exciting life, albeit terrifying. How could she climb into the coffin and take her vows? No amount of Medak could numb her to the truth. There was no avoiding it. No pretending. Her life at the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School had come to an abrupt end. Kerstin clapped the prayer book shut. She needed to find this seneschal Fingal. He'd likely be camped nearby if he still planned to. Bloody Morag! What if she'd driven him off by saying she meant to take her vows? He could be half a day away by now. She'd never catch him. She hoped Mother Ignis was right, that he didn't know how to take no for an answer. Her stomach was in knots as she darted across the Abbey courtyard. The grass was damp beneath her feet, and she shivered in the night air. Some of the sportier nuns were in excellent shape and could likely run for miles, but Kerstin was out of breath by the time she reached the gate. She grunted as she pushed the heavy bolt up and over. Then she set her shoulder against the massive door and heaved until it swung slowly open enough for her to slip through. Huffing, Kerstin looked over the bluish mountainscape and nearly wept with joy. Matted with shadows, the moonlit road flowed like a silver stream down into the valley. On the bank of this dusty current, some 2, maybe 3 miles away, an orange light flickered on the crest of a dark forest hill. Kerstin took a few steps forward, then stopped, glaring hatefully back at the abbey gates as she wiped the dust off her feet. Then, grinning helplessly, she tore down the road toward the glowing beacon. As she ran, and the crisp mountain air filled her lungs, it was the first time she could remember that she could truly breathe. Chapter 4. They would be traveling on horseback. Kerstin wrung her hands and kept a good distance as the men swung themselves high up into the saddles of the stamping, snorting beasts. Surely she was not expected to get atop such a creature. She had never been on a horse and did not know how to ride. She might as well be climbing on the back of an angry bull. Fortunately, the mount which Seneschal Fingal led out to the road was only the most mild-tempered and obedient long-haired pony. It had a light brown coat and a blonde mane, and was small enough for a child, but strong enough to carry an armored knight. Even so, she was still nervous as he helped her into the saddle. "There are some clothes here for you," he said, patting the saddlebag behind her. "Like what women wear in town. Stockings, smock, kirtle, apron, bodice, and a good cloak if it starts to rain. And I think a headscarf or 2 as well." "Oh, that's thoughtful. I'm not sure how they'll fit, but I'd figured you'd not have any of your own, and that you'd be skin and bones growing up in the abbey. I wouldn't say I'm too far off. You can get changed in a minute." "Now about your pony," he said, stroking the beast's mane. "Her name's Pudding. You want to keep your back straight at all times while you're in the saddle." He led Pudding forward by the bridle, walking her in an easy circle while the men watched and chatted amongst themselves. "To ask her to walk, give her belly a light squeeze with your legs. No, don't hold it. You want to throb your legs like a heartbeat." He held up his fist to imitate the steady pulse of a heart. "Yes, gently. The rhythm you throb will tell her at what pace to trot. Yes. Good. Now to ask her to stop, tense up in the saddle." He let go of the bridle as Kerstin went rigid and Pudding shuffled to a halt. "Very good. To turn." "Ask her to walk again." "To turn, I just tug the reins?" asked Kerstin. "No, well, I mean, you can do it that way, but I'd like you to use your legs. You won't see a knight steering his mount by the reins while he's carrying his lance and shield. What you want to do is keep your back straight and turn yourself to face the direction you want to go. The shift in your hips will guide her naturally. Yes, that's it. Just like that. Very good." Kerstin grinned, rather pleased with herself. "You seem to have more or less got the hang of it," said Seneschal Fingal as he swung himself up onto the back of his own steed, a monstrous black horse whose powerful thews rippled fearsomely beneath its glossy coat. "And I'll be right next to you the whole time. Now, if you want to get changed out of that, burial gown, we'll be on our way." By the time they reached the arm of Urlua, Kerstin was so sore she could hardly walk. She staggered bow-legged onto the ferry, wincing and groaning as she led Pudding behind her. The ferrymen pushed off from shore, and she nearly lost her balance as the slippery deck bobbed up and down on the violet waves. The sun was setting behind the mountains, and the sky was ablaze with a pinkish-red glow. On the other side of the arm was Powell country, a long stretch of land wedged between the Bazik Mountains and the Bay of Moramish. It was a fertile land, irrigated by many streams trickling down from the foothills, and densely forested. The road ahead was dark, and swathed in shadow. Crows jeered overhead as they made camp in the fading light. Leaning against a tree, Kerstin glanced up into the black boughs as she packed her pipe and waited for one of the men to finish breathing life into the fire. She had deemed it wise to smoke only tobacco while in the presence of others. The seneschal might state his disapproval at that, but if he found her smoking Medak, it might garner a stronger reaction entirely. Finally, an orange flame snapped and crackled in the stack of twigs. She stuffed the prayer book back into the saddlebag, and the man, Cole was his name, looked up at her in astonishment as she squatted beside him, the stem of her pipe clenched between her teeth. "Some nun you are," he scoffed, as she lowered a flaming stick to the bowl and smacked her lips as she sucked back on the mouthpiece. "I assure you, I am no such thing," she said, blowing puffs of smoke out the side of her mouth. "Seneschal, are you seeing this?" Seneschal Fingal and a boy of about 15, named Marcus, who was just starting to learn the duties of a squire, looked over from where they were busy with the horses. He chuckled and shook his head. Kerstin stood up. "Does my habit offend you, sir?" "No," he said. "No, it just comes as a bit of a surprise from a girl raised in a convent. But if you want to smoke a pipe, that's no one's business but your own." She tilted up her chin, breathing smoke out her nostrils. She had prepared herself for some opposition, and was a little taken aback by what she considered to be his profound respect for her autonomy. No one's business but her own. It was music to her ears. It was beginning to dawn on her that once she arrived in Klomm, she would be able to do whatever she wanted, so long as she carried out the Duke's bidding. She fully intended to stay up to whatever hour she felt like, stuffing herself with meat and pie, drinking gallons of wine, smoking as much as she pleased, and then, sleeping in till lunch. And then there was her stipend, her own money to spend on whatever she desired. It was almost too much responsibility. Kerstin had never bought things, but she would learn. She would learn, all right. She could already feel herself beginning to thrive. She was like a green shoot growing up through a crack in a stone slab. Without the restraints of the church smothering the bloody life out of her, she could finally become her own person. Oh, what a fool she'd been not to throw herself at the seneschal's feet and flee at once from that accursed abbey the moment he'd shown her the bishop's seal. The devil she knew, indeed. However, delighted as she was with her new circumstances, she was not without her suspicions. She'd begun to wonder about this matter she was to investigate for the Duke. Initially, she could not see beyond her fear of leaving her life within the abbey, or the thrill of putting it behind her. But now that she had chosen her path, the prospect did seem strange. It did not help that Seneschal Fingal was rather evasive on the subject. Why would the Duke of Klomm go to such great lengths to pluck a girl from a nunnery on the other side of the kingdom, merely to look into some philosophical subject on his behalf? And why her? Of all the novices in all the convents in the land, why would you pick the one girl you'd need the bishop's permission to indenture? And conducting research for the Duke, wasn't that sort of like being a scribe? Wasn't being a scribe an esteemed position, usually appointed to aspiring young gentlemen? If that was the case, wouldn't the Duke have the most suitable candidate sought out? The most studious, obedient, diligent, trustworthy candidate? There were plenty of nuns like that around, although there was that good report of her scholarly disposition. But that was only true in that she was curious, and often had her nose in a book. She was no rigorous academic, and she was hardly reliable. She clamped her teeth on her pipe. She was expendable. That's what she was. The remaining week of their travels passed without incident. Kerstin spent most of it conversing with Fingal as they trotted along the sun-dappled road, pestering him to death with questions about Klomm, the Duke, and civilization. Gradually she grew accustomed to the saddle, and by the time they crossed the county border from Puel into the Duchy of Verdal, she was no longer sore between the legs. Here, the Verdal River ran through the heart of the Klomm Valley, an agricultural gold mine of farmlands, vineyards, and orchards nestled between blue mountains. For 2 days they trotted along the riverside. Sometimes the trail would pass through the river, and they'd have to ford across the rocky shallows. At other times they'd cross a bridge, and sometimes the road meandered off into the woods and fields, and they wouldn't see the river at all for several hours, until they'd come over the crest of a hill and look down and see the sunlight glinting on the water. Near the end of the 2nd day, Kerstin heard the sound of thunder, and as they came round a bend, she saw its source. White water rushed off the edge of a cliff that had to be several 100 feet high. And Jetha Falls, Fingal told her. Behind this gushing torrent, the trail zigzagged up the face of the cliff. At one point, during their dizzy ascent, Kerstin leaned over the rope railing to see how far down to the bottom, but saw only writhing mist below. It was nearly dusk, and before they reached the top, Seneschal Fingal and his men lit their lanterns, and an orange luminance fell onto their path and glimmered in the plummeting waters for the last of the way up. Finally they reached the summit, and Kerstin set her eyes on the city of Klomm for the first time. Across the rustling fields, the great city rose like swaths of shadow beneath the darkening sky. Steeples and spired towers reached into the night like black fingers clawing out of the grave, and to the west, where the city seemed to swell up against the very mountainside, and where orange lights flickered like many twinkling eyes, loomed the greatest shadow of all, Castle Klomm. "Here at last," said Fingal, holding up his lantern. "Come, I know it's getting late, but His Grace will be eager to meet you." Chapter 5. Kerstin waited by herself in a room with a long table. She was exhausted from her travels, and as time dragged on, she could hardly keep her eyes open. She slumped deeper into the high-backed chair. Her eyelids drooped. The clack of a big metal door latch jolted Kerstin awake. She quickly straightened herself up in the chair, her fingers numb and her tongue dry and tingling. The door opened and 3 men entered the room. The first was Seneschal Fingal, who held the door open for the others. Following him was a page boy of about 14, with a stack of parchments held against his chest. He rubbed his eyes like he'd just been summoned out of bed. Last was the Duke. He was a big fat man with a fat face and fat fingers. He had stringy reddish hair, bushy eyebrows, and bushy mutton-chop sideburns. He eyed her for a moment as the page boy arranged the parchments in 3 neat piles and set out an inkwell and a feather pen. Kerstin wondered nervously if she wasn't supposed to speak or do something. From where he stood by the door, Fingal motioned subtly for her to rise, and she abruptly stood up from the chair. "You are Kerstin," said the Duke. "Kerstin of—" He leaned over to glance down at the parchment. "Sweetwater Cove." "Yes, my lord, though I've not been—" "Your Grace," he corrected her. "I am a duke. You will refer to me as Your Grace." "Oh, yes, my lord, Your Grace," Kerstin stammered, dipping into an awkward curtsy. The chair creaked as the Duke sat down, and with a nod from Seneschal Fingal, the page boy left, shutting the door behind him. The Duke opened a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles and put them on. "My name is Lord Hammond." He gestured to the chair. "You may be seated." Kerstin sat down, and the Duke glanced over the 3 stacks of parchment, licking his thick finger and leafing through them to be sure they were all in order. Then he looked up, the torchlight flickering in the round lenses of his spectacles. "These are the articles of your indenture," he said, "in which you, Kerstin of Sweetwater, are beholden to me, Lord Hammond Clementus, in a state of unfree servitude, whereby, in addition to the common necessities of life, I will provide a place of private lodging and a monthly stipend
equal to no less than the earnings of a scribe, who can copy 2 books per year, with an average of 1 mistake per page, and whereby you shall in return undertake an investigation into undisclosed subjects of an historical and philosophical nature. As agreed upon by both parties, the period of indenture shall last. Lord Hammond blinked, then dabbing the feather pen in the inkwell, crossed out something and scribbled something in its place. Indefinitely. Kerstin resituated herself in the chair. These articles of indenture, as he called them, effectively said he could chew her up and spit her out, and with no less impunity than were he slurping the meat off a chicken wing. Sign here, or make your mark, as well as here and here. Kerstin looked at Fingal as she accepted the feather pen, then back to the Duke. I'd really like to know more about what it is I'll be doing before I sign my life away, she said. I'm afraid that's quite a sensitive issue, said the Duke. I cannot speak of it until after you've signed into my service. And were I to refuse? He peered down at her from under his bushy eyebrows. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that you're sitting here in my castle means you've already agreed to this indenture. These documents are just a formality. Kerstin stared uneasily down at the blank line on the yellow parchment, and, with deep reluctance, signed her name. Once she had signed all 3 of the articles, she passed them back to the Duke, who signed them himself and set them aside. Then he leaned back in his chair and folded his pudgy hands over his middle. Now, concerning the matter you are to investigate on my behalf, did you know your brother Fistram used to work for me? Kerstin stiffened. Her only memory of her brother was that of a tall, dark-cloaked figure lurking by the rickety gate outside her mother's hovel, smiling and waving to her until her mother whisked her from the doorway. It was a blurry, fleeting image compared to the incident that had taken place several months later. The gathering of cowled men outside the same gate had been deeply impressed into her 3-year-old mind. As agents of the church dragged her and her mother outside into the mud and read aloud the account of Fistram's death sentence as if it were some royal proclamation. Then they'd seized her and carried her off to the nunnery, and when her mother tried to intervene, they beat her down with clubs. Her wails had haunted her for the rest of her life. I did not, Your Grace, she said. I know little of his life, save that it ended at the hands of the church. Well, he had become rather a foul character, to put it mildly. But before that, he was an alchemist in my employ. An alchemist? Indeed. I had him looking for a means to immortality on behalf of the king. An elixir of eternal youth, death's antidote, if you will. I suppose, then, you wish me to continue his research? In a matter of speaking. Now, your brother's investigation took him down a dark path, and he did some vile things in the name of research. As I could not allow such wickedness to be traced back to me, and ultimately to the king, I was forced to terminate my contract with him. Now, I suppose you're wondering whether I turned him over to the church. I did not, though I wish I had. I could have put a stop to him sooner. However, not long before his descent, your brother had begun corresponding with someone. Kerstin leaned forward, expecting further explanation. Who? The Duke removed his spectacles and rubbed the lenses with a cloth. I don't know. They were quite careful to protect their identity, as was your brother. However, he said, leaning into the table and folding his hands beneath his fleshy chin, here is where it gets hairy. I have reason to believe the king has been in contact with this person, and, under his or her mentorship, has turned to the black arts in order to ensure his victory in the Samar Islands.
You think the king is practicing witchcraft? That he's been communing with Okari spirits?
I pray he is not, but if he is, I must know. There is too much at stake. Were he to go down the same path as your brother, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Kerstin swallowed. Her throat was awfully dry. She reached for the silver goblet at her elbow and took a sip. And what would you have me do?
Discover the identity of your brother's correspondent, and under the pretense of continuing his research, you will reach out to this person and gain their trust. Do whatever it takes. Become their disciple if you have to. Then find out about the king's involvement. You will keep notes, very detailed notes of your investigation. But this business with the king will not be documented anywhere. Do you understand? Anything you find, journal entries, letters, notes scribbled on a napkin, anything that implicates His Majesty must be destroyed upon reading, but not forgotten. Never forgotten. You will report your findings directly to me every month.
Kerstin rubbed her arm and looked away into the shadows in the corner of the room, then to where Seneschal Fingal stood perfectly still by the door with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Your Grace, she said uneasily, I believe you're asking me to spy on the king. The Duke stared at her gravely.
Indeed. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Grace. How should you like me to begin? The Duke reached into his vestments and pulled out a velvet sack from which he removed a thin leather book and several rolls of worn parchments tied up with black ribbons. He placed his meaty hands upon the contents.
This, he said, is your brother's journal, and all the letters I was able to procure from him before he fled into hiding. Let it be known to you that these documents are of immense value and supreme danger. Lives were lost in securing them. Blood shed by your brother's hand. The Church does not know that these exist. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Grace. I'll be careful with them.
I should say so. Now, if there is nothing else, I believe that concludes our business.
He collected the articles of indenture and rose from his seat.
As it is already late, you will sleep here in the castle. On the morrow, you will be shown to your new lodging.
Seneschal Fingal opened the door, and after the Duke waddled out and down the hall, he offered her a smile. You can have my quarters, he said. Kerstin blushed. But Seneschal... No, I'll sleep in the great hall with the servants. There'll be a fire on in the hearth, and the rush mats will be a welcome change to the ground outside. That's good enough for me. Thank you, she said. You're too kind.
He nodded. Well, I'll show you to it then.
Chapter 6. It seemed to Kerstin that she would never get out from under the Church's thumb. For the next morning, as she led Pudding out of the stable and followed Seneschal Fingal out of the castle and past the fountains and green hedges of the iron-gated manses of East Klomm, and over the river, across the enormous Plompney Bridge, she was less than delighted to find herself on the corner of Deagle and Gast Street, in a rather unwealthy part of the city, in the shadow of an old church. "What is this?" she asked, shielding her eyes as she frowned up at the crumbling bell tower. "The Church of the Victrix Holy," said Fingal, as he dismounted. "Your new lodging." "You can't be serious. Look at this place. 'Tis ready to topple over. Is it even safe?" "Actually, no. There's dry rot all through the rafters of the nave. It would have been too expensive to replace, so they amalgamated with Plompney Parish. There hasn't been a service here in over 50 years. If they had one now, the roof would likely collapse from all the singing. You'll be staying in the rectory, which I should add, is structurally sound." He led her around to the side, to where an old half-timbered house was attached to the church. There was a yard in front, surrounded by a rock wall with a crooked wood gate, and a stone path that led up to the porch under the shadow of a withered tree. "The church," said Fingal, "was built in the time of Lord Angeth Clementus, the founder of the city and the first Duke of Klomm, but the parsonage has been rebuilt since then. Though more than 100 years ago, mind you." Kerstin took a deep breath as she looked up at the parsonage. Something about it was comforting. She supposed that, for all her desperation to wriggle out of the church's grasp, she was relieved to have the familiarity of its proximity. It would be a fitting residence indeed. "Oh, 'tis already furnished," she remarked as she followed him inside. "Well, we couldn't set you up in an empty house," said Fingal, moving into the kitchen. "Now, I'm told the servants came by and stocked your larder, so you won't go hungry for at least a little while." "Do you think they left some wine, the servants?" He leaned over to poke his head inside the larder. "Well, now, let's see. It seems they have." Kerstin squeezed by him and lifted one of the bottles off the shelf. 6 bottles of rich red drink left for her enjoyment, and without anyone to govern over her in case she stumbled into excess. She looked up at the seneschal. She should offer him a glass. She had grown quite used to his company, and once he left, who knew when she'd see him again? "Care for a drink?" He turned his head and squinted at her from the corner of his eye, as if the notion was strange. "I'm on duty, and it's the middle of the morning." Kerstin blushed as she put the bottle back on the shelf. "Best wait till the end of the day. But if you're going to be drinking past dark, you be careful with the candles. I don't want to hear you've burned the place down. And don't you be trying to read by candlelight half drunk. You'll wreck your eyes." "I'm not an imbecile." "No, of course not. But anyway, there's a bath upstairs. I'll show you after how to use the water pump." "The water pump?" "Aye. This'll be new to you, but there's a whole water and sewer running underneath the entire city. You can pump water right into your tub." "A whole water and sewer? Then the lavatory?" "Drops right into the sewer. The current's quite strong, so there's hardly any smell, though occasionally someone has to go down there to keep things moving." "That's a shit job." Speaking of which, there's something I should show you." She followed him into the living room and stood next to him in front of the empty fireplace. "Remember I said the church was built in the time of Angeth Clementus?" "Right, but you said the church was rebuilt since then." "Yes, but the foundation is the same. Watch carefully. See, there's a switch here and over here. You press them both together." There was a loud click, and Kerstin stepped back as the hearth shuddered and began to slide slowly to the side with a noisy groaning, revealing a dark stone stairway going down. A cool draught brought up the musty scent of stale earth, and the faint stink of something else. "A secret passage?" "Aye. Many of the buildings from Angeth's time have them. The castle's full of them." "What's down there?" "Just the cellar. The servants might have left a few things down there that need to be kept cool. So it is not a secret passage. Not to anyone in the Duke's service, or the church. Well, that was disappointing. There is, however, a lever down there that opens up another passage. It goes right into the sewer, so I wouldn't pull on it unless you want to have a whiff of every toilet in West Klomm all at once. Pray tell, why would they put a passage out into the sewer from the cellar of the parsonage? Fingal crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not sure. Quiet way out of the city, perhaps? There was much trouble in Anja's day. You mean to tell me I could leave the city from my basement? You could. It would take you all the way out to the forest. I don't recommend you try it, though. You'd more than likely get yourself lost, and no one would ever find you. Anyway, if you're all settled, I'd better get back up to the castle. Kerstin saw him to the door and stood on the step to watch him leave. As soon as he was gone, she lit a candle and went back down to the cellar. It was little more than a musty storeroom with a couple of sacks of potatoes in one corner next to a barrel of ale, and a rickety old workbench. She saw, too, there was a lever sticking out of the wall. She went over and pulled on it. A portion of the wall shook and shuffled backward, and she heard trickling water as it swung outward into a black void. She was met with a cool breeze, then clapped her hand over her mouth and lurched over, gagging, holding up the candlestick as she fumbled for the lever. Every West Klomm toilet, indeed! After an early lunch, Kerstin fell asleep on the couch. The sun was setting when she woke, filling the parsonage living room with orange rays. It was very quiet. She wondered, as she packed her pipe, if Fingal would come back and check on her at some point. Not that she needed checking in on, and not that she needed him telling her what was appropriate or inappropriate in her own place of residence. But it was an awfully large house to have all to herself, at least compared to what she was used to, and she would have welcomed the company. After all, he had said he'd show her how to use the bath, which he hadn't done. That'd be a good reason to come over. Her heart thumped at the thought of them being alone together in the evening time. Upstairs. He'd watch from the doorway as she drew a hot bath, hot enough to steam up the windows and mirrors. Then, with her back to him, she'd disrobe. Slowly. Heavens, she choked, and waved away a cloud of smoke as she got up from the couch. Hardly a week out of the convent, and already she was getting these silly notions into her head about men. Much older men. She put on some candles, and after some searching, found herself some ink and paper. There was company she desired more than the seneschals. She sat down at the dining room table and stared down at the blank leaf of parchment. It had been an awfully long time. Was an explanation necessary? She blew a stream of smoke out the corner of her mouth. No, explanations could be made in person. The important thing was that she arrived. She dipped her pen in the ink. To Sadie of Sweetwater Cove and Hinkle, her granddaughter. Dear Mother, I live in Klomm now at the parsonage of the Victrix Holy. Please come at your earliest convenience. I would love to see you both. Yours always, Kerstin. P.S. I will pay for your travels. Chapter 7. The next morning, Kerstin was eager to explore the city. She intended to spend the whole day perusing the shops and marquee booths, watching the city folk barter with the merchants, to learn how herself, and soaking in the novelties of civilization. She also needed to find a messenger who could deliver her letter to the other side of the kingdom. However, to her surprise, when she stepped out the door, there was a man, just standing there, next to her front step. She recoiled in alarm, not merely because a stranger was loitering outside her place of residence, but because he was a very skinny, sallow stranger in a brown robe with tonsured hair. A monk. She swallowed dryly. Her fingers tensed like crooked talons. "Who are you?" The monk bowed. "I am Brother Bardus. Forgive me if my presence has startled you. I am your warden." "Pray tell, what do you mean?" "I am to watch over you." "Watch over me?" "Yes," he said softly. "I understand you've lived nearly your entire life in the convent. In the outside world there are many dangers and temptations. I am to act as your guide and constant companion, to accompany you wherever you go, and to ensure that—" "No!" she shrieked. "No!" She pointed a trembling finger at the monk. "You are not welcome here. Begone at once!" Brother Bardus calmly pressed his hands together, as though he had been expecting her outburst. "I am sorry to find myself unwelcome, but I am afraid my presence is compulsory." "On whose prerogative?" "Why, the bishop, of course." "'Tis always the bloody bishop," she hissed. She took out her pipe, but as she raised it to her mouth with a trembling hand, Brother Bardus shook his head in astonished disapproval. "I do not believe smoking to be an appropriate habit for a ward of the church." "Hang the church!" "Sister Kerstin, don't call me that!" "Very well, but should you insist on smoking a pipe while under my supervision, I'm afraid I will have to include mention of it in my report to the bishop, who will no doubt find it necessary to impose further restrictions." Kerstin put away her pipe. She was on the verge of tears, and her voice quivered as she said, "Restrictions? Does he know I've been indentured into the service of the Duke of Klomm?" "I believe it to be the heart of the issue." "You do you? And you plan on reporting my activities to the bishop?" "As is my obligation." "Well, we shall see what his grace has to say about that. I doubt he'll be pleased." "Then he will be displeased." Kerstin bared her teeth. "You can accompany to the castle, then, if you must." "I must." "Ugh!" Kerstin started down the rock path, then stopped halfway and whipped her head back at the monk. "You might as well be of use if you're going to follow me around like a little dog. Do you know where I can send a letter?" Brother Bardus smiled. "I do." Chapter 8. Kerstin sat next to Brother Bardus on a bench in the hallway outside Lord Hammond's study. They'd been at the castle for 2 hours already. She hadn't eaten since she'd woken up. She'd planned to try something exotic in the bazaar square, but since making the monk's acquaintance, she'd been too furious to eat. She was now feeling quite faint. She bolted upright as the door opened, and the same page boy she'd seen the previous night came out with an armful of scrolls. The door shut behind him as he hurried off down the hall. The Duke was alone now in his study. She could barge in. He'd be angry, but not as angry as he'd be when she told him of the morning's events. However, she lost her nerve as she heard voices and gusty laughter from men coming up the stairs. Seneschal Fingal led the source of the laughter, a very large man with plump cheeks and a puffed-up barrel chest, toward the Duke's study. Kerstin looked up at him hopefully, but he merely gave her the slightest nod in passing as they went in to see the Duke. "Hammond, you fat bastard, how are you?" roared the visitor. Then their voices were muffled as the door was closed behind them. Kerstin turned to the monk in shock, wondering with some admiration who would have the nerve to speak to the Duke of Klomm in so colloquial a manner. "Lord Kendrick," said Bardus, "the Duke's little brother." The door opened again, and Fingal slipped out into the hall. "Kerstin, is everything all right?" "Oh, thank bloody Morag! No, Finn, 'tis not all right. I need to see his grace. It seems the bishop has seen fit to provide me with a chaperone. So now I have this monk following me around everywhere, like I'm some damned child." Fingal frowned. "Is that so?" Bardus stood up from the bench. "Brother Bardus, at your service," he said, smiling as he extended his hand to the seneschal. Fingal eyed him suspiciously as he shook his hand. "Seneschal Fingal." "There perhaps has been some miscommunication," said Bardus. "I have been appointed by the bishop to be the girl's warden." "You see," said Kerstin, "I can't even use the privy by myself." I'm assuming that's a figure of speech. Yes, but he won't let me smoke my pipe. Why not? Seneschal, surely you agree, said Bardas, that smoking is a most inappropriate pastime for a girl in the custody of the church. She's a grown woman. She can do whatever she wants. Yes, have I not told you I'm the age of majority? I'm 18 years old. I don't need a warden. Bardas winced. I'm afraid the bishop will disagree. Kerstin gave an exasperated sigh. But really, Fingal, does his grace know about this? He does not, and he won't be happy about it. But we'll get it sorted. I just fear you'll have to wait a while longer. Kerstin groaned. A door opened further down the hall, and the page boy came out. Ah, perfect, said Fingal, heading off after him. Goddard! Ho, Goddard, I've got a job for you, boy. I need you to run over to the cathedral and summon Bishop Allen to the castle. There's a matter of some urgency. The Duke needs to see him today. The bishop? But, sir... I know. If you get him here before supper, I'll take you hawking. It was another 4 hours before the bishop arrived. Kerstin heard him before she saw him, the butt of his crook staff striking the stone steps, then the splash of color as his purple robes flowed out of the stairwell into the hallway. He was a small man, even with the added stature of the silk mitre on his head, and bald, and he had a hook nose that gave him the appearance of a vulture. His lips spread into a toothy grin when he saw her. This smile, Kerstin believed, was supposed to disarm her, to show that he had come amiably to engage in friendly dialogue. She would have none of it. She'd even made up her mind not to curtsy when he arrived, as an act of protest. However, to her dismay, she found herself rising from the bench with her warden. Your Excellency, said Brother Bardas, bowing reverently. Good morrow, said the bishop. You must be Kerstin. I'm Bishop Allen. A Shayleys peace be with you. And with thy spirit, said Kerstin, automatically dipping into a humble curtsy. I mean, I've nothing to say to you until the Duke is ready to see us, Your Excellency. To her surprise, he had not made the pretentious show of offering her his hand so she could stoop to kiss the enormous ring, as the Bishop of Erloa made a habit of doing whenever he came to the convent. The bishop chuckled. I understand. Is he ready now, do you think? Just then the door opened, and Seneschal Fingal came out into the hall. Your Excellency, he said, bowing curtly. Lord Hammond will see you now. Bishop Allen gestured to the doorway. Shall we? It was a small thing, hardly noticeable, but as Kerstin skulked into the Duke's study, she had an acute awareness that he was shepherding her inside. That alone rattled her, as if this small defeat was to set the tone for the conversation they were about to have. Her knees trembled as she stood before the Duke's desk, until he indicated silently that she was to sit. Another such defeat. The bishop sat in a chair next to her, while Brother Bardas lingered behind her, and Fingal stood by the door with his hands behind his back. Lord Hammond leaned in over his desk, seeming to squeeze his fat self between the stacks of scrolls and parchments piled high on either side of him, and removed his gold-rimmed spectacles as he shifted his eyes between Kerstin and the bishop. Your Excellency, he muttered. Your Grace, how are you? Busy. Yes, I'm sure you are. Kerstin had been expecting some sort of apology for being made to wait out in the hall for the last 6 hours, but received none. The Duke did not address her at all. Instead, he pointed his plump finger at her while he spoke to the bishop. This girl, he said, is in my service. I have approval from Bishop Gerard. Bishop Allen looked at her and then back to the Duke, as though he was expecting something more. Yes, Your Grace. Lord Hammond opened his hands. So, then what's this I hear about this monk you've got following her around everywhere? Well, as you know, said Bishop Allen, when Bishop Gerard gave his approval for her to leave the convent, he transferred her residence to Klomm. However, she still retains her status as a ward of the church, meaning that she is now under my diocesan jurisdiction. Kerstin irritably scratched her head and wondered what would happen if she tried to smoke her pipe right there in the Duke's study. Given the nature of her employment, continued the bishop, I thought it necessary to monitor her actions. Kerstin squeezed her nails into her palm.
And just what do you think the nature of her employment is? Asked the Duke. I brought her here to research philosophical paradigms from Bacchanangus time.
Your Grace.
What? You don't believe me?
The bishop resituated his purple robe and leaned toward the desk. Your Grace, it's obvious why you brought her here. To continue Fistrom's research. And considering what happened with him, I want to keep a close eye on her, for her own good as well as everyone else's. The last thing I want to see is this poor girl meet the same fate as her brother. Kerstin's heart was pounding, but to her surprise, the Duke slumped back in his grand chair.
No fooling you, is there, Bishop? So what do you want?
Your Grace?
A donation? Perhaps your cathedral needs a new steeple.
At this the bishop seemed offended. Your Grace, I did not commission her warden to gather bribes. Can you not see I am genuinely concerned for the girl's safety and well-being? Seneschal Fingal spoke up from the door. Perhaps then your Excellency might have imposed a female warden instead of a man. Bishop Allen shifted uncomfortably. The Duke stared at him, bushy eyebrows raised. I agree it would be more appropriate, said the bishop, but it's not so simple. Finding a volunteer at such short notice for such an arduous task.
Nonsense, said the Duke. You could have ordered any nun from any abbey in the diocese to be her warden.
I do not run my diocese like an army camp, Your Grace. And to be frank, I wanted someone in whom I knew I could place my absolute trust, and whom— He lowered his voice, as though despite her sitting right next to him, he did not wish for her to hear, and whom would not be easily perturbed. I've heard there were complaints. Apparently she nearly cut a girl's throat. That was ages ago, Kerstin hissed. My lords, if I may, said Brother Bardas, if it is the girl's dignity that concerns you, might I add that I would happily remove from myself those parts you fear might be the cause of such an indiscretion? The three men stared at the monk in disbelief. The Duke raised his brow.
Is he suggesting that he—
Well, I know I'd feel better, said Kerstin. Bishop Allen shook his head. No, Brother Bardas was selected for this task because of his passion for the church. But I fear he may be at times rather overzealous.
I should say so, said the Duke. But, Your Excellency, that issue aside, don't you think you're being rather overzealous? I mean, the girl's the age of majority. She's in my care, and she spent the last 15 years in a convent. Do you really think she'll just suddenly start practicing witchcraft?
You yourself have said there is a fine line between witchcraft and alchemy, said the bishop. And speaking of witchcraft, he reached into his robe and took out a folded parchment, the sight of which made Kerstin turn white with rage. The girl has not been here 2 days, and she has already attempted to correspond with a person of known disrepute. Lord Hammond's face tightened with concern.
Is that so? Who, exactly?
A white witch, an excommunicant. Sadie of Sweetwater. Kerstin began to shake. The Duke eyed her, and then the bishop.
Your Excellency, don't tell me you actually mean to—
I'm afraid so, said Bishop Allen. Your Grace, can't you do something about this? Kerstin asked desperately. The Duke opened his mouth, but the bishop interjected. It's not his jurisdiction. Then very softly he added, I'm sorry, Kerstin. It's for your own good. Sobbing, Kerstin stood up from the chair and marched out of the study. Brother Bardas hurried after her, and Lord Hammond shook his head as Seneschal Fingal shut the door behind him.
That's a cold move.
Bishop Allen picked at the seam of his robe and tilted up his chin. I stand by my decision.
A Shaley's teeth, Bishop. It's one thing to read the girl's mail, but to confiscate it? Come on. So she wants to see her mother. What's wrong with that? You've got your damn warden watching her.
Your Grace, I know this seems callous, but you must understand that I take no pleasure in it, and that I would not do such a thing if it were not necessary.
It's not necessary.
The bishop's face flinched with anger. You didn't have to deal with the parents. He swallowed, eyes glistening as he looked up at the ceiling. Your Grace, it was not a light decision that we took the girl from her mother and put her in the convent. But the church believed it for the best, for everyone, Kerstin included.
All right, Bishop. It was my suggestion, lied the Duke.
What was?
That she invite her mother up. I figured it's been a long time since she's seen any of her relations. But more pertinently, I believed there would be some relevance to the investigation. My investigation. And that it would help avoid more terrible mishaps if Kerstin would be able to question her mother about her brother. I naturally assumed there'd be no issue with her family staying in the residence you provided for her. But if I have to summon them here myself and put them up in the castle for a week, I will. And frankly, he said, your boy won't be permitted entry.
Bishop Allen set his jaw. Is that so? Well, it seems we are all to be thorns in each other's sides.
Seems that way.
Very well. He stood up and tossed a letter on Lord Hammond's desk. They might as well come then. But I don't like it. Everything about your arrangement makes me uncomfortable. I suspect you and that girl will bring a heap of trouble on us all. The Duke pressed his pudgy fingers together as he glanced down at the letter, and then up at the bishop.
Good day, Your Excellency.
The bishop chuckled in disbelief. Your Grace, he hissed, and whirled out of the room. That was kind of you, Your Grace, said Seneschal Fingal once he was gone. The Duke made a sour face as he tapped his nose with Kerstin's letter.
Yes, well, now she's in a very challenging position. And so are we. I expected the church to meddle, but this is a major obstacle in our investigation. He sighed. You better have a word with her.
As you will, Your Grace. The Duke extended him the letter.
And deal with this, would you?
Chapter 9. It was sunset when Seneschal Fingal arrived at the Church of the Victrix Holy. Brother Bardas sat outside the front door of the parsonage, thumbing his prayer beads in the golden light. The monk looked up in surprise as he trotted his horse into the yard, and stood up as he dismounted. Good evening, Seneschal, he said cheerfully. Brother Bardas? She's in there, isn't she? Yes, but... Fingal exhaled through his nostrils as the monk placed himself in front of him, barring the way to the door. I'm afraid I cannot allow a member of the opposite sex to go inside and be alone with her. That would be most inappropriate. You must be joking. No, my Lord Seneschal, I'm afraid not. As the girl's warden, it is my solemn duty to safeguard her propriety in all manners of life, particularly regarding relations with men. Fingal cocked an eyebrow. You know that every man in the city is under my command. Brother Bardas raised his chin fervently. Make a martyr of me if you must, sir, but I will not move. A martyr? You've got quite an imagination, boy. What, you think I'm just going to have you dragged out to the square and killed? Just for not getting out of my way? I'm not going to do that. I might have you arrested, though." The monk sniffed and folded his arms across his chest. "Take me away, then, if you must. But I have done no wrong. You can bring no charge against me." "Are you sure? How about mischief?" Brother Bardas appeared offended. "Mischief?" "Aye, mischief." Fingal looked around. "And I don't see a latrine out here, so we could add public defecation." The monk turned red. "Public? Are you serious?" "Oh, yes. In a city this size, sanitation is a very serious matter." "But the streets are full of... from the horses." "Horses, yes. And the Duke employs people to clean it up. Now, if I have to send some poor sop around to clean up after you, too, that's an extra expense coming from the Duke's coffers. And he can't have that. So there'll be a fine." "A fine?" "Per instance." "Per instance?" "And you'll likely be repeating said violation once a day? Twice a day?" "My lord!" "Now, you don't look like you've got much in the way of coin, so we can assume the bishop will be paying these fines on your behalf?" "That's bound to get awkward. However, I'm not unreasonable. Let me do what I've got to do, and I'll let you do what you've got to do." "Of course," said Brother Bardas, stepping aside. Of course, Seneschal. Forgive me. I can tend to be overzealous at times." "Indeed," said Fingal. "But as to the girl's propriety, you'll be right outside." "Yes, of course." Fingal knocked. There was movement around inside, and a moment later Kerstin opened the door. Her eyes were pink and puffy, and her dark hair was damp with tears. She looked vulnerable, helpless. Yet when she saw him, her eyes filled with hope, as though he hadn't been the one to pressure her to leave the convent, to come and do the Duke's bidding, as though he wasn't the one who would oversee her mission and place her in peril. He was a commander, barking on the general's orders. She was on the front line, marching, very likely toward her doom. But there was something about the way she looked up at him, something in her blue eyes that worked on him, something that made him feel rather hostile to the bishop and the monk standing outside her door. "Finn, I wasn't expecting you," she sniffed. "Come in, please." She shut the door behind him. "Can I get you a drink? Or something to eat? I was just starting on supper." "I'd love to, but I'm afraid... just some water, if you wouldn't mind." "Of course." Kerstin returned from the kitchen with a clay cup of water and the thick, sweet smell of tobacco. Her long black pipe was hanging from one corner of her mouth. "I hope you don't mind," she said, "but that monk told me I can't smoke. I've closed the curtain so he can't see, but if he smells it through the door, I figured he'd be less likely to barge in and rebuke me while you're here." "I don't mind, and I'm sorry about all of this. We really had no idea." Kerstin dragged on her pipe. "Yes, well, aside from being an outrageous affront to my independence, I suppose it mucks things up a bit for us, doesn't it?" "Indeed. And that's what I've come to talk to you about. But before that, I'd like to reassure you that the bishop has relented, and the letter to your mother has been sent." Tears glistened briefly in her eyes. "Thank you. Truly." "However, He paused as she sobbed into the back of her hand. "I'm sorry," she sniffed. "It just has been such a long time." She composed herself with a long draw on her pipe, which she hissed out in a long blue cloud. "My apologies, Seneschal. You were saying?" No, that's quite all right. I was going to say that it's actually rather fortunate the way things turned out. Now we know the church is monitoring your activity very closely, reading your mail, and it's a good thing we discovered that with a letter to your mother, rather than a letter to you-know-who. Well, how am I to proceed if I can't send a bloody letter to anyone? Simple. You aren't to send letters. You're to write them, bring them to me, and then I'll send them from the castle. I just don't know how you're going to get them to me without your warden knowing about it. Couldn't I have a private audience with the Duke and give him the letter then?" Fingal raised a brow. "Not unless you don't mind waiting for 6 hours every time you need to see him. Besides, we can be sure that every meeting you have, such as the one we're having now, will be reported to the bishop. We cannot afford to establish a discernible pattern in the case this all goes awry. Bah, this whole thing's a damn nuisance. Kerstin opened her mouth and then quickly shut it, her blue eyes darting back and forth. Then she bit down on the stem of her pipe and sent him a devious look. I think I have an idea. Several days later, Kerstin sat with her elbows on the dining room table, combing her fingers through her black hair, muttering to herself as she sifted through the mess of unfurled parchments strewn before her. Candlelight danced on the yellowed pages. It was early in the morning. She'd been up all night, and now she'd finally found the letter she was looking for. She whispered aloud as she scanned the lines of elegant cursive, then tapped the stem of her pipe on a certain paragraph. With her other hand, she traced her finger down the page of one of the final entries in her brother's journal. She slumped back in her chair. It seemed that though the Duke had kept these documents hidden from the church, he had not read them himself. Lord Hammond had mentioned overseeing Fistrom's investigation on behalf of the king, but at least according to his journal, Fistrom had been in contact with His Majesty himself, apparently without the Duke's knowledge. It was obvious what had taken place. This vain quest for immortality had been a failure. Even after exhausting all his efforts and resources, Fistrom had been unable to produce any kind of results for the king. He had been afraid. He had feared what would become of him if he reported it had all been for naught. But somewhere along the line, through all his scouring of libraries and places of artifacts and ancient relics, he had come into contact with his mysterious correspondent. Through their influence, he abandoned the notion of finding immortality. It was impossible. However, long-lasting life, a life that would endure to the end of the world, was attainable. But it was a dark path. Fistrom's correspondent seemed fond of entertaining hypothetical scenarios, for they suggested not only that he would need to commune with the Elkari, but that he would need to undo the seal of Morag and awaken the demons of old, for in their full power they might grant him what he sought. As to how he might go about that, Fistrom's correspondent offered several possibilities. She did not believe Fistrom had any desire to do such a thing, at least not at first. It was logical, however, that he might have submitted this new idea of elongated life to the king as an alternative to immortality so as not to appear empty-handed, taking care to fully disclose the sinister nature of what was required. Likely, the answer he had received had been unexpected. There was no actual proof. There was no letter from the king. There was only an unsubstantiated claim in the back of her brother's journal. However, it was enough to suggest that King Torg did plausibly know the identity of Fistrom's correspondent, or at least how to contact them. She would put that in her report to the Duke. It was also enough for the church to open an inquiry into the king's involvement in Fistrom's crimes. Kerstin got a sharp knife from the kitchen and very carefully cut out the last few entries of the journal. Destroyed but not forgotten. Those were her orders. However, as she held the clipped-out pages near to the candle flame, a thought came into her mind. The parchment she was holding in her hand implicated the King of Akos as an accessory to the most heinous series of murders that anyone could remember. Would it not be wiser, in the interest of self-preservation, to hang on to them? She'd then have something to bargain with if anything went awry, which, given the way she was being monitored, was not unlikely. Another idea came into her head. If she was supposed to continue her brother's research, she should keep notes, misleading, fabricated notes that would suggest to any curious monk or churchman that she was doing what they were under the impression she was doing. The rest of the journal, after all, she intended to keep and study thoroughly, for it contained many valuable insights into the world of alchemy and magic. A devious smile spread across her lips as she drew a blank leaf of parchment from across the table, and the tip of her quill pen tinked against the rim of the inkwell as she dabbed it into the black liquid, and began what would be the first of her own series of entries. When she finished, she sat back in her chair and took a long drag on her pipe. Fistrum's correspondent, who had only been referred to as such in the journal, and who only signed off as the alchemist, had demonstrated in their letters not only a profound learning, but a wealth of resources not accessible by common folk. Either this alchemist had been in a similar situation to Fistrum with a noble patron funding their endeavors, or they were a member of the nobility themselves. The latter was the more plausible scenario. There was a certain air of condescension in their letters that made it quite clear who was the mentor and who was the disciple. Kerstin cocked her head as she flipped over the page. There was the following scribbled in the corner of one of the entries. Fat Bear Inn, Alchemist. If all Fistrum's letters had been sent to this Fat Bear Inn as she expected, then there was reason to believe this mysterious correspondent either owned the inn or had residence within, say, a 10-mile radius. That would narrow it down. Chapter 10. Monk! Snapped Kerstin as she poked her head out the front door. Brother Bardas jumped and stood up from where he was sitting on the grass beside her doorstep and pulled back his pointed hood. Yes? What is it? Are we going somewhere? There was a desperation in the way he was looking at her that gave her some satisfaction. While she was inside lounging about with Fistrum's research, drinking, smoking, sleeping in her comfortable bed, soaking herself in the bath, cooking herself something to eat, her long-suffering warden was out in the elements with nothing to occupy him but his prayer beads and the hope that he might soon have the privilege of accompanying her to some place other than her doorstep. Yes, I have business at the castle library. The monk sighed as if this was some great relief to him. But I'd like to go to the Bazaar Square first. Do you know your way around? I do, but... Kerstin squinted up at the sun and held her arm up in front of her face. Blood and damnation, 'tis hot out. She adjusted her headscarf so it covered her a little more. Well, that's just it, said Brother Bardas. It is the heat of the day, and the shops will be closed now until later in the afternoon. Perhaps on the way back? Kerstin peered at him, noticing that he was considerably less pasty than he had been the other day. Then she realized she had not left the parsonage in over a week. Ha! The poor fool! She'd been so engrossed in her work that she hadn't even noticed. However, she was disappointed to hear about the shops. She'd been hoping to buy a nice perfume. She'd always dreamed of owning a perfume, and had been looking forward to sampling a wide variety of enticing fragrances. And it had been her design, once she had chosen a new scent, to wear it to the castle. Alas! Kerstin started down the path to the gate, then stopped halfway to reach into the basket on her wrist and take out her pipe and tobacco. Brother Bardas gave her a strange look as she packed the bowl. I thought we agreed... Kerstin struck a match and sucked on the mouthpiece. Sister Kerstin! She blew smoke in his face, causing him to cough and wave the cloud away. Sister Kerstin, really? For one thing, she said, I told you not to call me that. I'm not a nun and never was. As to what we agreed, you said you would tell the bishop I smoke a pipe which will result in further restrictions imposed on my valuable independence. I said I would tell the seneschal you climbed up in that tree there to look in the window while I was taking a bath. The monk turned pink. What? But you didn't actually. And I certainly never. But I only need to say you did, don't I? But it isn't even remotely true. Yes, but I suppose 'tis more what people are inclined to believe. Kerstin clamped her teeth on the stem of her pipe. And I understand people are inclined to believe, ironically enough, that any man who would willingly choose a life of celibacy must be a pervert and a liar. You're the liar, hissed the monk. Kerstin shrugged. That'll be up to the seneschal. Now, monk, do we have an agreement? Or are you going to die on a hill over every little thing? The monk drew in his breath. I mean, you are a ward of the church, but I suppose
You are also the age of majority, and as such should be entitled to certain concessions.
Blessed heroine! At last the words of a reasonable man.
But let me outline these certain concessions. First of all, you will call me Kerstin, not Sister Kerstin. Secondly, I can do whatever I want inside the parsonage. If I want to get blind drunk or stumble around naked high as a kite, 'tis nobody's business but my own. No. Yes. Thirdly, outside of the parsonage, when you must follow me around, I should be allowed to spend my money on whatever I want, smoke as much as I like, and use whatever sort of language I please. Additionally, you will mind your own business and generally not be a pain in the backside when my mother and niece come to visit. If that be the case, I see no reason for there to be any trouble between us. Agreed? Brother Bardas held up his finger and opened his mouth to protest, then closed it again and curled his finger back into a fist. Very well, Kerstin. Good. Come along, then. The Castle Klomm library was an immense hall with vaulted ceilings, painted with a scene of Morag dancing with the Ascenti in the moonlight. Rays of sun spilled in through tall windows, falling along the rows and rows of bookshelves. There were so many books that the shelves went up a second story, accessible by a spiraled wooden staircase that led up to a mezzanine with iron rails that went all around the library. Kerstin sighed as she looked up at all the books. Lord Hammond's library considerably dwarfed the one at the convent. She could spend hours in here feeding her curiosity about all manner of subjects. However, she had a mission. There was work to be done. She clapped her hands together. Maps. His Grace's collection would be over there, said Brother Bardas, leading her between the rows of bookcases to a series of cabinets with long, thin drawers on the other side of the library. At least this fool knew his way around. That was one thing. Kerstin pulled open one of the drawers and gazed at the big sheets of oiled vellum. Good heavens, she whispered, brushing her fingers over the first map. They were beautifully drawn and immensely valuable. She delicately thumbed through them. There was a map of every city in the kingdom. She slid out one from near the bottom. A map of Klomm and the surrounding area. Well, if you're going to stay here and watch me work, you might as well be of use, she said, spreading out the map on a sunlit table beneath one of the windows. Bardas shrugged. What would you like me to do? Find me a map of Akos I can use as an index. The monk nodded and pulled open a drawer and began shifting through the map sheets. Kerstin sighed as she looked over the meticulously detailed map of Klomm. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny words scrawled over nearly every feature in an olden-style script she could hardly read. She swallowed. Ever heard of the Fat Bear Inn? She asked. Can't say I have, replied the monk, without looking up. Why do you ask? 'Tis relevant, I assure you, she muttered, and beginning in one corner of the map, she slowly ran her finger over the first place name and whispered it aloud. The moon was visible through the library windows. Kerstin held a candelabra in one hand as she scoured the map labels of some obscure village in a far-flung corner of Asagal County. Brother Bardas was asleep in a chair, his chest gently rising and falling with quiet snores. He jerked upright as Kerstin slammed her fist down on the table. Suffering damnation! The monk blinked at her and smacked his lips. Can't find it? No, I can't find it, and I've been through every map of every village in the whole bloody kingdom. She squeezed her thumb and fingers over her burning eyes. Blessed heroine! Brother Bardas looked around him and bent over to pick up his prayer beads from where they had fallen to the floor. Well, he yawned. What makes you so sure it's in the kingdom? She looked up, frowning. What? The monk was looking at her like he was doing his best not to laugh. Is it possible this inn you're looking for is not in Akos?
Yes, except for the fact that her brother had written it down in Acacian, and all the maps of other kingdoms were labeled in their native language. She had overlooked a significant detail. As a Westerner, she had missed it, but generally speaking, given our proximity to the border, would you say most people in Klomm speak Kerrigan? Again that look. You really ought to visit the Bazaar Square, he said. But yes, generally speaking, Klomm is a bilingual city. Indeed. Her brother would have been like her, a Westerner who arrived in the city later in life and would have had to learn the language. If the Fat Bear Inn was a Kerrigan establishment, which she could deduce, again, by how close they were to the border, he'd written it down in his own tongue for his convenience. I'll need a lexicon. Any idea where I might find one? Dolganaya Hane, said the monk, nestling himself into a more comfortable position and shutting his eyes. I beg your pardon? The Fat Bear Inn, in Kerrigan. Dolganaya Hane. Oh, of all the bloody... And, how do you spell that? It was dawn when Kerstin finally found it, and the smoke of the extinguished candles shimmered in the rays of light streaming down through the windows. The Fat Bear Inn was located near an out-of-the-way crossroads, some 30 miles northwest of the Kerrigan capital of Zerai. Kerstin sat back in her chair. Her skin felt clammy, and she had a rotten feeling in her stomach. She could see the purple bags under her eyes and her reflection on the candelabra. She couldn't wait to get back to the parsonage and crawl into her comfortable bed, though the thought of trudging back across the city in the morning sun made her head swim. And she wasn't finished yet. She could hear people shuffling about in the castle now, and she was certain Seneschal Fingal would be up. She'd have to run into him on her way out. She glanced at the sleeping monk with her tired eyes, and considered sneaking out to meet the Seneschal without him, but decided not to risk it. Instead, she wrote out her request and tucked it in the drawer with the maps. Then she went over and kicked Brother Bardas in the shin. Wake up, monk. Nap time's over. Brother Bardas snorted. What? Morning already? Indeed. Now come along. I'm keen to be off to bed. Seneschal Fingal was sitting on a bench at a long table in the great hall, having a breakfast of porridge with the servants and castle guards. He wiped his mouth and stood up when he saw her coming. Good morning, Kerstin. You're here early. Late, actually. I've been here all night looking at maps. Have you? Must have been awfully interesting to keep you up all night. Fascinating. And it did allow the monk a chance to sleep indoors for once, so that was a privilege for him. The monk bowed as though he was honored to be merely acknowledged. But have you ever... Oh, Kerstin yawned into her fist. Have you ever perused His Grace's map collection, Seneschal? Can't say I have. I don't spend much time in the library. Worth having a look? Indeed. The cartography is masterful, and there was a map... excuse me. There was a map of Sweetwater Cove, where I was born. So don't forget to look at that one if you ever do get a chance to visit the library. He nodded understandably, as she gave him a wink. Chapter 11. Several days later, Kerstin heard voices on the doorstep. As usual, the monk was giving her visitor a hard time about their business. However, it gave her a chance to scurry upstairs and examine herself in the bathroom mirror. She dipped a cloth in the wash basin and dabbed at a smear of dark lipstick at the corner of her mouth. Coming! Coming! She called as the knocking started. Butterflies flapped in her stomach as she hurried down to the door. She wondered what the Seneschal would think of her new appearance. It would, of course, be him stopping by to deliver her requested materials in person and to come in for a glass of wine. To her disappointment, it was only the two youths, Marcus and Goddard. They'd left a horse and cart in the street and were carrying a chest between them. Their eyes widened as they saw her. The documents you requested, miss, said Goddard. Then he smiled. You've been to the Bazaar Square. I have, said Kerstin. She has, said Brother Bardas, waving his hand in front of his nose. And now you've got the whole rectory smelling like a body house. The bishop will not care for this. You know what a body house smells like, do you? Snickered Marcus. Goddard shook his head at the notion. No, he doesn't. It smells like more than just perfume in a body house. The monk's jaw fell open. My son! The vices of the flesh! He held up a hand as though to remind himself that it was none of his business what the castle youths did in their free time. He cleared his throat. But really, Sister Kerstin. Our agreement, Brother Bardas? Yes, Kerstin. But as I recall, as I was there with you, the merchant specifically told you subtlety was the way to do it, and that you only need the smallest drop. I'll put on as much as I like, thank you very much. Now, would you boys like to come in? That thing looks heavy. She directed them into the dining room where they set the chest down against the wall. These documents are on loan from the Trade Guild, huffed Goddard. They want them back by the end of the week. Indeed, said Kerstin, lighting her pipe. I imagine they do. And Seneschal Fingal says if you require assistance, we're to help you with whatever you need. Does he now? Well, that's nice of him. Let's open it up and see what we're working with. The chest was filled with stacks of glossy brown parchments. Many had official-looking headers, and most had black ribbons stamped beneath red or green wax seals. However, the style of handwriting on each was a little different. Some boasted elegant script, started and finished with a graceful flourish of the pen. Some were messily written, obviously by a left-handed noble whose childhood tutors had forced them to use a right hand. Some had very large letters, some very small. Some seemed masculine, others feminine. Some had been written in very straight lines, while others drooped off towards the edge of the page. All were written in the Kerrigan tongue. Kerstin blew smoke out the corner of her mouth as she lifted one of the parchments out of the chest. Can either of you read what this says? Marcus squinted over her shoulder. It says, an agreement between Sir Atom of Talisa and the Merchant Guild of Klomm concerning the sale and purchase of domestic textiles. Ugh, tedious subject, said Kerstin. But we can assume the guild drafted it, so 'tis no good anyway. What about that one there, that scribbly one? It's a letter from, Lord Karen Azil, said Goddard, endorsing his man. Yes, good. That be the sort of thing I'm after. If you boys can sort through all those, and let's see, what say you organize them into piles on the floor? One for each Kerrigan lord. Anything written by the guild you can put back. Goddard and Marcus looked at each other and shrugged. Then each lifted a stack of parchments from the chest. It was quick work once the boys had arranged the documents for her. Kerstin made a list of each nobleman, and then went through each stack, one at a time, and compared the handwriting of the documents to that of the letters from Fistrum's correspondent. The lords had not written all the documents in their own hand, and so each had to be carefully examined. Not one parchment could be overlooked. However, she was fortunate in that it seemed her brother's mysterious correspondent did not seem to trust his affair to others. And it was indeed a he. For as the sun began to set beyond the parsonage window, blazing orange over the black silhouettes of the city rooftops, Kerstin found a match. Zildok Nassar. Lord Hammond peered up at her over his spectacles, his feather pen still fixed between his pudgy, ink-stained fingers. The stacks of parchments on his desk had grown larger since the last time she had been in his office, and she noticed that several smaller stacks had been started on the floor around him. He had, in fact, cancelled their meeting, and had only agreed to reschedule upon her insistence that she had made significant progress in her investigation. To her dismay, he opened his hands and shrugged his fat shoulders as though the name meant nothing to him. She looked to Seneschal Fingal, who stood by the door with his hands behind his back. then again to the Duke. "You haven't heard of him, then?"
"I might have heard the name once or twice."
He had no idea who he was. That was a shame. She'd been hoping he would be able to tell her a little about him, rather than the other way around. "You really know nothing about this person?" She was getting on his nerves now. She could see it on his face.
"What do you want me to say? He's a nobody, some petty lord of no consequence. You think I know the life story of every knight and baronet in Ecosse, let alone the surrounding kingdoms?"
"You certainly seemed to know enough about me."
"A different matter entirely. But either way, I presume you intend to reach out to him soon."
"Soon, Your Grace," she said. "I have been studying Fistrom's journal closely, but I'd like to take more time to become further acquainted with the subjects of alchemy and magic before I write to him."
"Yes, that's good. Establish a solid cover. I think that's prudent."
It was not a cover at all. She had taken a genuine interest in her brother's craft, and had even procured certain reagents with the intent of emulating a minor transmutation of her own.
"And I suppose the two of you've worked out some method to dispatch your communications with this individual without—"
Here the Duke jerked his head towards the door out to the hall.
"Without his knowing? That is, aside from converging in my office every time you need to send a letter."
Kerstin met Fingal's glance and saw the corners of his mouth twitch into the subtlest of smirks. "We've a method, yes."
"Very good," said the Duke. "This is excellent work, and I am pleased. I pray you will continue to conduct your investigation with this same diligence."
Kerstin plucked at her skirts as she dipped into a curtsy. "Why you honor me, Your Grace."
"Yes, and now—"
Lord Hammond turned up the palm of his fleshy hand and gestured to the door. "Oh, Your Grace," said Kerstin, turning back on her way out. "There was one other thing." The Duke raised his bushy eyebrows and waited for her to speak. "I believe you may be right about the king." He looked at Fingal, then back to her, and leaned in over his desk.
"Go on."
"There were some entries near the end of my brother's journal. If what Fistrom claims is true, then his actions here in Klomm were carried out at His Majesty's behest." He stared at her for an uncomfortable moment until she continued. "It seems my brother also had a private arrangement with the king, superseding his arrangement with Your Grace." Very slowly the Duke turned his head and stared at Seneschal Fingal from under his brow.
"See," he said. "Still think I'm jumping to conclusions?"
"I do not, Your Grace." The Duke turned back to Kerstin.
"And these excerpts, your brother's incriminating entries, where are they now?"
Kerstin raised her chin. "I have of course destroyed them, as per your lordship's instruction." Lord Hammond slumped back in his chair, nodding.
"Good, then. That's for the best."
And that was the first time she lied to the Duke of Klomm. Chapter 12. To a certain noble alchemist, for his eyes only. Your lordship, I am contacting you as the younger sister of Fistrom of Sweetwater. The Duke of Klomm has commissioned me to continue my brother's research. In his notes, he frequently refers to his correspondent, whose insight was of the utmost value to his investigation, but he mentions you only once by name in the final entries of his journal. I fear he was coming rather out of his mind, for up until that point his writings were the factual and ordered note-keeping of an adept, and he had been quite careful to preserve the secret of your identity, whereas, near the end, he had become less careful, and his writings became the delusional ramblings of a lunatic. However, you may take solace that His Grace the Duke of Klomm had his agents procure this journal when Fistrom came under examination by the Morrigan Church, fearing its contents might implicate him. He assures me it has remained securely hidden ever since, and that neither he nor any of his men have read it. I, for one, can attest to the verity of this claim, as Fistram had indeed made serious allegations in his journal which would not have been overlooked, namely, the implication of the king himself. The Duke knows not of this, nor does he have any idea as to your identity. I have removed the final entries of my brother's journal and destroyed them, so that in the event I am discovered, this information will remain secret. For I should warn you, my movements are highly scrutinized. Regarding my brother's research, I confess that, while the Duke has ordered me to carry on looking into a means of everlasting life, or elongated life, as you and my brother suggested, which I believe to be a more plausible achievement, I myself am more interested in a different kind of power. Having given a thorough examination of Fistram's records and many works in the Duke's library, I have developed the hypothesis that the potency of white magic, though weak and costly to the individual caster, whose life force must be given in the spell's transaction, could be magnified exponentially if the price of the spell could be diverted from the caster to another source, or even multiple sources. In truth, whatever arrangement you had with Fistram, I wish to continue with you myself, if you are willing, though I am fully devoted to my craft and study it with insatiable fascination. I am only a novice and in need of a great mentor. I place myself at your disposal. Should you have it in mind that I can be of service to you in any way, my lord, no cost would be too great. Your would-be apprentice, Kerstin of Klomm. The leaves had begun to change, and the tree outside Kerstin's bedroom window was a blaze of red. She squinted in the bright sunlight as she sat up in the tangled sheets, her mouth dry and sour, her head throbbing with last night's wine. Autumn wind buffeted the parsonage, rustling the crimson leaves and rattling the window panes. The air was cold in her room, and Kerstin hissed as she lowered her bare feet to the floorboards and pulled the sheets around her shoulders. She coughed as she stood up on trembling knees, hunched over like an old granny. She coughed again, gagged, and pressed a hand to her pounding head. "You'd think I'd have learned by now," she muttered, staggering out into the hall. She paused at the top of the stairs, one hand lighting on the banister, the other closed into a fist before her mouth. It seemed like such a long way down to the living room, and an even longer time before she could collapse huffing onto the couch, trying not to heave her stomach up. One step. Kerstin took a deep breath through pursed lips, then another. From there, Kerstin could see down to the fireplace. There was no more wood left on the hearth. She'd have to fetch some up from the basement. Gah! She weighed the option of going back to bed, then took another step down. Better to get it over with and get the damn fire on and start warming up the house. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs and doubled over, retching in the entryway. It was fortunate that her stomach was empty, but that was also partly the problem. She coughed and wiped a string of drool from the side of her mouth, and wondered if Bardas could hear her dry heaving from outside. What judgmental thoughts passed through his tonsured head as he sat out there day and night? Did he despise her as much as she despised him? At the very least, he must consider her a disgrace to the Sisters of Guarded Virtue. The thought filled Kerstin with pride. But what did he think about all day? It occurred to her that, unless she left the house, giving reason for him to follow, he would not ever leave that spot. Not really, anyway. She had seen him from her bedroom window, strolling the yard in front of the parsonage, sometimes stretching and exercising, sometimes greeting a passer-by and chatting with them over the gate, sometimes sitting under the tree with his sandaled feet spread out in front of him. It would not be difficult to leave without his knowing. Not really. How long might he watch over an empty parsonage before he became suspicious? And would he enter? But he might find her naked in the bath. It would almost be worth it to have him walk in on her, just to see the horror and embarrassment on his face. Kerstin pressed the switches in the mantel, and the fireplace grumbled aside, revealing the stairs down to the basement. A cold draft groaned up from the dark stone passage. She shivered, coughed, and made her way down. A flame hissed to life as she struck a match and lit a single candle at the crude archway at the bottom of the steps, illuminating the dank chamber. Strings of various herbs dangled from the ceiling, which she'd gathered from the fields and forests outside the city. Brother Bardus knew a great deal about botany and had turned out to be a rather useful companion on such outings. It seemed medicine was a subject of mutual interest, even if for different purposes. The monk had even described where he and some of his brethren had found a poppy field up on the East Mountain. He'd even offered to show her there, an invitation she'd declined. She'd been doing well without the Medak, and she feared to take it up again. There were also other substances she needed to acquire. One side of the rickety workbench was littered with empty jars and bottles she'd washed out. On the other side were another few jars, the contents of which she'd collected when her warden wasn't looking. A couple live mice, a frog, and 2 salamanders she'd captured, a few ravens' feathers, and a dead seagull who'd flown into her kitchen window. She wasn't certain what she'd do with them, but Fistram had mentioned such items in his journal, and she'd decided it would be better to have them on hand. Kerstin stooped down and set the candle on the floor as she gathered up an armful of wood from where it was stacked on one side of the chamber. The rough bark pinched and scratched at her bare arm. The dull ache pulsed in her skull behind her eyes as she looked at the lever that opened the way into the sewer. How long would he watch the empty parsonage before he became suspicious? She gagged again and stumbled back upstairs into the living room. She closed the passage and had just dumped the wood into the fireplace when she heard the monk's voice outside the door. He was talking to someone. Her heart skipped, and for a moment she forgot her self-incited illness as she heard the vaguely familiar voice of a woman speaking in muffled tones. There was a knock on the door. She rose. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach as she hurried to answer it. A woman in a faded green dress, a gray shawl, and mud-caked shoes stood on the doorstep. She was more than 3 times Kerstin's age. Her hair was gray, but still showed tinges of black in places, and the lines were just starting to show in the corners of her eyes. But there was a mischievous twinkle in her gaze, the look of a trickster. "Mother!" she gasped. "You came!" "Hello, child, yes. Come here, dear," she said, pulling her into an embrace. "Oh, it's good to see you." "You too, Mother." Then Kerstin noticed the girl standing to one side. She was about 11 or 12, on the cusp of adolescence, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was quite tanned, as if she'd spent most of the summer outdoors. She wore a gray wool dress and a maroon shawl, and her feet were wrapped up in dirty strips of wool for want of proper footwell. "Hinkle, how you've grown! Why, you're practically a young woman." "Isn't that the truth?" said her mother. "Veritably a taxable villain of Sweetwater, according to the baronet. I'll swear if that blood-sucking little maggot can't smell when a maiden gets her first—" "Nana," said Hinkle, blushing. Then she added shyly, "Hello, Kerstin." "Hello." Kerstin shifted her gaze to where Brother Bardus stood in the sun some distance away, fingering his prayer beads, carelessly twisting this way and that, as though he expected to be properly introduced. "I see you've met the monk." "Yes," said her mother, eyes narrowing. "I was about to ask." "Indeed," said Brother Bardus, venturing nearer. "We've only spoken briefly. I told them I wasn't sure you were up yet. This is your mother and— your niece?" "Aye. This be my niece Hinkle, and my mother Sadie, the witch of Sweetwater Cove." "Ah, what a pleasure," he said, as though unperturbed, and stepped closer and offered out his hand. Hinkle reached down and shook it somewhat awkwardly, but Sadie gave a sly smirk. "I'm afraid, Brother Bardas, I cannot shake your hand. If we touch, one of us will burst into flames." "Oh, I'm not sure that's true." Sadie's gaze turned cold. "I am." The monk still did not seem troubled, but he relented and tucked his hands behind his back with a smile. "Will you be showing your family around the city, Kerstin? It's a lovely day." There was that hopeful tone in his voice. He was tired of loitering around her front door and eager for a change of scenery. And who could blame him? Silly fool. "Perhaps another time," she said, taking delight at the subtle disappointment in his face. "My niece and mother are of course exhausted from their long journey, and shall have to spend the day resting indoors." "Oh, very well." "Oh, and Bardas," said Kerstin as she ushered the two women inside, "be a good monk and make sure I don't go anywhere." "So, the church is watching you?" asked Sadie as she dried the last of the supper plates. They had spent the majority of their day in lighter conversation, catching up on the news of Sweetwater and the details of the journey. Kerstin found herself often returning to the subject of Seneschal Fingal and the sort of man he was, which somehow had led to her mother recounting an embarrassing tale about Hinkle and some miller's boy, which had caused her niece to be offended and storm off in a huff. They were now alone, and Kerstin sat at the dining-room table packing her pipe in the candlelight. They're terrified I'm going to follow in Fistrom's footsteps." "And are you?" asked her mother, without looking up from the sink. "Am I what?" "Are you following in his footsteps?" Kerstin rolled her eyes as she plucked one of the candles from the candelabra on the table and tilted it so the wax dripped away from the wick, then lowered it to the bowl of her pipe. "I dare say I won't have the chance," she said between short sucking breaths. "That's not what I mean. This research you're doing for the Duke, you say you're taking over your brother's work, but there's more to it than that, isn't there?" Kerstin flicked her eyes up to her mother, holding her pipe very still away from her mouth, and a long silence passed between the two of them as they stared at each other coolly. She could see in her face there'd be no lying to her. Not to her. She'd see through it straight away, and it would only insult her. "You know I can't tell you." "I'm only looking out for you, child." "I'm not a child, and I can look out for myself well enough, thank you." "I don't think you've quite realized what you've gotten yourself involved in." Kerstin blew out a stream of smoke. "I've hardly gotten myself involved in anything." "Indeed." Her mother wiped her hands and draped the cloth over the edge of the sink. "You're cannon fodder, you understand? The church might make some attempt to save you, but the moment they think you've crossed the line, they'll hunt you down. Lord Hammond, on the other hand, does not give a damn about you at all. Do you not think I realized that the moment I arrived? I'm saying don't forget it. Don't trust him. Don't rely on him. Assume his promises are empty. Assume he'll take what he wants and then throw you off a bridge. Look after yourself first, and use him the way he's using you." Kerstin snorted. "Like that's any use? Indentured servitude. I'm his slave. And like you said, he doesn't give a fig about me." You need to get leverage over him. But that will take time. Until then, focus on expending your influence with warmer suspects. So the Duke doesn't care about you. Who does? Who else do you know in the castle? Who's been kind to you? She narrowed her eyes. Who has the Duke's ear? Well, Seneschal Fingal. Indeed, child, yes. Work him to your advantage. If what you're telling me is true, the soil is fertile there. Plant a seed. Water it. Kerstin frowned, exhaling smoke from her nostrils. I don't care much for this sort of talk, Mother. Fingal is a good man, and I like him. And what you're suggesting sounds rather underhanded. Underhanded? You know what's underhanded? Imprisoning a little child for her whole life, then finally giving her a taste of freedom, in the form of walking across a high wire. Lord bloody Clementus! Bah! You need a lifeline, girl, not ethics. Do what you need to do. You understand? Or you'll get yourself killed. Yes, Mother. Good. Of course, I'll help however I can. And just how are you going to do that? Well, for a start, by helping you put on a dinner for your man. Mother, Kerstin choked, beating her chest, heat rushing into her cheeks. First of all, he's not my man. And how's a bloody dinner supposed to help? I mean, it's a lovely idea, but he'll probably say no. Even if he wants to come, he's very busy. Oh, trust me, girl, said Sadie, putting her hands on her hips. Leave it with me. This is what I do best. Chapter 13. Fingal did not look up from the inventory report as Marcus entered the room. Yes, what is it? There's a girl, sir. Says she wants to speak with you. Fingal dipped his pen and marked down some numbers beside a few select items. And what does she want? She says she has a message for you, sir. From the parsonage. Ah. He blew on the ink and handed the parchment to the other boy at his shoulder. Just that will do, Goddard. If you would return that to the quartermaster. Aye, sir. Marcus stepped aside as Goddard left, and Fingal scraped back his chair and stood up from the desk. The girl's out back, is she? Or out front? Out back, sir, by the kitchen. And His Grace? Is he already in his study? I think so, sir. Fingal winced. He was supposed to meet him, and he was already late. Attend to him, will you, Marcus? Tell him I'll be right there. Yes, sir. They were chopping onions in the kitchen, and Fingal was practically weeping when he opened the little door that led out to the ward. A yellow-haired girl of about 12 was leaning against the wall, watching the grooms pitching hay in the stables. She looked poor, but healthy enough. However, the strips of cloth on her feet did not strike him as a suitable alternative to shoes. She looked up as he came out, the same way Kerstin might have, blue eyes sparkling with innocence. Yes, there was an unmistakable resemblance. Hi, he said. You must be Kerstin's niece? Hinkle, is it? The girl smiled in surprise. Yes, sir. I am, sir. It seemed her letter had gotten through after all. Indeed, I am Seneschal Fingal. Most people just call me Finn. I've heard you were looking for me. Yes, I was, sir. To give you this. She handed him an oiled vellum parchment folded over and sealed with a red blob of wax, like the messages that arrived for the Duke. He accepted it, frowning. What's this? Is this from Kerstin? Yes, sir. It's an invitation. He raised a brow. An invitation? For me? He eyed the girl suspiciously as he broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment. He chuckled as he saw his name scrawled in large fancy pen strokes, and the words, You are invited. Charming. Kerstin's niece and mother were up from Sweetwater, and they wanted to have him over for dinner. Well, this is... I hardly know what to say. Tell Kerstin I'm very flattered. And thank you. Will you come, sir? I'm afraid... He should go. It was a small gesture, but only a Shaley knew what it might mean later on. It was a chance to provide a positive influence, to be a fatherly presence. He had never time for a family of his own. The realm always came first. He always did his best to bring up the page boys and squires of the castle as if they were his own sons, and they meant as much to him. If this was an opportunity to be such a figure to Kerstin as well, he would strive to do right by her in the eyes of his Maker. It's not tonight, is it?
I can't tonight, but tomorrow I could. A bit later in the evening.
Hinkle grinned. That's excellent news, sir. I'll be glad to tell her.
Indeed. Tomorrow night, then.
Fingal seemed to be genuinely enjoying himself. He sat back from the table and covered his mouth, laughing. Hinkle was giggling too, her face red and smiling. Next to her, her mother chuckled deviously.
Well, said Fingal, catching his breath, I'm glad you're able to see the humour in a man most might regard to be your tormentor.
Oh, the baronet isn't all bad, said Hinkle.
No, said Sadie. He's only rotten most of the way through.
Kerstin began to gather up the plates. More pie, Finn?
Perhaps just a me swidgen. No, I can't, or I won't be able to climb back on my horse. Actually, I should probably be getting on.
Kerstin felt a pang of disappointment.
What? Already?
I'm afraid so. I wish I could stay longer. This has been lovely. She set down the plates with a clank and hurried back to see him off.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been a pleasure meeting your family. Her mother cradled her chin in the back of her hands. Oh, the pleasure is ours, good sir. All ours. Kerstin met her gaze over his shoulder as he got up from the table. There was a cool look, a sly look in her eye, and she was not sure whether to feel jealous or protective. We'll see you out, said Sadie, then gave Hinkle a nudge. It's your turn with the dishes, child. Kerstin joined her mother in the entryway as Fingal whirled on his cloak. She was not sure, but there seemed to be an unusual reluctance about him. He almost seemed to be lingering in the doorway as if he didn't want to leave. Strange. He was always so deliberate.
Well, he said as he opened the door, I'll bid good night to you. Kerstin, thanks again. Sadie? Hinkle?
Her niece called goodbye from the kitchen over the squeaking water pump. Then he pulled on his hood and stepped out. Kerstin felt her mother's hand butt up against her own. How long has it been since you served him the cranberry sauce? She whispered. Ask him again about the market tomorrow. What? No, he's already said he's too busy, and I don't want to badger him. Nonsense. Ask him again, girl.
Fingal?
He was about halfway down the path.
Are you sure you can't come to the bazaar with us tomorrow?
He stopped and turned thoughtfully.
You know, I was just thinking about that. I've got a lot on the go, but I can probably move some things around. It would be fun, wouldn't it? Yes. What say I meet you there around noontime at the statue of Angeth Clementis? I'd like to buy you all lunch.
Kerstin's heart thumped. This sudden change. She was at a loss for words. Her mother answered for her.
Oh, yes. Yes, that sounds nice. We'll see you there, then.
He nodded.
Noontime, then. Good night to you.
He turned and strode off to the road, giving a curt greeting to the monk, who stood under the tree by the crooked fence, fidgeting with his prayer beads. Kerstin waited until he mounted his horse and trotted away, then turned to her mother.
What did you do to him? She hissed.
And what's this about the bloody cranberry sauce? Her mother grinned slyly. Oh, I just gave you a little help enduring yourself to him is all.
What do you mean? What are you telling me exactly? That you what? Laced his supper with some love potion?
Sadie folded her arms across her chest. He's too old for you, and he knows it. Kerstin turned away, lifting a hand to her forehead. Oh, bloody Morag! He's more than 3 times your age, girl. Your father would have been as old as him. Mother! To speak truth, he was more likely to be looking at me than you, and he was, despite his integrity, made eyes at me, then looked down quickly like he was all embarrassed. I'd already made up my mind, but that didn't dissuade me. Not that I wouldn't take the man upstairs, mind you. Mother! I can't believe this. Don't act so upset. You said you like him. Don't pretend you aren't relieved, unless this makes you realize this isn't what you want.
Well, I mean...
Kerstin's cheeks were burning. Because if that's how it is, let me remind you, child, this is not about romance. It's about clearing a path for your survival.
Yes, but...
And if it is what you want, then don't think I don't know you're a tad disappointed in the way it came about. I suppose it is a little disenchanting to never know if he'll like me for who I am. Ha! You're as silly as that niece of yours. He's been kind to you, hasn't he? And he cares. That much was evident from the start. Could you have taken him to bed with you? Could you have made him fall in love with you? Who's to say? Possibly. Yes? Likely? I don't know. But if you had, his heart would have always been outside your control. You would have had to trust him. Trust is based on faith. Control, on the other hand, is based on power. Faith and power don't mix well. And yet, Kerstin sighed, despite the obvious benefits of the one, the other seems so much more desirable from another person. What? Faith? You sound like you still haven't left the convent. I suppose I haven't, really. As much as I'd never want to go back, part of me will always belong to the order. Or perhaps I'm just a sad little girl who never wanted any of this. Well, whether you wanted it or not, it's the way your life is. Kerstin frowned. She supposed that was true. Perhaps this was just what needed to be done, even if it was a tad underhanded. She felt her mother's hand on her arm. This is how I've helped you, child. I've planted the seed. It's up to you to water it. Then she added more softly, in time, you'll come to thank me. Thank me for getting my hands dirty, so you didn't have to. However, Kerstin suspected she'd be getting her hands dirty soon enough. Chapter 14. The market was always busiest at midday, and the bazaar square was abuzz with citizens browsing the shops and stalls crowded around the solemn statue of the city's founder, Lord Angeth Clementis. It was a colorful sight, fall trees ablaze like the glowing forges and cooking pits, dyed cloth and pottery and glittering wares of brass and silver on display, guardsmen in lavender tunics strolling among the crowd in pairs, and flags and pennons and banners of every hue strung overhead. Hammers tinked, animals bleated and bayed, vendors called out their merchandise over the general hum of the multitude, knives chopped and fire sizzled, and the savory smells of grilled meat and baked bread mingled with the crisp autumn air. Kerstin bit a chunk of seasoned meat from the skewer of roasted mushrooms and peppers. The lamb kebabs each came with a piece of toasted brown bread, spread with oil and spices, and a mug of beer. Fingal's treat. The seneschal walked alongside her through the bustling crowd, blowing on his steaming skewer as he took another bite. Her mother and Hinkle followed behind, the latter gulping noisily until the former took the mug away from her and gave it to the monk. Aye, he had come as well. He couldn't let her out of his sight for one afternoon, even under the supervision of the Duke's right hand. A bit of nonsense, that. But as much as his presence annoyed her, he did seem happy to be out in the midst of all the commotion for once, instead of praying all day outside her front door. His mood was usually light, but at the moment he seemed more pleasant than ever, and she was content to ignore him. Fingal, on the other hand, was somewhat angry he had come. I can't believe this, he muttered, looking over his shoulder. Scrutinizing your every movement, following you around everywhere you go, watching you like a child who's just learned how to walk. Oh, I think the good brother means well enough, she said. Not him. He's just doing his job. The church. Fingal lowered his voice. Bishop Allen. His monk's not the only overzealous one. Well, I so appreciate your concern, good seneschal, but if you are going to become an obstacle in my faith, perhaps we should see less of each other. No, he said quickly. No, I only mean it's unfair is all. I don't like seeing them treat you this way. Aye, well, 'tis a bit inconvenient at times, but I will admit it keeps me honest. And to be fair, what happened with my brother is to be avoided, at any cost. That's true. Yes. It is to your credit, though, to see you endure it with such grace. Indeed. Kerstin glanced back at her mother, who nodded discreetly. I wouldn't have lasted very long in the convent if I couldn't swallow a little bitter medicine. Oh, look here, perfume. You know I've been accumulating somewhat of a collection. Fingal raised a brow as she led him to a booth displaying crystal flasks. A collection? Aren't you only supposed to have one? Just one? But what if I want to smell different? I think the idea is you always smell the same. You find a smell that mingles well with your natural scent, and then that's the one you wear all the time. Oh. Perhaps, her mother spoke up, you might ask the good seneschal which scent he prefers. What? Me? Fingal chuckled. I'm not sure I'm just an old soldier. I don't know anything about... But the shopkeeper was already arranging samples on little squares of cloth, and Kerstin sniffed the first sample and waved it under his nose. This one? No, I don't care much for that. Oh, that one's nice. Not really you, though. No? What about... Kerstin selected a vial twisted in a serpentine design with an amorous tinge of pink in the glass, and spritzed one of the sample cloths. This one? Oh, I like that. That is... He drew in a long inhale. Delightful. You think so, do you? I'll take it then. Could I try a perfume? Asked Hinkle as Kerstin began to haggle with the shopkeeper. No, dear, said Sadie. You're 12. No one cares what you smell like. I've enjoyed this, said Fingal a little later as they continued through the bustling crowd. I have too, said Kerstin. I'll have to be getting back to the Duke soon. But I hope we can do more of this sort of thing. To see each other, I mean. Yes. His hand brushed against hers. A coincidence, perhaps. They were walking quite close together. It was very busy in the market after all. Her heart skipped as it happened again. Under the effects of her mother's potion, his actions were entirely predictable. And yet, he made her so very nervous. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach as she subtly extended her hand toward him, and it nearly stole her breath as his strong, rough hand enclosed hers. Heat swelled in her cheeks, and a bead of sweat trickled down her spine. He was blushing too, and smiling, and kept looking straight ahead, like he was too shy to look in her direction. Silly old fool. A glance over her shoulder showed her mother grinning deviously, Hinkle's look of scandalized surprise, and the monk's brow knitting into a slight frown. It was a touch awkward having them there, but in the end, she didn't care. She supposed she didn't care either that her mother's sorcery was responsible for Fingal's feelings. Because the buzzing warmth in her chest? That was very real. At the end of the week, Kerstin hugged her mother goodbye on the front step. I hope you've had a pleasant stay. Pleasant enough, considering the reason. I wish you could have stayed longer. So do I, but I'd like to get back before it snows. And mind you, we'll be taking the long way round through the mountains. It's time we stopped in to see your sister. Yes, you mentioned. So I did. Speaking of Meredith, I have something for you. Her mother shot a glance at Brother Bardas, who for once was keeping a respectful distance, chatting idly with Hinkle at the end of the lane. She pulled a small cloth pouch out of a pocket in her dress and handed it to her. Kerstin took it curiously and emptied the contents into her palm. It was a bronze ring with a flat, diamond-shaped head. A turquoise eye was set in the middle of an exotic S. Or perhaps it was a backwards Z. This is a dream ring, said Kerstin, holding it up in the light. Aye, a gift to me in the blossom of my youth from your great-uncle Alistair, who was a fine sorcerer, but a lecher of a man. It's long since been cleansed of his spirit, bound instead unto my own. By the power of lucid dreaming, I will be able to see what you see whenever you wear it. You mean to keep an eye on me? No, I mean to look out for you. You don't want me watching? Don't put it on. But there may come a time, more than likely there will come a time, when you'll want me to know you're in a fix. And I'll do what I can to help. I gave it to your sister when she took the veil. I believe it was a comfort to her. It was a comfort to me. Even if you're not in trouble, I hope you'll wear it from time to time as well. Kerstin twisted the ring between her fingers so it caught the morning light. Of course I will, she said. But rather than slip it on, she tucked it into her pocket. Thank you. Well, that's that then. You watch yourself, girl. I will. And don't trust anyone. I won't. Sadie smiled sadly and cupped her cheek. I'll miss you, child. Goodbye, Mother. Yes, very well. Hinkle, stop flirting with the virgin brother. It's time to go, dear. Say goodbye to your auntie. Kerstin grinned and waved as the girl called her farewells, and her mother pulled on her shawl and strode out to the end of the lane, shooing the monk out of her way as he attempted to say what a pleasure it had been. Unaffected, he stood smiling beside the rickety fence with his hands on his hips as the two women headed away up Gast Street. He looked in her direction like he might say something, and she ducked inside before he could so much as step toward her. She leaned back against the front door and let out a long sigh. Alone at last. The rectory now seemed abnormally quiet, like she might make too much noise just walking across the room. But she preferred it this way. The silence was a relief. She took out her mother's ring and frowned as she held it up to her eye. Bloody dreaming ring. She had half a mind to drop it down the latrine. That would teach her to keep her fingers out of the pie. Still, though, her mother was right. It might be useful to have. One day. Chapter 15. Kerstin flinched as Seneschal Fingal slammed his fist down on the desk. Unacceptable. Your Grace, I cannot allow this. Lord Hammond looked coolly up at the Seneschal, then lowered his gaze to the clenched fist on his desk, and Fingal quickly took a step back and placed his hands behind his back. She was starting to regret showing him the letter. I am not revoking your privilege to speak freely to me in private, but you are out of line, Seneschal. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Grace, but this is exactly the sort of opportunity we have been looking for. He pointed at her with a folded parchment. This is why the girl's here. Respectfully, Your Grace, this is not something I would order one of my men to do. We have no idea what kind of power he'll have over her. I'm willing to take that risk. I beg you, be reasonable, Your Grace. Say you're the type of man in question. Are you just going to reveal your secrets to anyone who asks? He wants a guarantee. Oh, for the love of... Is that what you call that? A guarantee? His Grace is right, said Kerstin. A relationship such as this is not based on trust, but on binding powers. So she'd read. You'll notice he signed his name in blood. 'Tis a chaos. Once the conditions are fulfilled, he will be bound to his word. I place myself at his mercy, and he will tell me whatever I ask. Fingal crossed his arms. I missed the part where he swore to do you no harm." Kerstin looked down at the floor. "On the contrary, the idea is that should it strike his fancy, he can blast me at the snap of his fingers." "Right. Over my dead body. Your Grace—" The Duke raised his pudgy hand. "You're unusually outspoken today. But I understand. I'm placing an innocent young woman in danger, and you're feeling protective. A natural way for a man to feel. And fair enough. If you're dead set on keeping her out of harm's way, we'll call the whole thing off. We've got a name. We can look into the affair through other means, though they won't be as effective. You can have someone take the girl back to the convent in the morning, provided it's what she wants." "It isn't," said Kerstin. "Your Grace, I'd like to go ahead with the mission." Fingal looked at her uneasily. "Kerstin." "There it is." "However," she said, "I have some conditions." The Duke grunted. "You're hardly in a position to negotiate." "Actually, Your Grace, I am. I think I understand this Zildok Nassar fellow a little better than you. In fact, I think I understand him better than anyone. He's interested in making me his apprentice, not just because I'm Fistrum's sister, but also because I have his journal, which I believe would be very useful to him. Additionally, Your Grace, it is my opinion he suspects this is a trap." "Then we're buggered from the get-go," said Fingal. "Why continue?" "Because if I don't do this, it will confirm it is a trap. We'll lose our only chance to find out what's really afoot. Nassar will continue to operate in greater secrecy, and His Grace will win two formidable enemies. A dangerous sorcerer for one, and secondly, His Majesty, who, mark me if he doesn't catch wind you've been peeping into his affairs. So no, it's too late to put me back in the convent. You need me to do this. You need it about as badly as you need to lay off the plum pudding." Kerstin drew in a breath. Fingal was staring at her, his face tight with concern. She'd gone a tad too far. But Lord Hammond only eyed her sourly and folded his beefy hands under his nose. "What do you want, then? You just saw your mother, which I went out of my way to arrange for you. In opposition to the church, I might add. A raise on your stipend. I hear you've been spending money rather frivolously." "Tempting, Your Grace, but no. What I require be greater measures of privacy." The Duke sighed. "We've been through this already. Bishop Allen remains quite unyielding on this." "I don't mean the church, Your Grace. I mean you." "I'm the head of this investigation. Cut me out, and that defeats the whole point of it." "Not so, my lord. I intend to keep Your Grace informed." And she did, at least partially. "The problem is I'm under everyone's thumb. Bishop Allen's thumb, your thumb, and now Zildok's thumb. I need room to appear like what you want me to present myself to be." "What are you asking for, specifically?" "Well, the fact that I'm here right now having this conversation, for one. I'm what, the third person to see this letter? The fourth if you had some page boy read it to you." "I read all the letters that come to the castle," said Fingal. "If one of the scullery maids got a letter, would you open it?" "Well, no, of course not. But in this case, scullery maids don't get letters," said the Duke. "They can't read." "That's beside the point, Your Grace. That letter had my name on it. I don't want to be summoned here to read it over your shoulder. What I want is a guarantee that from now on I will be the first and only person to read mail addressed to me, and that my outgoing letters will be dispatched with their original seal unopened." "I'll have nothing to corroborate your reports." "You'll just have to trust me." "Not a risk I'm willing to take." Kerstin blew out a quivering breath. "And yet, Your Grace, you are all too willing to risk my life." The Duke cracked his knuckles, glowering up at her from under his brow.
You understand you are attempting to leverage your liege lord into a position that will allow you to withhold sensitive information.
Seems a small thing compared to high treason and espionage, and I'm not attempting, Your Grace. Her heart was racing now. I am. He puckered up his lips and eyed the seneschal, then looked back to her.
Seems I've made a deal with the devil.
Respectfully, Your Grace, 'tis I who is making such a deal.
So what then? You want me to sign in blood? Make a, what do you call it? A geas? Eh?
Just your word will do, Your Grace.
Ah, very well. You have my word. No one will look at your mail.
Then consider me an apprentice of Zildok Nissar. Fingal stood in the doorway of the infirmary with his arms crossed. Flickering light from many candles played on the hard lines of his face. He did not look pleased. You sure you know what you're doing? Kerstin turned her head to the side and blew out a stream of smoke. She sat with her left arm turned up on a table, sleeve drawn up to the shoulder, her stomach squirming as a barber in spectacles and a dark apron sanitized his instruments in the candle flame. I'll be fine, and 'tis not as though I have any choice in the matter, is it?
I'm not sure that's true.
You're right, I could have just stayed in the convent, but someone was all too convincing.
Okay, said the barber, pushing a metal bowl under her elbow and coming towards her. We're just going to breathe the vein. Just sit back and have a nice big puff on your pipe. That will help you relax. This will only hurt a little. Do you wish you had stayed? Fingal asked. Truly?
Not in the least. I have no regrets about... Ah! Bloody Morag! Son of a... Shh, easy now. The pain is done. Kerstin tilted back her head, her pipe shaking in her hand. A quiet trickling filled the room as the barber pressed his thumbs into her forearm. The sound of it made her have to piss, of all things. She looked up and saw Fingal grimacing. Ever been bled, Finn? Aye, for a fever, twice. What do you think? Be it easier to watch, or have it done? Have it done. I suppose it matters who you're watching.
Indeed. That should suffice. She only needs an ounce or two.
Oh, said the barber, pressing a wad of cloth over the incision. Typically it is recommended to bleed the patient until fainting to properly balance the humors. Her humors don't need balancing.
Oh, I assumed Dr. Murdoch sent you.
He began wrapping a bandage around her forearm.
May I ask what this is for?
Fingal opened his mouth to answer, but Kerstin beat him to it. An experiment of sorts.
Oh, really? What sort of experiment?
The alchemical sort. The Duke's got me trying to turn water into gold. Fingal flashed his eyes.
Oh, is that so? Are you that girl they put up in the old rectory there?
Kerstin breathed out a stream of smoke. Aye. That be me?
Ah, so the rumors are true, then.
She frowned.
Rumors? What rumors? Well, miss, I hope it comes as no offense, but folks have been saying there's something of a sorceress living up in the Church of the Victrix Holy.
A sorceress? That seemed a bit of a stretch. She'd not but read a few books and tried a few charms. However, the term did not feel discordant to her. Fingal was shaking his head, but she grinned and clacked her teeth on the stem of her pipe. Aye, I suppose there is. Chapter 16. To his lordship Zildok Nissar. For his eyes only. May it please you to find the enclosed vial of my blood, with which I submit myself entirely at your mercy. I am now your servant and your apprentice. I confess that, while at first I found the nature of our arrangement unsettling, The notion that you should use such a specimen to serve as my phylactery, by which you hold absolute power over me, is deeply fascinating. I cannot but speculate that there is a relationship between such a technique and the hypothesis I communicated to you in my last letter. It gives me hope that such a thing is possible indeed. I am very eager to learn about this sort of magic, phylacteries and such. Yours, K. To Kerstin of Klomm, for her eyes only. There is indeed a relationship between the workings of a phylactery and your proposed hypothesis. In concept, at least. As you mentioned, your brother had some promising ideas about such things, and had our partnership continued, we might have produced results. Of course, that was not our focus. As to the actual spellcraft involved in creating and using a phylactery, I cannot teach you, at least not yet. It requires a sort of magic that is, shall we say, unsuitable for new apprentices. Not, of course, that I believe you are incapable in any way. On the contrary, my concern is that you are all too capable, and as you say, very eager. Such power would likely consume you, as it did your brother. There was a time, my dear, when I believed that a young acolyte such as yourself ought to be exposed to the more intimidating side of the craft, in the way that a new sailor is immediately sent up into the rigging before fear sets in. However, I was wrong in this. For those such as you and I, men and women who seek power, hunger for it with ever-growing intensity. Thus Fistram ventured beyond his depth, and bargained too steeply with those who whisper from the shadows. What concerning times! It pains me to revisit such memories as it must pain you to make such discoveries. I can only say what a relief it was when he was finally taken into custody. What a debt we owe your sister. But I digress. I intend to bring you up gradually, so that with maturity and patience you might enter the realm of those more formidable powers with a balanced will tempered by discipline and resolve. For now, I have sent you some books on minor spellcraft, practical white magic such as I doubt you would find in the Duke's library. Study them, experiment with the spells, and report to me on your progress. In return, I require you to send me your brother's journal. Z. Bathwater sloshed gently as Kerstin set down the goblet of wine and muttered under her breath as she squinted in the candlelight at the worn tome sitting open on an easel balanced on a plank across the tub. She turned over the page, leaving a wet thumbprint in the corner. A glamour, she whispered, by which the caster may cause the target object to assume the appearance of another object. On the opposite page was a similar spell, though a little more advanced. A glamour by which the caster may assume the appearance of another through the use of an object of association. Kerstin sat back and sighed. Her head wasn't in it. Not tonight. It was only his second letter, and he'd already got under her skin. He made her feel dirty in a way no bath could clean, and no amount of wine or pipe smoke or spell learning brought her any comfort, though she hadn't yet resorted to opening the prayer book she'd brought with her from the abbey. No, the itch for Medak crept up on her from time to time, but she was afraid to bring that habit into her new life. Things were good here. She was free, at least in a sense. Her new master gave her a different sort of itch altogether. In the abbey she'd wanted to escape, to fade away into oblivion. Now she desired to enter deeper into the labyrinth with cold sobriety and look upon whatever she might find, no matter how hideous it might be. What she wanted was answers. "But I'm not due to give my report for another week," Brother Bardas shouted over the downpour. "Don't give it to him, then. It was just a bloody suggestion." "But mightn't you have chosen a day with more clement weather?" Kerstin pulled her hood further over her head and leaned into the sweeping rain. He was right about that. It was dark as night. The gutters were overflowing, and there was an inch or two of water washing over the cobblestone. They saw no one else in the streets, only the occasional face in a window of someone shaking their head at the two silly fools braving the autumn deluge. "I don't see what difference it makes to you," she snarled. "Oh, it makes no difference to me. If anything, I am relieved to be going inside for a while. I meant yourself. You might have gone tomorrow." "Aye, but I didn't want to wait until tomorrow, did I? Come on, monk. Keep up." The cathedral towered over the rest of the city. It cast a gloomy image against the black storm clouds, its grey, weeping stone and stained-glass windows all dim and vague. Water pattered from the high eaves, splashing up a dreary haze in the corners of the building. Faceless beings were perched up there along the edge of the roof, some peering down, others gazing up toward the bell tower, where a woman in shredded armor stood with her head bowed and her arms spread out. Somber as it was, the doors were open, and orange light spilled out into the street, welcoming anyone inside who sought shelter from the storm. Kerstin sneered. She'd rather stay outside. Her chest tightened as she crossed the threshold, and the old feeling returned, the veil closing around her throat. She clenched her fists and resisted the urge to run sobbing back out into the rain. "Where is he?" she whispered, pulling back her dripping hood. Before the monk could answer, she spied him near the front of the outer aisle, stooped over speaking to someone sitting in the pew. An old beggar woman by the look of her. "He is there. Go and send for him." "You, eh?" "He's in the middle of a conversation." "Aye, go interrupt them." Brother Bardas crossed his arms. "You really thought you could just march up and demand to see him just like that? I assumed you knew we'd be waiting." "For how long?" He shrugged and began sidling into a pew. "Oh, I don't know. Until he has time. He'll have a full day planned, of course. If he's got business elsewhere, you might be fortunate enough to catch him while he's throwing on his cloak, which will at least allow you to schedule something tomorrow or next week or whenever he's available. Frankly, you're lucky he was here at all." The pew creaked as he sat down, and he groaned and crossed one leg over the other and folded his hands on his lap. "Might as well get comfortable. Oh, and by the way, your mascara is running." Kerstin gnashed her teeth. "I don't have bloody time for this. Bishop Allen!" The monk scrambled out of the pew as she darted up the aisle. "Bishop Allen!" Bishop Allen looked up, and the beggar woman twisted around, both frowning. Brother Bardas caught her by the wrist. "Kerstin, this is not the way. Unhand me, monk! Bishop!" Bishop Allen sighed irritably and hung his head. "I'm afraid I better deal with this. I'll come see you as soon as I can." The old woman nodded silently, and he placed his hand on her shoulder as she climbed out into the aisle. "As soon as I can." She exited through a large side door, and the bishop began sidling through the pew toward them. "Sister Kerstin, I am not Sister Kerstin." He held up his hand. Regardless, that was incredibly rude. Brother Bardas pressed his hands together and bowed. "Your Excellency, I apologize. Had I known, never mind. You need to speak to me? You're upset. You're shaking." Kerstin took a deep breath. Hi, I'd like to talk about my brother." "Ah, I suppose that's to be expected. Perhaps you'd like to have a seat. I'll stand, thank you. Very well, but don't mind if I do, he said, lowering himself into a pew. Shall I leave the two of you alone? Asked Brother Bardas. Thank you, brother, if you wouldn't mind. The bishop waited as the monk retired, then folded his hands. So, Kerstin, what would you like to talk about specifically? I want to know about Fistrom's arrest. How did the church know where he was? He nodded and rubbed his hand over his bald head. Well, my understanding is that when his grace withdrew his support, he fled to Lake Asagil, where he went into hiding. He continued his experiments there for a time, until someone alerted the church to his location. Your understanding? You're telling me that's all you know? Keep in mind, Kerstin, I was not the bishop then. I was not... He paused to clear his throat. I was not directly involved in the investigation. She dug her nails into her palms, a sob welling up in her chest. Your Excellency, she said, trembling, do you think I'm stupid? What? No, of course not. Kerstin, what is the meaning of... Do you actually think I would believe you were so concerned about my arrival in Klomm and being taken into the Duke's employ, but that, if you did indeed not already know what I am asking, you did not review the church's records? That you did not consult with your peers? Kerstin, I know this is very important to you, and I am quite concerned about the position you occupy. But you must understand that my priority is a Shaley's work, to preaching the hope he offers, caring for the poor and the widows. Bishop, you know what happened. Who told the church where he was? Kerstin, it was Meredith, wasn't it? He sighed and ran his hand over his face. All right. Yes, it was your sister. Kerstin stepped back, her breath hitching, tears brimming in her eyes. Bishop Allen pinched his brow and hung his head. When your brother went into hiding, your father tried to help, brought him food and clothing. It is unclear how much he actually knew about Fistrom's actions, as his confession was obtained under torture. But he hoped, I think out of desperation, to mitigate Fistrom's sentence to imprisonment. He reached out to your sister, perhaps with the mind that, as a woman of holy orders, she might be able to influence the church to grant him leniency. Instead, she betrayed them. She couldn't feel her knees. She clutched at the edge of the pew, gasping. I am sorry. I am, truly. This must be awful for you to hear. He rose and extended his hand. No, don't touch me! She dug her fingernails into the dry wood, blowing loudly, her mind racing, her heart burning. After a moment, she straightened up and wiped her eyes, and sniffling, turned back to the bishop. There's more, isn't there? I'm not sure what you mean. I think you do, Your Excellency. You tried to keep it from me. You wouldn't outright lie, but you were awfully careful with your words. Why? He frowned. I thought this knowledge would hurt you deeply and was reluctant to... No! You're bloody doing it again! You're hiding something. What are you hiding? Look, Kerstin, I know this is difficult to accept, traumatic even, but blast you, Bishop! All right, you're acting hysterical. I'm happy to talk to you about this again, but for now I think it's best you... Don't, she hissed, slapping his hand away. Don't bloody usher me! She was shaking with rage, an acrid feeling seeping into her stomach. Hear this, Your Excellency. I am not leaving until you place your hand on the altar and swear on Ashaley's blood and tears that you are not deliberately omitting some crucial detail in this story. And until you do, she said, slipping off her cloak and beginning to untie her bodice, I am going to start undressing right here in the aisle, and I'll tell everyone it's because you wouldn't tell me about my family unless I took my clothes off for you. The bishop shook his head. Sister Vera, Sister Margaret. You know, I was trying to be kind despite your little outburst, but you insist on being enemies. You started it. Your Excellency? 2 nuns in grey habits appeared at the side door. One was short and young, around Kerstin's age. The other was tall, thin, and looked very stern. Yes, please escort Sister Kerstin here from the premises. Kerstin snarled and backed away as the 2 nuns approached her with their arms spread out. Just what aren't you telling me? Who else is involved? Who are you protecting? His Majesty? His Grace? Don't touch me! Let me go! Unhand me! Come now, sister, let's not make a fuss, said the taller woman of the cloth, as she and the other nuns seized her by the arms and bore her kicking towards the door. You'll regret this, Bishop! Mark me, you'll regret this! Bishop Allen furrowed his brow as he followed behind them. Indeed, I do regret it. I have only ever wanted what's best for you, as has the Church from the beginning. That's a laugh! Admit it! You don't give a damn about me! You're only concerned about everyone else. You're afraid of what I'll do. You're afraid... Out with you, then! The nuns cast her out the door, and Kerstin stumbled backwards, catching her heel on an uneven edge of cobblestone, and she spun around with a yelp and splashed face first onto the dark street. She lay there for a moment, sobbing into the flooded pave, while cold water soaked into her dress, and rain pelted her back. Everyone was against her. Even Meredith. But she'd find a way. She would crawl out from under their boots. She would defy them all. Zildok, His Grace, the Church, even a Shaley himself. Somehow she'd find the means, the power. She'd do whatever it took, no matter the cost. Footsteps squelched toward her, and Kerstin climbed to her knees and stood up, shivering, her sodden garments clinging to her slender form. That was a bit dramatic. Brother Bardas smiled sadly and offered out her cloak. I'm sorry about your sister. Kerstin sniffed. I don't need your pity, monk. No, and I understand if you despise me. That's all right. I'm here for you nevertheless. She scoffed and snatched the cloak out of his hand as she traipsed back into the dark. You're here, anyway. Chapter 17. What do you mean you've nothing to report? Muttered Lord Hammond from behind the forest of parchment heaps. You must have exchanged more than a dozen letters by now. He eyed her over his gold-rimmed spectacles, then glanced back down at the yellowish document in his pudgy hands. What do you talk about? Kerstin fidgeted with a loose thread on the sleeve of her dress. Well, Your Grace, I am attempting to carry out your investigation as you asked, assuming the guise of Zildok Nassar's disciple and gaining his trust. As such, our correspondence generally resembles that of a master and apprentice. He'll provide some minor spells for me to attempt. I'll write back about my success or failure, and we'll discuss my observations. That sort of thing. Hold on. The Duke set down his document. Spells? He scooched as close to the desk as his stomach would allow and leaned on his elbows. You mean to tell me you're doing actual magic? Witchcraft? Oh, I don't know about witchcraft, Your Grace. 'Tis just a few petty charms. Her master had in fact assumed she was well beyond such elementary sorcery. Charms, is it? Lord Hammond grimaced and shifted his immense weight. And where? He raised his finger toward the door. He's not right outside, is he? No. I set him up in the hall with something warm to eat, said Fingal. Even if he has been a pain in the backside, I didn't think it right to make him wait outside the keep in this cold. Not when I could just as easily give him a roof over his head. Oh, he's quite used to it, said Kerstin. Aye, but you catch more flies with honey and all that. Right. Anyway, where did you say you were carrying out these procedures? Surely not in the living room where anyone might look in. Not least of all the brother there.
No, I thought of that too, so I had the good seneschal here come by and help me move a few things around and get me set up in the cellar. I've got a nice little workspace down there now, out of the way of prying eyes."
Lord Hammond folded his hands and gave Fingal a sour look. "So that's where Goddard and Marcus were carting that old cauldron off to. You were furnishing her lair." He and Kerstin exchanged an affectionate glance.
"Something of the sort, Your Grace."
"Well, I don't like it, and I like it even less where it hasn't gotten us anywhere. Let's speed things up. Make inquiries about the king."
Kerstin squirmed uncomfortably. "Your Grace, I fear 'tis too soon. If I address the matter too directly—"
"You what? Blow your cover? He already suspects it's a trap."
"Aye, but I shouldn't want to confirm it."
"He's already signed this, what'd you call it, this chaos thing. You ask, he'll answer."
"Your Grace, 'tis not that simple. There are many ways to—"
"It seems that simple to me, and it obviously is to him, too. Otherwise he wouldn't have set it up that way."
"You forget I have given him the means to speak my death, should he suddenly feel inclined."
Fingal's face tightened. "Indeed, perhaps we should venture cautiously." The Duke silenced him with his hand. "Your sense of chivalry is stifling in this situation, Seneschal. You're forgetting what's at stake, both of you. Dame Tanith has Morua under siege at this very moment. Morua. The war has been dragging on, but when that city falls, things will happen very quickly. Winter has settled in. How much longer do you think they'll hold out against the Iron Countess? That is how much time we have left. Make the inquiry."
Lord Hammond returned his attention to his documents, looking up again for only a brief second as he raised a finger to the door.
"That is all. You may leave."
Kerstin raised her chin. "As you will, Your Grace."
To Kerstin of Klomm, for her eyes only. What curious things you ask all of a sudden. I sense the hand of your patron reaching through your back to move your lips and wiggle your tongue. I confess I am deeply irritated, not only to discover the true nature of your employment, but that you should direct such a specific inquiry at me. I have a particular hatred for people who meddle in my business, and someone has evidently been meddling for some time, sending out spies, tugging on the web, listening to its vibrations. But fear not. I do not blame you for this affront. I can only imagine living under the scrutiny of such persons. I hope the spells I have provided afford you some greater liberties. Nor shall you report to your liege empty-handed. I do indeed have an arrangement with your king. This, of course, is a secret of the highest order, which your duke has been most unwise to unearth. His Majesty was concerned with the difficulties of his most righteous campaign in the Samaran Isles, with the bulk of Kodish troops preoccupied with the southern conflicts. He expected the governors to retreat to the mainland after a few skirmishes and give up the territory, not dig in for a protracted war against a determined aggressor and their native guerrilla allies. He was straining the commitments of his knights. His coffers were dwindling, and the Kodish were fighting to the last man for every inch of Samaran soil. He was worried about defeat, that he would have to withdraw in disgrace with nothing to show after a staggering expense of lives and resources. But more than that,
He was worried he would not succeed. I can tell you as a close confidant of His Majesty, King Torg's true anxieties are existential. They always have been. Hence Fistrum's commission to research immortality. Hence he has continued as my benefactor. This campaign of his is only another means of alleviating that same fear, securing his legacy, branding his name in the memory of the world forever, as a victor. In his desperation he sought my help, knowing full well what form this help would take, and what the cost would be. He has communed with Yalkari. He will triumph in Samar, and upon his return he shall pay the sworn price. A sacrifice of pure royal blood. As I have mentioned, this is superlatively secret. In return, I have an errand for you. One of equal consequence. I should give you fair warning. With what I am about to tell you, you will wish to burn this letter the moment you are finished reading it. A chill washed up Kerstin's back as she read over the paragraphs that followed. Her cheeks flushed with cold. She swallowed and held the parchment closer with shaking hands as she read them again. Are you all right? Fingal was peering at her from where he stood in the dining room doorframe, his helm under one arm. You're white as a sheet. Kerstin huffed and realized she had been holding her breath. What's that? What does he say? Nothing. Like hell he does. You're as flustered as I've ever seen you. So I am. His Grace ordered me to inquire directly, and I have done. And despite a lengthy reply, there is little to report. You might imagine how that worries me. I thought he was bound to answer, because of that Chaos thing. He did answer. There clearly be something there, but he was very careful with his words, to tell me without actually telling me. She folded the letter, and rising, held it to the candelabra on the dining room table. What are you... Whoa, okay, here. He turned up his helm and held it out to her. She dropped the blazing letter inside and watched the flames crackle and dance. You're sure you didn't need that? No. All right, then. He went into the living room and dumped the smoldering remnants of the letter into the fireplace, and after tapping out his helm, stood up straight. Look, I'd better get back, but I was going to ask. I've got some time later, and I wondered if you might want to go for a ride. Take Pudding out in the snow. It's beautiful up on the trails there. She leaned on the table, hunching her shoulders. That sounds lovely, but I don't think so. Not tonight. I'm not really feeling well. Aye, you don't look well. Whatever he said in that letter has snatched the colour right out of you. No, Finn, 'tis not that. I've been having stomach disruptions. Since this morning. It was a lie, of course, but she desperately needed time to think, and to strategize. And she'd be poor company anyway, with her head racing with all manner of dark thoughts. Stomach disruptions, is it? I suppose I'd better send the doctor down to check on you then. No, please don't do that. I'll be fine. But you're not too disappointed, I hope. I promise I'll make it up to you when I'm over it. No, you just worry about getting your rest. He turned to the door and glanced back at her as though he was reluctant to leave her, then nodded and went out. She shut the door behind him and leaned back against it, breath quivering, her fingertips prickling with cold. I can do this, she whispered, her voice quaking. I can do this. She blew out and slumped to the floor. It was impossible. This thing he'd asked her was... It was a very good move, is what it was. In the unlikely event she succeeded, she would prove her loyalty and her competence, and would gain his trust. If not, well, none of it would matter anymore. And of course, if she refused, the investigation would be over and she'd be sent back to the convent. At best. It wasn't hard to imagine His Grace might determine she was too deeply involved at this point and decide to tie off any loose ends. It was a test. Kerstin had heard much about tests in the convent. Poverty was a test. Illness was a test. The loss of a loved one, also a test. All suffering was a test, with God watching to see how you respond to adversity. It seemed her whole life had been a test. She could have responded like the faithful, with pious resignation, and taken the veil. She wouldn't be in the situation she was in now. But it wasn't in her nature to just lie down and take it. She'd keep trudging on, finding her own way through the storm. And here there was only one way through. Forward. "I can do this," she whispered again, as she rose to her feet. "I will do this." There was no more pretending. Not now. To pull it off, she would truly become the mask she was wearing. And no matter how much she had previously defied the church and those in authority, or what lies she had told, what spells she had worked in her cellar, or what books of magic she had studied, it was at that precise moment, when she resolved in her heart to go that dreadful distance, that the scared little girl who was brought up in the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School withered away at last, and the Witch of Klomm was born. Chapter 18. A knock on the door made Kerstin's heart skip. "Coming!" She dried her hands, and after finishing off her third glass of wine, she hurried down the hall, blowing nervously. She paused at the mirror and gave her cheeks a pinch and touched up her hair, then reached for the latch. Fingal stood on the doorstep, his hood and shoulders dusted with snow. "Good evening." She grinned. "You got my message. Come on in." He stomped the snow off his boots and pushed back his hood. "Aye. And how are you feeling? Better, I take it?" "Yes. Yes, I'm much better now. Would you like some wine?" "I would." She returned to the kitchen and poured him a glass, then refilled her own. "Bardas didn't give you any trouble, did he?" "No," he said as she handed him his drink. "I think he and I got off on the wrong foot. But I think we're past that now. I feel sorry for him, really. I might have to send somebody by with a heavier cloak. Keep him from freezing to death in your front yard." Kerstin felt a pang of guilt. No one felt more sorry for him than her. She leaned back against the kitchen doorframe and took a sip from her glass. "I wouldn't worry about him," she said airily. "I'd say he keeps himself warm. I always see him out there exercising, running on the spot, doing push-ups in the snow. You know he must be in incredible shape." Butterflies fluttered in her stomach, and she nearly choked on her words as she added, "And frankly, I'm not sure he'll be here much longer." Fingal lowered his glass. "What do you mean?" She looked away from his gaze. "Well, it's just, Bardas and I were chatting the other day, and he said he might be returning to the monastery." "You don't say?" Of course, 'tis supposed to be a secret, so please don't mention it to him on your way out. But apparently the bishop has been regretting his decision to monitor me so closely." "Well now, is that so?" "That it is. But think about it. It's been months. He literally has a man camped on my doorstep. He never has anything to report. All he has accomplished is straining his relationship with His Grace. And," she said innocently, "I suppose he's satisfied by now with my good behavior." "If that's true, it's welcome news," he said, clinking his glass to hers. "His Grace will be pleased." "Aye, but you won't tell him, will you? I fear 'tis a sensitive issue for the bishop." And I sensed some manner of rivalry between His Grace and His Excellency when I saw them together. The last thing I'd want is for His Grace to rub it in and cause the bishop to become stubborn and change his mind. Matter of pride and all that. No, we wouldn't want... He frowned into his drink. Not that I'd place Bishop Allen as a proud man, but if you're worried it'll upset things, I won't mention it. He took a healthy swig. So, what are we having? Yes, 'tis all ready if you want to sit down. 'Tis roast pork in a white wine sauce, with garlic and thyme on trenchers. Sounds delicious. I got the recipe from Goddard, believe it or not. Oh, I believe it. His father's a cook, if you didn't know. What, up at the castle? No, down at the villa. He cooks for Lord Kendrick, the Duke's brother. Oh, my, would you look at that, he said as she served him his plate. Better watch out, or His Grace will have you working in the kitchen. You go ahead, dear. You sure? Very well. Yes. Oh, that is very good. He wiped his mouth. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you about that last letter. You seemed quite upset. I told you, I wasn't feeling well. As you wish. She sighed. Finn, I've no wish to keep things from you. It's just... I just feel 'tis best if you and I don't talk about such things. His eyes narrowed and he continued chewing silently. It makes things difficult, she said. I mean, obviously you're concerned about me. Of course. I care about you. Heat rose in her cheeks. Indeed, but say you were on a dangerous mission. Say you were off to war or perhaps operating behind enemy lines in Samar. Would you be inclined or even at liberty to disclose the details of your involvement to me? No, I should say not. But this is different. Not really. He was staring at her now in a hard way. He had stopped eating, and his fist was clenched on the table. He would ask her now if she really had been sick, and what the letter really had said. He'd see through her excuses. He'd get it out of her one way or another, and then it would all be over. Perhaps, had it not been for her mother. I suppose, he said, picking up his fork, if you truly think it's a conflict of interest, you can report to the Duke in private. I don't need to be in the know, so long as you don't intend to keep things from His Grace. Of course not, she lied. Thank you for understanding. So, how be things up at the castle? Hectic, he said, apparently as eager to change the subject as she was. With the war on, His Grace is in charge of the home guard for the entire kingdom. Which, if I understand correctly, means you're in charge? Pretty much. It's a lot of coordination, delegating patrols, rotating men out so they can come home for a bit. It's quite an operation. And then you've got the other people. Guards and militia from other counties. Right. Say you've got some of Dave Mildry's men down in Osago County. They're used to taking orders from their own commander, who's now on campaign with the king. Now they're taking orders from my men. And of course, we don't do things the same way. And we're working them twice as hard because there's a war on. And they don't like it. And problems arise. Well, most of the time they suffer in silence. But sometimes, yes, problems arise. Like last week, for instance. You went down to Colmire. What was that about, if I may ask? His face turned grave, and he looked down at his plate. I had to hang a boy for insubordination. He'd just learned his brother was killed in Morua. He was upset, but he was refusing to show up for patrol. So I had to go down and, the mother was there, and it was a right mess. How dreadful. Indeed. He began cutting up the remaining bit of pork with vigorous motions. Not appropriate dinner conversation. My apologies. Not at all. She lowered her gaze, her heartbeat quickening. Might I ask who you took with you? He looked up curiously. Just Marcus. She swallowed nervously. Just Marcus? Well, it's only Colmeyer. I hardly needed to go in force. Aye, but... She had a gulp of wine. Say you were going on a mission. Say, a mission to protect the interests of the realm. Who would you take with you? He sat back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest, smiling with amusement. To protect the interests of the realm? And just what sort of mission do you think that might be? Oh, I don't know. Say, Say you learned of a suspicious person traveling through our land. A potential spy or saboteur, and His Grace ordered you to apprehend them. Well, for something like that, I'd hardly need to be involved directly. I'd send the nearest unit to intercept them. Right, of course, but say it was a matter of certain sensitivity. Perhaps the target is a nobleman. In that case, I might be obliged to handle the matter personally. And I'd take my lance. Your lance? Aye, my lance fournie. You remember, the men who came to pick you up from the convent. Cole, Woolley, and the others. You've seen them around. Right, of course. She should have known. She got up from the table and took his plate. So, I've made a rosewater pudding. 'Tis a Kerrigan dish, but I'm not sure how it turned out. Will you have some? I will, yes. Rosewater pudding. Surely you didn't learn to make that in the abbey. I read a lot, she said, bringing him his dish. If you haven't noticed, I spend most days in the library. Sometimes I read culinary books. But it does help to have someone to cook for. She sat down, and blushing, reached across the table for his hand. And about that, might I ask what we are, the two of us? He turned a little pink, and looked down as he stirred his pudding. Well, I'm not going over to any other woman's house for dinner. Aye, but what might you call us? Lovers? Romantically involved? 'Tis just, I feel we should be clear about it. Make it intentional. Well, he said, crossing his arms, if it's marriage you're wondering about, I'm afraid I have to tell you right now that's off the table. At least for me. No, of course. You're married to His Grace. Aye. The realm comes first. Always has. I made that decision long ago when I was still young and handsome. You still are handsome, I think. Aye. Well, no, 'tis fair, considering the nature of our work. There are things which we should keep from each other. I think there needs to be that veil of shadow between us. Something like that, he said. But she could sense he was not fully on board with keeping secrets. Or at least of her keeping secrets from him. Awfully moody for a man under the effects of a love spell. She'd expected he'd be more enamored, and less sensitive and overprotective. Her heart throbbed as she moved in for the evening's objective. I still think, though, that... And 'tis silly, but... Eh? No, I'm too embarrassed to say. Come now, what is it? Well, I just feel 'tis important to have something. A token, like, as a symbol of what's between us. Something to remember me by, you mean? Aye. He thought for a moment, then started unlacing his bracer. Her stomach squirmed as she watched, and she finished off her wine. Will this do? That'll do splendidly. He set it between them, and she reached under the table, pulled her skirt up past her thigh, and slid the garter off her right stocking. A black, lacy thing with pink ribbon threaded around the middle she had gotten for this very occasion. She held it out to him. He took it in his hand, and she slid the bracer toward herself, heart pounding. Guess this makes us an item, he said. Aye. She shivered. She was so nervous she could have thrown up, but she rose and went around the table toward him, smiling in a way she hoped he might find sensual, her one stocking sagging down to her knee. "Aye, we're an item." He slid back his chair, and she sank into his lap, running her hands over his chest and shoulders, and wrapped her arms around his neck. He was staring into her eyes, honest and strong. He was a good man, Finn. He didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve him. She swallowed and looked down to his lips, and muttered the words under her trembling breath. "What's that now?" "Never you mind," she whispered, and pressed her lips to his. Warmth exploded in her chest. He leaned into her with a groan. His hands caressed her back, sending goosebumps along her arms. Tingles shot throughout her body. But as she slipped her tongue into his mouth, she felt a brief metallic shock on the tip of her tongue. If he'd noticed, he did not mention it, and she set the bracer on the table and ran her fingers through his hair, kissing him all the more passionately. "All right," she said, breathlessly pushing him away. They had by that time moved to the couch in the living room. "I'm afraid you better go. You've got meetings." "Not till morning," he said, a little confused. "I could stay, if you wanted." "You forget, sir, I was raised in a convent." "Ah." He stood up, causing the couch to creak. "You'd like to slow down a bit." "I understand." She reached for his hand. "You're not upset, are you?" No, not at all," he said, straightening his sash and his surcoat. "Perhaps if I was a hot-blooded youth. But at my age, well, it's a bit of a relief, to be honest. I hope it's not strange for me to admit that." "No, not at all. You will come again soon, though, won't you? And stay a little longer?" "Aye, I will. Thanks very much for supper." She followed him to the door and kissed him good night. Then he pulled up his hood, and she watched with increasing dread as he trudged across the snowy courtyard to where he'd left his horse tied up by the gate. "Have a pleasant evening, Seneschal," called the monk, his breath shimmering in the moonlight. "Stay warm, Bardis." Finn climbed into the saddle, and she waved as he sent her a nod. Then he trotted off, and her heart sank. It was just her and the monk now. It was the moment she'd been dreading. She dug her nails into her palms, then went out onto the step, wrapping a red shawl around her shoulders, her skin prickling in the frigid air. "Brother Bardis?" She shivered as he started toward her through the snow. "Yes. What is it?" "'Tis awfully cold out here. And, well, I was wondering if you might like to come indoors." Chapter 19. Kerstin of Klomm, to His Royal Highness Prince Vashtian of Akos. Through means which I cannot begin to describe in written word, I have come upon information which is to be regarded as highly pertinent to the safety of the royal persons. In return for disclosing this knowledge, there are certain things concerning my sister I wish to know. I am confident your Highness has the answers. I am presently traveling to the capital and hope to obtain a private audience so we can discuss these matters at length. Your servant, K. Kerstin watched White Deer Village fade into the dreary horizon as the merchant cart rumbled over the frozen road. It'd be a long, bumpy ride to the capital. Across from her, another woman jiggled a fussing bundle in her arms, then finally offered the babe her breast. Kerstin smiled faintly and lowered her pipe from her mouth. How old? 3 months. Elaine. Sorry? Her name is Elaine. Ah. Are you... Well, you're traveling alone. Am I married, do you mean? Aye. To a man-at-arms of Klomm. And he doesn't mind you traveling across the kingdom on your own? 'Twas his idea. See, 'tis his sister I'm going to see. She's married to a constable in Amaral. They're with child, and I'm afraid the pregnancy isn't going well. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it all works out. Aye, us as well. A silence passed between them, in which both woman and child fell asleep, and Kerstin took out Fingal's leather bracer and turned it over in her hands. She sniffed it, but it did not smell of him the way she wished. She sighed glumly and tucked it away. Her mother had planted the seed. She'd watered it. Now she owed him more than he'd ever know. 2 days earlier. A gray-blue tinge hung over the lifeless wild. Frost clung to the winter-barren trees, limbs bending under the weight of snow. The forest was still, quiet, the only sound, the occasional whisper of the wind or the faint tinkling of the horse's bridle. Up to his thighs in snow, Fingal shivered as he peered anxiously through the gloomy woods for Marcus and Jason, his every breath a smoking cloud on the frigid air. There was still no sign of them. "Come on," he hissed, teeth chattering. "Where are they?" He pulled his lavender cloak tighter around his shoulders and pressed his hand to his stomach. Snow crunched nearby, and he looked up to see Cole trudging toward him. "Everything all right?" he asked. He nodded tersely. "I'm fine. Just some stomach disruptions is all." "Oh, aye? You look like you're about to keel over." He drew his shoulders back and straightened up as best he could. "Wait till you get to be my age and have young pups coming around telling you to keep your back straight." Cole looked at him in disbelief. "Did you just make an excuse about being an old man?" He looked around, then leaned in close and spoke in a hushed voice. "That isn't like you, sir. That isn't like you at all. Cole, something's amiss here. I can feel it. All the secrecy about this mission, and you haven't seemed like yourself the last couple of days. The others agree. I mean, you wouldn't admit to having a broken leg if you were walking with a crutch, and here you are looking awfully green, doubled over, shuddering in the cold, and all this walking off alone way into the woods every time you need to piss or... I told you, I'm having bloody stomach issues." "Aye, sir. If you're that ill, I'm obliged to advise that we abort the mission." "That isn't an option." "Sir, I'm fine, damn you, all right?" "Someone's gonna get bloody killed." "Aye, 'twill be you if you don't get off my back. Now piss off, Cole." "Whatever you say, Seneschal," muttered Cole, throwing up a half-hearted salute before wading back through the snow toward his horse. Fingal eyed him worriedly, fingering the leather bracer on his wrist. "Seneschal." The longbow, Arden, nodded toward movement in the trees. Jason and Marcus returning. The two stumbled through the knee-deep snow up the wooded hill, hissing and blowing. When at last they reached them, Jason saluted and stood wincing with his hands on his hips, breathing hard while the younger boy doubled over, panting. "Well?" "There was a carriage, just like you said, with an entourage of about a dozen men, mostly Kerrigan." Fingal frowned. "Mostly?" "Aye, they had a nigger all night with them, and his squire." Cole glanced at him sidelong. "Sir, I think you'd better tell us what we're doing here." Fingal swallowed. "Well, we're going to... We have orders to take them out. Make it look like bandits." The men stared at him. A few exchanged suspicious looks. Cole crossed his arms. "Take them out?" "Aye. Like I say, we have orders." "Sir, do you mean to say His Grace is ordering us to assassinate a Kerrigan delegate whom we've provided a guarantee of safe passage?" No, these orders come from a higher authority than His Grace." A few whispered curses and shook their heads, and more than one of them muttered something under their breath about King Bloody Torg. "And so what?" said Cole. "The 6 of us against the 12 of them? Whatever the politics behind it, we don't have enough men." "We have as many men as we have. We've also got the element of surprise and the forest for cover." "Right. Technically, we have enough men to pull it off, but not without one or most of us getting killed." "Cole, is that a hint of cowardice I'm hearing?" Cole flicked his eyes between him and the others. "No, Then stop whining." "Yes, sir. Now, our plan—" "Actually, Cole, you know what? I think you'd better tell us what your plan would be, since you were previously suggesting we abort this mission." What? Okay. Well, there's 6 of us, and they'll be traveling in a column, and, like you say, we do have the element of surprise and the forest cover. I'd say we divide into 2 groups. Marcus and Jason on the right to hit them in the front with crossbows. They'll take out the carriage driver first and maybe a few men in the front of the column, then retreat further into the tree cover when they come after them. The rest of us will hit them from the rear. Me and you, sir, will charge their flank while Arden, and no, Willie better go with the others, 3 and 3. That way he can fend off the cavalry with his billhook while Jace and Marcus reload their crossbows. Willie nodded grimly, leaning on the shaft of his polearm. "Aye, that's how I'd do it too. Best chance of success, for what it is." Jace and Arden nodded in agreement. Marcus looked between them nervously, and Willie put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You'll be fine, lad." "So that's it then? We're decided?" asked Cole. They all looked at him. It's just..." Fingal winced and pressed his hand over his stomach. "I've mentioned I've been having issues. I'm not really feeling strong enough to... I was thinking of hanging back, maybe using a crossbow." Cole was staring at him, eyes rimmed red, scared like. "Hang back? Sir, you're the heavy cavalry. How am I supposed to—" "I'll go with you," said Jason, pulling the flanged mace from his belt and looping the cord at the bottom of the handle around his wrist. "Seneschal, you take my place." "Thank you. Right, so we'll lose our livery so no one knows we're men of Klomm, and make it look like the work of bandits. Loot and burn the carriage and whatnot." "The Igranel men," said Arden. "We'll obviously take them alive, assuming they can be convinced to lay down their arms, being bloody knights and all." Willie held up a finger. "Not to be that man, but given the high profile of this mission, assassinating an allied foreign official, are we sure we ought to leave witnesses? And I mean again, not to be that man, but wouldn't it strengthen the narrative when the story is told in the Kerrigan throne room, if some of our own were among the slain? They'll really be asking questions otherwise." Arden shook his head. "I never knew you to be such a cold bastard, Willie." "I'm just thinking it through. This is our mission, and we're to make it look like bandits. Well, if bandits were stupid enough to attack a column like that, and lucky enough to actually win, they wouldn't leave witnesses, and they wouldn't be taking no knights prisoner." "He's right," said Jason. "A dead Igranel knight makes it look more like a third party was involved. Otherwise it looks like what it was. Like the king promised some Kerrigan official safe passage, then murdered him, and will have started another war." Arden held out his hand. "I know, but a Shaley's breath." "So that's it then? No witnesses? No survivors?" Cole was glowering at him out of the corner of his eyes. Marcus was staring at the snow, shoulders rising and falling with short, quick breaths. He looked like he was holding back tears, or trying not to be sick. Possibly both. Fingal winced, hardly sure of it all himself. "No witnesses. No survivors." Fingal crouched behind a tree trunk, crossbow cocked and loaded, extra bolts stuck in the snow at the ready. Some distance to his right, Marcus was hunkered down in the shadows. To his left, Wooly was standing against the tree trunk with his back to the road, billhook leaning against his shoulder, crossbow resting in his arms. Before the clop of horses ever reached his ears, he heard him whisper, "Here they come. Get ready." A column of horsemen trotted into view. The Knight of Igornell and his squire rode in front, set apart by their blue and silver raiment. The others wore turbans around their helms and scarves over their faces. Each had a curved sword in his belt and a black plume on the broad head of his spear. A great carriage rumbled along after the first half-dozen riders, drawn by 4 horses. 2 black flags flew from its roof, bearing the emblem of the White Lily of Carrigal. He spied another 6 horsemen in the rear. Wooly steadied himself against the tree and raised his crossbow to his shoulder. "Driver." "Squire," whispered Marcus, taking aim. If he was still afraid, he was hiding it well. Fingal set the tip of his right thumb in a depression in the top of the stock and lined up his thumb joint with the tip of the bolt, taking the more heavily armored rider in blue and silver as his target. "Knight." Wooly nodded. "On your order, sir." He let out a long exhale, fingers twitching at the trigger lever. "Now." Clack, clack, clack. Fingal barely saw his bolt in flight before it bounced off its mark. The knight reeled back, dropping his lance, reaching for his chest, and tipped over the flank of his mount, dangling upside down, 1 foot caught in the stirrup. Horses reared and neighed. Men shouted, frantically looking around as they rallied around the carriage in a defensive formation. The driver lay on the ground with a feathered shaft in his neck. Marcus's man was slumped over in the saddle, horse still carrying him around. 2 more men lay in the road behind the carriage, their riderless mounts braying and veering one way and the other in the commotion. But Fingal's man was still alive, screaming as his mount dragged him around, covering his face as stamping hooves threatened to trample him. "Reload, boys!" Wooly roared. "Reload!" Fingal fit the goat's lever onto the metal pegs on the stock, hooked the string, and cocked it back into position and slid a bolt into the groove. He raised the crossbow, and the 3 of them shot off together, unhorsing 2 more. Another man went down in the rear. He cranked back the lever and fit another bolt as Marcus did the same. "Get ready!" Wooly hissed. One of the Kerrigans who seemed to be in charge pointed in their direction. 4 horsemen broke from the group toward them. Cursing, Wooly set his crossbow at his feet and took up his bill, concealing himself against the tree trunk. "You boys better cover me," he said with a trembling voice. Snow crunched as Marcus retreated further into the woods. Fingal followed his lead, a cold feeling pulsing in his chest, yet somehow mindful that he was supposed to keep to the right so they'd form a triangle of sorts. He crouched in the snow, temples pounding, hands trembling terribly. The horsemen pummeled through the trees, nearing where Wooly was waiting. They'd soon pass by him, 2 on either side. Fingal raised his crossbow and took aim, but couldn't keep from shaking. He was too rattled. He blew out a quivering breath. Just as the Kerrigans were about to gallop by, Wooly sprung out from hiding. He swung his billhook and punched through the breastplate of the man on his right. Then he whirled to his left and unhorsed the second rider. The 2 coming behind reared their mounts, horses braying. They saw him now. There were 2 men mounted against 1 man on foot. Wooly backed away, shifting the point of his bill between the 2 of them as they trotted forward, spears lowered toward him. Fingal swallowed, pressing his cheek tight against the stock of the crossbow, and yanked up on the lever as one of the horsemen jolted forward. "Gah!" Wooly stiffened with the feathered bolt in his lower back, and the 2 horsemen closed in on him together. Fingal jerked his head away. He hadn't meant to do that, but there was no time for remorse. They'd come for him and Marcus next, and he set to loading the crossbow once more. Hooves thudded in the snow. He looked up and saw the pair of them bearing down on him. Clack! The man in the rear sagged to one side and slipped out of the saddle. The remaining Kerrigan advanced alone, pricking his steed into a heavy gallop. Fingal squeezed up on the trigger lever and sent his shot flitting into the treetops. The bottom dropped out of his stomach. The horseman thundered nearer, the black-plumed spear tilting down. He stared, dumbstruck, until, at the last second, he dove clear of the singing thrust. He crawled up onto all fours, disoriented, a numb ache pulsing in his shoulder, and he vaguely realized he had thrown himself into a tree. He whirled around. The rider had reined his steed about. He was coming at him again. Fingal scrambled backwards against the tree trunk. Now his enemy was upon him. There was no escape. The great beast reared up, clawing the air with its iron-shod hooves, and the rider drew back his spear for the heavy thrust that would pin him to the tree. But before the death strike could be delivered, a shrill voice rang through the woods. Suddenly Marcus was there, clinging onto the horseman's sword belt, yelling at the top of his lungs as he stabbed up with his short sword over and over. The blade must have found its mark under his breastplate at least once, for the man jerked with a grunt and let the spear fall from his hands. He then seized Marcus by the wrist, and the two grappled, hissing and growling, the red-tipped blade waving between them as the horse trotted in a nervous circle. At last, the strength of the larger Kerrigan prevailed, and he threw Marcus back. Marcus recovered quickly, allowing him only a second's reprieve. But that second was all that was needed. As Marcus came at him again, the Kerrigan drew his scimitar in a flashing upward arc, and Marcus froze, a look of surprise on his face. Nothing happened at first. Then after a moment, scarlet began trickling from underneath his chin, and he sank to his knees and slumped over in the snow. The Kerrigan trotted in circles, hissing and blowing through gritted teeth, red drops speckling the snow. Then he fixed his gaze on him, eyes full of grim resolve, raised his saber overhead, and urged his steed toward him. Fingal wriggled his sword from the scabbard as his foe cantered nearer. He held the blade out, preparing to thrust with all his might, but instead of gathering speed for the charge, the horse slowed its pace, and his rider let out a final sighing groan, and tumbled out of the saddle. Panting for breath, Fingal approached him cautiously, and kicked him to be sure he was dead, then hurried to where Marcus lay on his side. But the boy was already gone, staring off at nothing. He knelt next to him, placing his hand on his shoulder, and hung his head. Poor lad. He took a deep breath and stood up and collected Marcus's crossbow from the snow, brushed it off, and set a fresh bolt in the groove. "You won't get away with this," said the knight, his voice shaking. He was kneeling in the cold mud, hands behind his head. "Do you know who's in that carriage? There'll be an investigation. A real one. They'll track you down. They'll find you." "Make your peace with the Shaley, friend," said Jason. He stood behind him, dagger hanging from his hand. "I'll make it quick." The knight snarled an oath, then bowed his head and began whispering to himself. Fingal sauntered past them, a crossbow in each hand, grimacing at the sharp grunts and sounds of struggle. Cole was propped up against one side of the carriage wheels, wincing and huffing, blood all down one side. Arden was crouched next to him. He looked up grimly. "Willie? Marcus?" Fingal shook his head. Cole hissed. "I told him! I bloody told him! You son of a—" He growled in pain, shuddering violently. Arden squeezed his shoulder. "Easy now. Easy. It'll be over soon. Shh, there you go." Cole let out a long groan, gave a last kick, and went still. "Goodbye, mate." Arden ran his hand over his face, then stood up. "Well, sir, that's half of us dead." "Aye. Cole's gone?" Fingal turned to see Jace coming up behind, webbing his blade on a cloth. "Aye, he's gone," Jason swore. "There'll be time for tears later. Let's finish the job, shall we?" Fingal took 3 steps back from the carriage and leaned one of the crossbows against his leg. The other he leveled towards the coach door. Jace and Arden approached the door from either side, knives drawn. Arden tried to turn the handle, but it was locked from the inside. Jace rapped his knuckles against the side of the carriage. "You in there! Are you going to come out quietly, or are you going to make us set the coach on fire?" There was some unpleasant muttering from within the carriage, then the scrape of a bolt. Slowly the door squeaked open. A lone man stepped out. He wore a purple turban and had a white, curling mustache. One side of his black silk robe was bespangled with silver stars. The other was ordered with the alchemical symbols of the 5 elements. He glanced without interest at the 2 men on either side of him, then crossed his arms and stared at Seneschal Fingal with his green eyes. "Sir," said Arden uneasily, "you said this was a Kerrigan delegate, but this is—" "Jutes Valdemutisham," said the silk-robed man, "better known in your tongue as the Grand Mage of Kerrigal. I know who put you up to this. Are you sure this is what you want to do?" Fingal swallowed hard, then nodded. Yildiz shut his eyes. "Then may God forgive you." He gave the signal and drew in a shivering breath as Jason and Arden fell on him with their knives. When it was over, Jason looked up, frowning. "Sir, what did he mean, he knew who put us up to this?" "Aye," said Arden. "You said we were acting on His Majesty's orders." Their eyes went wide as Seneschal Fingal raised a crossbow in each hand. "Sorry, boys. No witnesses." Chapter 20. To His Lordship Zildok Nassar, for his eyes only. I have done as you have asked. News of it shall soon reverberate through the palace court and spread throughout the taverns and bawdy houses, confirming what I say is true. His Grace has no knowledge of it whatever. It remains our secret. Your servant, K. A thick smog hung over the capital, fed by the smoke of 10,000 chimneys. Buildings rose like jagged teeth in the swirling brown miasma. It was a filthy place, reeking of piss and wood smoke. Winter only made it worse. The cold stoked the fires all the more, and the falling snow turned to slush in streets already choked with carts and horses. Kerstin bid farewell to her traveling companions, and hopped off the merchant cart with a splat, then hurried off to the side of the road, glancing warily up at the row of half-timbered houses for anyone about to empty a chamber pot. She hunched over and lit her pipe, eyes open for pickpockets and other ne'er-do-wells among the bustling crowd, and waved once more to baby Elaine's mother as they headed on towards the market district, watching until they disappeared into the flow of traffic. Then she flagged down a carriage. "Whoa! Whoa, boys!" ordered the driver, yanking back on the reins. The black and brown hackneys clopped to a halt alongside her, and he leaned down from his seat. "Where are you headed, love?" "The palace." "The palace?" He looked at her as if expecting an explanation. She gave him none. "Right. A trip like that'll cost you 3 pence. 3 bloody pence? Just to ride in your carriage? I didn't realize 'twas made of gold." "Ha! From out of town, are you? You want to go or not?" "Aye. Take me." She climbed into the coach and pulled the door shut. Then the carriage clattered forward with a lurch and merged into the busy street. Occasionally she'd hear him talking to the hackneys, telling them to watch out for some child, or to slow down, or that they'd be taking a right soon, or in one instance, shouting the most perverse sort of language as he threatened to whip someone if they didn't get out of his way. But after a while, the noise and the chaos seemed to lessen. The streets were less crowded, and the buildings seemed nicer, though there was no escape from the brown, smoky haze. They were nearly there then. She'd never been to Amorel, but she spent a good few hours studying a map of the city in the Duke's library. Her stomach tightened as they began rattling across a large stone bridge. Not long now. She leaned out the carriage window for a better glimpse. There were barges on the water, their orange lanterns bobbing from side to side as they rowed through the brown water up from the harbor toward a stone jetty that ran along the far bank. Then a huge building materialized out of the brownish haze. A sprawling complex of stone and grand windows twinkling with orange lights. The Palace of Amaral. So enormous was this majestic structure, it made Castle Klomm look like a woodshed. A forest of bare trees and clean snow surrounded it. A whole woodland in the middle of the city. Kerstin took a deep drag on her pipe, all her carefully laid plans slipping away from her. She had known at what point what she would say, what she would do, but now her mind was frantic and blank. The carriage rumbled to a halt before a large iron gate. 2 purple-cloaked guards eyed the carriage without interest from either side. A third emerged from a barred door in the brown stone wall and came up to the carriage. "State your business." "Just a coach for hire, sir," said the driver in his most respectful tone. "I've got a woman here. Says she's got business at the palace." Butterflies fluttered in Kerstin's stomach as footsteps crunched around the carriage and the guard's face appeared in the window of the coach. He stared at her doubtfully. "Identify yourself." "Kerstin of Klomm. Prince Vashian is expecting me." How stupid she'd been to overlook the crucial detail of her credibility. Oh, how simple and obvious it had been when she was planning it out at her dining room table. Just demand an audience with the Prince of Akos. Of course he'd want to see her. Oh, for the love of Morag, what a fool she'd been, coming all this way, as if His Highness actually read his own letters. The Duke bloody didn't. Some dumb page like bloody Goddard had opened her letter, read it, snorted, and thrown it away. This guard wasn't going to let her into the palace. He was going to tell her to bugger off. Except he didn't. "Kerstin, is it?" "Aye, sir." The guard looked back at one of his counterparts, who nodded. "Very well." They began to open the gates, and she heard him say to the driver, "You can go straight up to the entrance around the fountain. I'll accompany you to let the men at the doors know." She briefly saw him again at the window as he passed by and heard a squeak as the weight of the carriage shifted. Then the driver cracked the reins, and they were moving again, wheeling to the right, through the open gate, and onto the palace grounds. Kerstin blew out nervously and wrung her hands in her lap, preparing what she would say. Trying not to make a fool of herself would be a good place to start. She needed him to take her seriously, and she imagined that would be an uphill battle as it was. Although he was granting her an audience. That was a start. She winced and squeezed her knees together. She needed to visit the privy first. They passed under an enormous brownstone gatehouse and clattered over a courtyard of white flags. The fountain the guard mentioned was in the center of it, an ornate, 7-layered thing of skillfully engraved alabaster, though no water spouted from it in the colder season. It was a shame she hadn't come in the summertime. Still, she was sure she was about to get her fill of royal opulence. The carriage came to a stop alongside wide marble steps leading up to mahogany doors framed in an arch of gray stone. Purple-cloaked guards stood at either end of each step, yellow feathers sprouting from their helms and from under the heads of their gleaming halberds. The weight of the coach shifted again, and Kerstin saw the guard who had accompanied them from the gate speaking to one of the men on the lower steps. It was only a brief word, but the second man nodded and broke from his post with great urgency. Letting someone know she'd arrived, perhaps? The first guard appeared at the coach window and opened the door. "Miss, if you'll come with me." "Yes, thank you." He began leading her up the steps, and the big mahogany doors groaned and started to open, but Kerstin stopped and looked hesitantly back at the driver. "Wait, I should pay my fare first." "We'll take care of that. This way, please. Well, that was generous. But then she supposed she was a guest of His Royal Highness. And yet, rather than making her feel welcome, it made her feel very small and out of place. She had the growing concern she'd gotten in over her head. Way over. He took her through the doors and to the left down a long gallery, their footsteps clacking loudly on the polished marble. Sunlight streamed through rows of tall windows and cast a grid of golden squares on a floor of white and brown diamonds. "Excuse me," said Kerstin as she followed him to the right end of the gallery. "Is there a lavatory maybe I could use? I've come a rather long way." "Sir?" The guard ignored her and turned into a narrow hallway, then opened a door on the left. "In here, please." It was a study of sorts, with a big window overlooking the wintry palace garden. The prince was there waiting. He was dressed in a grey tunic and dark breeches. His hair was cropped close to his scalp. He stood with his back to her, statue-like, left hand resting on the sword at his hip. Something struck her as almost familiar about the rigidity of his posture, but she was too overcome by the gravity of his presence to pay any heed. Kerstin had been determined not to be flustered, not to show weakness or nervousness of any sort. But as she dipped into a curtsy, heat rushed into her cheeks, and she felt rather short of breath. "Your Highness," she whispered meekly. The prince snorted and shook his head. "Kerstin, is it? Of Klomm? Formerly of Sweetwater?" "Aye. Yes, sir." Didn't you have a brother? Fistram, wasn't it?" Kerstin swallowed dryly. Something was off. Something was wrong. This had been a mistake. A big one. He turned to her now, his face grave, and her eyes shot wide as she realized just how bloody stupid she'd been. Of all the ways this could have gone sour, she'd failed to account for this particular avenue of disaster. "I am Sir Brock," he said, "Sergeant-at-Arms to His Royal Highness. We have a few questions about your letter." She sensed movement behind her as he gave a nod. Then suddenly it went dark as someone pulled a sack over her head. Chapter 21. The carriage came to a halt. Kerstin's nervous breathing echoed inside the sack as she listened for voices. A horse whinnied. Footsteps crunched in the snow. Then the door opened, and she was hauled out of the coach and half dragged, half carried to wherever they were going, cold soaking into her stockings as she kicked up snow and slush, trying to match the aggressive pace of her captors. A new voice acknowledged her arrival with general indifference, and the light darkened briefly, then brightened again. Their footsteps stuttered over a wooden surface, and Kerstin shivered as a gust of bitter cold whipped through her. Metal creaked up ahead. Then they were on stone again. Then it went dark again. The cold lessened, and the air became musty and dank. There was a heavy boom behind her. They were marching down a hallway. Through the sack, she could make out the flickering glow of torches on the wall. Then a muffled wail rang out from the distance. The sound of it nearly broke her, but in the back of her mind, she knew that whatever these men might do to her, it would be nothing compared to what would happen if she gave in. A door squeaked, and they took her to the right for several paces, then shoved her down into a chair. Feet scuffled around her, then went away, determined boot clops echoing down the hall. She took a shivering breath. Someone was scratching away at paper with a pen. "This is her?" came a voice directly in front of her. "Kerstin of Klomm." She turned her head. "Sir Brock." "I'll have to let him know she's here. You've got to return." There was a pause. "Won't he be rather angry?" "Yes, I expect he'll raise his voice. I'll handle him." He stepped forward and something clinked. as discussed. Ah, yes. Thank you. I'll be an hour at most. Will that be enough? Trust me, my friend, we can turn an hour into an eternity. The door clicked shut, and Kerstin gasped as the bag was suddenly pulled off her head. A well-groomed man in a black doublet sat at a table across from her, a feather pen jigging away in his hand. She looked up. There was another man right next to her. He'd pulled the sack off. He was a mean-looking fellow with long dark hair and a beard, in studded leather and chainmail. He peered down with dead, dark eyes devoid of pity. She looked quickly away, and noticed someone else was in the room as well. Another man watching from back in the corner. He had a curling white mustache, and wore an apron slick with one thing or another. The man at the table paused his scribbling, added a final tick and a dot, then grinned up at her. Welcome, my dear, to the Tower of Amaral. I am Darius P. Hopewell, an agent of His Majesty. This is my, assistant, Master Gadrick, and behind me here is Dr. Bartholomew, our resident physician. Now, you are Kerstin, correct? Kerstin nodded worriedly. Very good. And to be sure, you are Kerstin of Klomm, formerly of Sweetwater? Your mother is Sadie. Yes, the Witch of Sweetwater Cove, so-called. She nodded, then added anxiously, But she is a white witch, sir, so far as I know. She only practices white magic, petty charms and such. Nothing illegal. Not that I'd know about. No, of course not. He'd marked something down with his pen, then looked up. You had a brother, yes? She swallowed. Fistrum. Indeed, Fistrum the, he wiggled his fingers. The serial child murderer, rapist, and devil worshipper. She shifted uncomfortably. And, well, I see here he was burned to death along with your father when you were only 3, so I can't see that having much to do with you. He whistled cheerfully and slid a different parchment from his folder. I understand you spent some time in the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School. Yes, sir. How long were you there for? 15 years. After what happened, I was taken from my mother and put in a convent. I am a ward of the church. She licked her lips and squeezed her hands in her lap. Her leg was shaking uncontrollably. I believe 'tis well documented that I'm under the church's protection. Yes. I see your guardianship was recently transferred to Bishop Allen of Verdal, because you live in Klomm now. He looked up at her, the yellow candlelight playing on his face. Why? I was taken into Lord Hammond's employ, willfully and with the church's full knowledge and permission. Her eyes were starting to water. There are articles of indenture to prove this. I'm sure. And what is the manner of your employment? Sir, please, if I could, I really need to use the privy. He winced. Oh, I am sorry. You see, we're on a bit of a time crunch, so I'm afraid you'll have to hold it. Now, if you would please answer the question. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Research. His Grace has commissioned me to discover an elixir of immortality, at His Majesty's behest. Elixir of immortality, yes. Wasn't your brother also researching something similar, 20 years ago? Kerstin drew in a shivering breath. He was, yes. Right. So to be clear, 2 decades later, the Duke of Klomm plucked you out of the convent where you spent your whole life, and had you undertake the same diabolical obsession that transformed your brother from an obscure hedge wizard into a devil-worshipping child-killer, and has done so with the full knowledge and permission of the church? 'Tis all in the articles of indenture. Of course. Now, I would assume your new job involves spending lots of time in the library reading dusty old books, Yes, sir. I would also assume that, given your relation to the last person to undertake this task, the church is keen to keep an eye on you, aren't they? She nodded anxiously. And yet, they don't know you're here, do they? She shook her head, lip quivering. He cocked his head, waiting for her to explain. I told my warden, the monk they posted outside my door to watch my every move, that I felt I was coming down with something, and not to let anyone in. Then I snuck out through the sewers.
The sewers?
Aye. The old parsonage they gave me for a residence has a secret passage in the cellar that leads there.
This man Darius chuckled in disbelief, then turned very grave. You're telling me they deliberately provided you with a residence with secret access to the sewer so that you might leave the city at your convenience without anyone knowing?
Yes. I mean, I don't know about deliberately.
This secret passage, who showed you where it was and how to access it?
Seneschal Fingal.
The Duke's right-hand man. He frowned, pen scratching away.
Please, sir, if this be about the letter.
Yes, the letter. Let's talk about that. He smiled wryly and held up a neatly creased parchment with her handwriting on it. I have no doubt you have an explanation cooked up for this. A riveting story, I'll bet. But before I let you lead me on that wild goose chase, I want you to think very carefully about what you say, because I have a number of objections to your story so far. Darius stuck out his thumb. First, I find it unlikely that His Grace the Duke of Klomm actually commissioned you to continue your brother's research. I mean, why? And why you? Why choose a young woman with no life experience at all, who's never left the abbey to do that? Your monastic upbringing has given you certain literary proficiencies, to be sure, but any old nun would do, or any scribe for that matter. Why not employ someone from the university, like an actual alchemist? Of course, there is the relationship between you and your brother. But what relevance does that have? Like, really, if an architect or a great composer died before he completed his work, you wouldn't just automatically get his little sister to finish it.
Kerstin swallowed. As I've said, 'tis...
Yes, the articles of indenture. On that matter I believe you. I do. But you know, sometimes what people write down on paper and what they do are not the same thing, especially when they're hiding something. She stifled a sob.
Sir, I beg you to let me use the privy.
He ignored her and stuck out his index finger. Second objection, your letter itself. Setting aside the question of how a disenchanted nun uncovered a plot on His Highness's life while reading occult books in the Castle Klomm library, the way you've brought this to our attention is rather suspicious. See, I've been doing this for a while, and believe me, this is not the first time I've investigated conspiracy to high treason. Now, let's say, as in your case, allegedly, a common woman inadvertently stumbles on a scheme to harm the royal family, or a lord of the peerage even. Let's say she's a lady's maid who happened to be in the right place at the right time, and overhears voices in the next room. Maybe she listens at the keyhole and hears enough to form a damning accusation. I'll tell you what happens. That woman is terrified. She'll be quiet for a little while until her conscience gets the better of her. Then she'll start to worry about what might happen if she doesn't say anything. And so she tells someone she trusts,
Maybe the village constable, maybe her husband if she's married, maybe her mistress. Maybe she goes to someone in the next village over if she thinks it's unsafe to speak up on her own. Nevertheless, the issue will start being pushed up the ladder until someone extinguishes the fire, or it makes it up to me. His chair creaked as he sat back. I'll tell you what doesn't happen. Some lady's maid overhearing something, then writing a letter directly to His Highness, with a vague warning about some form of danger and ending with, "Hang tight, I'll come to you." I mean, I cannot imagine a more presumptuous course of action. His face darkened. Unless, of course, you were intending to bait your way into His Highness's presence to avenge your brother. You certainly have the motive. Who is to say you are not the very threat you are warning him against? What? But what motive do I? She swallowed, her heart pounding. Sir, please, listen to me. I assure you that be not the case. No? Third objection, and here is where the imagination really starts to wander. The timing of it all. Pressure is mounting in the war with Codzir. Our enemies are growing desperate, but so are we, particularly the nobles who have been funding this war. It's a rather expensive pastime, conquest. The king's campaign keeps slogging on, making once wealthy lords, well, not so wealthy. And just as all this is coming to a head, the Grand Mage of Caragol is assassinated on Acacian soil whilst under our protection. What? But I don't know anything about that. I swear, I don't know anything. Normally I would be inclined to believe you. It's just, this happened between the time you sent this letter and arrived here. You would have been en route, which I'm afraid places you in the area. Oh, God, no, I didn't. You don't really think that you were involved? That is precisely what I intend to ascertain. Mr. Gadrick, I think it's time we show Miss Kerstin here the tools of the trade. There was a squeaking sound as the dark-bearded man in leather and chainmail began wheeling over a heavy tray. Kerstin drew in a horrified gasp as an intimidating array of metal instruments gleamed in the yellowish candlelight. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a ward of the church. Darius P. Hopewell appeared genuinely offended. My dear, I hope you are not accusing His Majesty's agents of operational misconduct. Your rights under such protection have been and shall continue to be observed. As per ecclesiastical directive, no lasting bodily harm shall be inflicted during the extrication of the truth. He gestured toward Dr. Bartholomew. And a physician shall be present at all times. Kerstin hung her head and wept. Now, let's back up to the beginning, and you can tell me again why the Duke brought you to Klomm. But I told you, it's just as it says in the Articles of Indenture. He pressed his hands together in front of his lips, smiling thinly. Mr. Gadrick, please remove Miss Kerstin's boots and stockings. No! She tried to jump up, but the man called Gadrick shoved her back down. She sobbed and jerked against him as he slid a pair of iron manacles off the tray with a clattering of chain and cuffed her hands behind her back. Then he stooped down and tugged off her boots with cruel force, deftly avoiding her kicks. He threw up her skirt above her knees and tore off her stockings before shackling her ankles to the chair. Kerstin let out a high-pitched whine as he selected a pair of hog-nosed pliers from the tray and clicked them open and shut. I need to speak to His Highness. Oh, I assure you every word you speak in this room will reach His Highness eventually. Now, I'll ask you again about your purpose in Klomm. I've told you, she whimpered. I've told you. Very well, Mr. Gadrick. She shouted and spit and thrashed in her bonds as the dark-bearded man knelt at her feet with the hog-nosed pliers. Her objections echoed through the torchlit corridors, briefly softening to whining sobs, then rose sharply into a hoarse, full-throated screech. Chapter 22. His boots clapped sternly on the rough stone as he strode after the sergeant-at-arms through the dungeon hall. He could sense he was nervous, as well he should be, orchestrating a thing like this. He clenched his fists as a woman's wail came floating down the dim passageway. "Just up here," said Sir Brock, with a slight turn of his head. They came to the place, and the sergeant-at-arms paused for a moment, with his hand on the latch, and glanced at him reluctantly. Then he pushed the door open, and they were met with the sharp stink of urine. There was a girl chained to a wooden chair. She was shaking and panting, slumped forward so her black hair hung over her pale face. She was drenched in sweat, and, well, it seemed her skirts were the cause of the smell. Candlelight flickered on her swollen bare feet, and there were ugly dark patches where her toenails had been. He glared at Sir Brock, who lowered his gaze. A man rose from the desk and bowed his head. "Your Royal Highness, I am Darius P. Hopewell." "Under what charges have you detained this woman?" Espionage, treason, possible foreign interference." "And is that before or after you questioned her under torture?" Stammered this Darius P. Hopewell fellow, looking expectantly at Sir Brock. "Your Highness," Sir Brock answered quietly, "it was a matter of national security." "Really? As well as your personal safety?" "My personal? Unchain her at once!" A man in a studded leather surcoat knelt and began unshackling her, and he swept off his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. "You back there, you're a doctor?" "Yes, Your Highness." "See to her." "As you will, my prince." Darius P. Hopewell winced and held up his finger. "Your Highness, if I may, this woman made some rather damning revelations. As a, professional at this sort of thing, there is clearly more she isn't telling us. I strongly recommend that we question her more thoroughly, particularly where the Right Honourable Yildisvalze Mutasham is concerned." "The Grand Mage? You think she's responsible?" "I think she was involved, yes." He sighed slowly. "Very well. I'll ask her about it. I was meaning to speak to her." "Yes, very good, Your Highness. My notes are here." "Thank you. Now leave." "Right away, Your Highness." "And take that tray out with you." "Indeed, sire. Come along, Master Gadrick." "I'll be right outside," said Sir Brock, shutting the door as he exited after the other two men. Wood creaked as he took Darius P. Hopewell's place at the table. He sighed and covered his face with his hands. "I am very sorry about this. Kerstin, is it?" "Yes." She winced as the doctor dabbed ointment on her toes. "Yes, sir." "Pleased to meet you. I am Prince Vashian." She nodded weakly, staring at the floor, and he drew in a long breath and began sorting through the parchments on the table. "You know, after this, I'm afraid no one will ask for an audience with me ever again." She didn't look up. She sat with her hands on her lap, gazing through the doctor as he wrapped her feet in bandages. "I hope you don't mind," he said gently, "but I need to ask you a few more questions."
Her blue eyes flicked up in horror, and he held out his hand. "No one's going to hurt you, I promise. I have no use for such methods. Would you like some water?" "Yes, please, Your Highness," she said quietly, returning her gaze to the floor. "Very good. Doctor, if you'd be so kind as to send for some bread and water. And also, if you could please bring Miss Kerstin some fresh clothing and a wash basin." "As you will, my prince," said the doctor, and he went to carry out his bidding, leaving the two of them alone. Prince Vashian looked over the transcripts. "So, I see here you were brought to Klomm under the guise of continuing your brother Fistrum's research." He looked from one parchment to another, frowning. "To contact and gain the trust of his mentor and confidant, whom you have identified as a Kerrigan lord by the name of Zildok Nassar. Can't say I've heard of him. And the purpose of this was to determine whether His Majesty is involved in something, diabolical, which you say, according to this Nassar fellow, he is. And, yes, I see here. More specifically, he intends to make a sacrifice of pure royal blood in return for his impending triumph in Samar as per a sworn pact with the Yolkari." He arranged the parchments in a neat stack and set them on the table. "In other words, my father is planning to murder me or Princess Lemphina when he gets back." Kerstin nodded somberly. "That's about the gist of it." "And this is why you came to Amarel?" "That it is. Aye. Though I confess, had it been up to me, I would not have been so forthcoming." You feel you've betrayed his grace. Possibly also this Zildok Nassar. You fear the repercussions." At this she appeared quite afraid, and looked glumly at the floor. "You might as well have me hanged." "Well," he said, stroking his beard, "I'm afraid that's not entirely out of the question. You've confessed to spying on the king. By law, we have every right to hang you. However, you risked a lot in coming here. Suffered even. I'd like to think your heart is in the right place. Even the Duke, though I dislike that he finds it acceptable to pluck a young woman out of a convent and treat her like she's expendable, I believe had noble intentions. But," he took a deep breath and crossed his arms, leaning forward on his elbows, "are you sure you don't know anything about this unfortunate business with the Grand Mage of Carrigal?" Her eyes shot wide and she shook her head. "No." "Easy now. It's all right. I'm not trying to interrogate you. I'm just asking for your help is all. The consequences of this could very well be disastrous, and on a rather large scale. I should say any information on the matter would be handsomely rewarded." She gave him an exasperated look. "Your Highness, I don't know anything, I swear. I swear on the blessed heroine Morag. I swear on the throne of heaven and—" "All right. You don't know, and that's fine. I'm relieved you're not involved." However, Darius was right. There was something she wasn't telling them. He didn't know what, and he couldn't say how or why he knew, but he could feel something was off, like a discordant note played on a musical instrument just slightly out of tune. However badly this girl had been used, she was not to be trusted. Perhaps all the more because of it. Perhaps he should have let them pry the truth out of her. That's what his father would have done. He pushed that thought out of his mind, determined to err on the side of mercy. He took a deep breath, and the chair creaked as he sat back against it.
So here is what we're going to do.
She straightened up and stared at him attentively.
You are going to return to Klomm. I'll be writing to His Grace, letting him know what's taken place here, and requesting that he terminate your contract of indenture.
But, Your Highness,
this is to prevent him from placing you in further peril. He will not refuse, not with charges of treason and espionage looming over him.
She squirmed uneasily.
And I will also be sending a report to His Excellency.
Her eyes flashed with worry.
What? Bishop Allen? Must you? I mean, is that really necessary?
Indeed. As he is your legal guardian, I must let him know what's happened. And with you no longer in the Duke's employ, it'll be up to him to decide what to do with you.
She hung her head, and looked about as despondent as he'd yet seen her. She looked up suddenly as he got up to leave, as though some certain thought had just occurred to her.
Your Highness, please, before you go, I pray you let me ask you something.
Yes?
Did you know my sister?
Your sister? Meredith, was it?
He paused, looking away.
I've heard of her, but only in relation to your brother. If you're asking if I ever met her, no, I never made her acquaintance.
She lowered her eyes to the floor and said no more. Kerstin flinched as the tower doors boomed shut behind her. Night was falling over the city, and the chill air bit through her clothes, causing her toes to ache and throb terribly. She hugged her bag to her chest as she stood listlessly on the drawbridge. What was she going to do now? She sighed, her breath trembling. It was all over for her. It was only a matter of time. She traipsed across the drawbridge and through the outer gateway where a soldier in blue and yellow stripes stood guard. She could run. She'd be hunted eventually, but she could run, just like her brother had. She wouldn't have her father to help her and bring her food, but neither did she have a sister to rat her out to the authorities. No, what she had was someone who might casually just snuff her out like a candle if he didn't hear from her for too long. She wished Fingal were there, waiting with his horse to take her someplace clean and warm. How badly she wanted to tell him about all of this, about everything, to just cry against his chest while he hugged her tight and stroked her hair and told her it would all work out, because she couldn't bloody see how. But he wasn't here, and she couldn't tell him. No, there was only one person she could turn to. She sniffed and took out her mother's ring. In the frigid night, its metal surface felt painfully cold between her fingers. She needed only to slip it on and speak, pour out all her woes. It'd be 2 or 3 days, but she would come for her. Less than that if she headed south to meet her halfway. Then the two of them could plan together and sort a way out of this blasted mess. But as Kerstin gazed down at the turquoise eye set in the exotic, gold-engraved S, she recalled her earliest memory. The image of her mother wailing on her knees in the mud as the church's agents took her away from her. She had no power to stop them. She had no power to help her brother either. For all her moils, she was just a sad old woman who couldn't control the things happening around her any more than anyone else. Besides, her mother would just be one more person trying to assert their will over her, and the last thing she needed was someone else trying to use her for their own ends. No, she'd had quite enough of that. Quite enough indeed. She scowled and stuffed the ring back into her pocket. she'd have to fight her own battles. And she'd have to do it on her own. Her mother was right about one thing. She needed to look out for herself first and use everyone else the way they were using her. And then it came to her. It was obvious, really, though much simpler in theory than execution. All this time she'd been trying to survive whilst under everyone's thumb. It had never really occurred to her she ought to take power for herself. Her spirits rose and she quickened her pace, and she clamped the stem of her pipe between her teeth. A sly grin spread across her face as a plan began to come together in her mind. Kerstin was done letting people push her around. Chapter 23. It was completely dark when she crept into the empty church. Evening prayers had been over for more than an hour, and any who might have joined in had since gone home for the night. Kerstin warily glanced around the nave to be sure. A host of candles flickered on the altar, on low tables on either side of the aisle preceding the steps up to the chancel. A few more gave a dim glow from little cages hung on chains near the outer edges of the pews. But not a soul in sight. She winced as her footsteps echoed obtrusively, breaking the solemn quiet, and she did her best to soften her pace. She kept to the outer left where it was darkest, cloaking herself in the shadows of stone pillars as she skulked toward the front, passing under stained glass windows depicting various deeds of the ancient heroine Morag. There was a door off to the side. She placed her hand on the knob, and turning it very carefully, pulled it open a crack and glanced inside. It was a dimly lit hallway. The door squeaked as she pulled it all the way open. But before exiting the nave, she spied a miniature altar or shrine on the far side of the aisle. Candles of various colors blazed in little glass cups under a familiar scene of red and blue and gold. Morag giving a loaf of bread to a crippled beggar child. Between the candles, on the center of this altar, was a heavy wooden box. Kerstin took note of it as she ducked into the hallway, pulling the door gently shut behind her. She rounded a corner left, then right, and tried the first door in the hall. It led to a dark room where the sacred vessels were cleaned and prepared for service. The second was around another corner, and opened upon a passage to the undercroft. The third door was locked. Kerstin glanced about as she squatted in front of the latch, then went to work with her hairpin. After a few brief moments of frustration, she was rewarded with a satisfying click, and she opened the door to the church office. She struck a match and lit the candles on either side of a slanted scribe's desk, eyeing the walls of dusty old books. Most were covered in cobwebs and had not been read by anyone for many a year. She rummaged around for a bit, then removed several sheets of parchment from a drawer, closed up the heavy tome of the sacred scripts of Morag on the scribe's desk, and shoved it aside. Then finding ink and a feather quill, she arranged them on one side and scooched the bench in a little closer. There were two things the church always had in ample supply: parchment and money. Kerstin cracked her knuckles and stretched out her fingers as she prepared to apply her very best churchwoman's hand. Then taking a deep breath, she dipped her quill and began a letter using the elegant strokes and flourishes only one who'd spent a lifetime copying manuscripts in an abbey scriptorium could produce. It took her longer than she'd expected. She'd fallen out of practice since leaving the convent. Without Mother Ignis there to wrap her on the fingers, she'd taken a rebellious delight in hastily scrawling her notes and correspondences without any thought to form or legibility. She'd gotten rather sloppy, it had to be said, and she had to start the whole thing over twice before finally adding the last flamboyant slash at the bottom of the vellum page. She blew on the ink and set it aside, then arched her back and began on the second letter. This one needed not be as extravagant, and her pen danced furiously across the parchment. She was nearly done when she heard the distant boom of a shutting door and the echo of footsteps from elsewhere in the building. She paused to listen as they came nearer, then blew slowly through pursed lips as she dipped her quill and began scratching away. Whoever it was, they were coming her way, whistling and jingling keys. She added her initial and a dot, then quickly folded both letters, tucked them in her sleeve, and slid open the desk drawer. An old man of 70 years or more appeared at the doorway. He was dressed like a workman, and his hat and cape were badly worn. He stopped and blinked at her in surprise.
"Oh, good evening. Can I help you with something?"
He must be the sexton.
"Yes, hello. I was just looking for the key to the poor box."
"The key to the poor box? And you need to get in there because
one of the orphanages has a bit of a rat problem. I'm sure you know about it. Anyway, they found droppings in their oats and grain. They're afraid the whole pantry's been contaminated."
You don't say. Rats, is it? I hadn't heard they were having trouble with rats. Which one was it?"
"I really can't recall. I was just sent."
Right. Cripes, though, don't they have cats? You'd think they would."
Kerstin shrugged.
"But we can't have those poor young ones gone without their bread and porridge now, can we? Now, I can't say where the father keeps his key, but I've got mine here if you want to come with me." He jangled his ring of keys.
"Oh, good. Someone from the order was supposed to be informing him I was coming. Not sure if they ever found him."
Would they head over to the parsonage, did they?"
"I would assume so."
"Oh, they won't find him there. Not this time of the week. There's a card game on at the Red Hound. He likes to head over there after prayer and have a supper."
Kerstin put on a mortified expression. "A man of the church? Playing cards? In a tavern? Gambling with his priestly stipend? What kind of example does he set for his parishioners?"
"First time out of the cloister, is it?"
"It is not, and I assure you, sir, it is no laughing matter. Souls hang in the balance."
"Yes, well, it's not for me to approve or disapprove what the father does. I'm only the groundskeeper. Anyhow, I think we can trust you. It's not like you came to help yourself to the poor box, is it?"
"Very funny," said Kerstin. She stood up and blew out the candles, but the sexton eyed her strangely as she shut the door behind her.
How'd you, wasn't that locked?"
She glanced at the office door, then back to him. "No?"
"Strange," he said, scratching his bald head. "He's usually pretty careful to... Anyway, I should just..."
He selected a certain key and fitted in the lock, and turned it over with a click.
"All right, then. This way."
Kerstin followed him back out to the nave, to the icon of Morag feeding the beggar child, and stood back with her hands tucked in her sleeves as he unfastened the padlocks on either side of the strong box on the altar.
"There you are," he said as he flipped open the lid. "How much do you need?"
"Oh, well, I supposed I'd just take it all." The sexton rubbed the back of his neck as he looked uncertainly into the poor box.
"I guess that'd be easier than trying to count up all them farthings. You didn't bring a sack, did you?"
"You know, I didn't even think of it. And I suppose the box is chained in place."
"It is, and it's heavy. You don't want to be carrying that any distance. No matter, I think I saw some money bags lying around."
He went back into the back hall, and soon returned with a red velvet sack, and began filling it with coins from the poor box. I'm sure that will do, said Kerstin once the bag had gotten fat. If 'tis not enough, I can always come back for the rest. Well, it's more money than I've ever had at once. He handed her the bulging sack. It would do indeed. Thanks for your assistance. Oh, any time, any time. Give my best to the young ones, will you? Kerstin bid him farewell and left the church with the bag of money tucked under her arm. Out into the dark streets, she slipped into a narrow alley, and glancing about to be sure there was no one watching, she shook the prayer beads off her wrist into her pocket. The weather-faced man set a candle on the table and gestured for Kerstin to sit. There was a creak on the stairs, and his wife appeared, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders, squinting against the buttery light. He crossed his arms. So what's this about, then? You come out here, bang on my door in the middle of the night, asking for help. Who are you and what do you want? His wife held out her hand as if to urge him to adopt a gentler tone. Have you been thrown out? Do you need a place to stay? He grunted. If that's the case, you can sleep in the stables. I'll not shelter a woman under my roof whose own father won't suffer her. No, that be not the case. 'Twas actually the stables I wanted to ask you about. You are the head groom, correct? He raised his chin suspiciously. Aye. I assumed so. I need to get a message to Klomm. 'Tis a matter of utmost urgency. She dumped out the bag of money on the table, smirking a little at the change in his expression as he and his wife stared greedily at the pile of coins glittering in the candlelight. I assume you can ride? I'll fetch Edric out of bed, said his wife. But as her feet creaked on the steps, he folded his arms and his face turned grave as he looked up from the money. Are you in some kind of trouble? I will be if that message doesn't arrive on time. What sort of trouble? What's the nature of it? If we send our son off, what's he getting into? 'Tis a matter of national security. National security? What are you then, some sort of spy? I am. I work for Lord Hammond Clementis, who, if you aren't aware, is in charge of domestic operations while His Majesty wages war in Samar, along with the bulk of our forces. A sleepy youth sauntered down the stairs, yawning. I heard there was a urgent message. He stopped halfway and stared down at the table. Blessed harrowing! Kerstin looked him up and down. He was about her age, maybe a year or two younger. Head of shaggy hair. He was fairly tall and quite thin, but there was a presence in his eyes that gave her some hope he wasn't a complete imbecile. Listen up, boy, said his father. This girl's got a job for you. 'Tis a simple task, she said, albeit a critical one. She placed the folded vellum parchments on the table, which she'd since tied together with a pink ribbon. Take this letter to Klomm and deliver it directly to Seneschal Fingal. I mean, put it into his hands. You'll take some of this money here for your expenses, and you'll ride hard east. Your haste is of the utmost importance. A royal harbinger will be going out from the palace this very morning with falsified orders for his grace, that if implemented, will expose vulnerabilities in our defensive movements. Frankly, 'twould be a godsend for the Kodesh, who would no doubt exploit this opportunity and use it to leverage His Majesty into abandoning his progress in Samar. I need not say 'tis imperative you get there first. The boy gulped and touched his forehead, lips, and heart as his mother bustled into the kitchen to assemble provisions for his journey. I'll not fail in my patriotic duty, ma'am. Hold on. Why can't you take it yourself? Asked his father. Because I am bound to meet a contact on another matter of grave importance. Speaking of which, I took note that your stable is near the river. Have you a barge? He stared at her suspiciously, chin jutted as he tapped his fingers against his arm. Finally, he relented. Aye. It's not mine, but there's one I can use. Very good. While young Edric here is preparing to quest for the protection of our kingdom, I'll have you row me down to the harbor. There'll be a ship I need to catch.
Chapter 24. Her footsteps crunched in the snow as she tramped along the old cart road. Mist rose from the frozen ground, shrouding the naked forest in a ghostly veil turned gold in the light of the sun dipping below the twisted branches. It would be dark soon. Kerstin shuddered and looked uncertainly at her surroundings. The innkeeper at the Dolgenayahane had told her it was a bit of a walk, but she'd been on this road for more than an hour. It was unpleasant to think she might still be out in these woods when night fell. But then, the thought she might soon reach her destination was no less disconcerting. It had been 5 days since she'd caught a trade vessel in Amaral Harbor and made the 3-day voyage north along the western coast of Akos and across the Bay of Moramish to the port of Zerai. From there, she'd walked a full day on foot to the village where the Dolgenayahane was located, or as it was called in Akosian, the Fat Bear Inn. Her stomach tightened as the tower's dark form materialized in the fog ahead, looming over the naked trees, and she considered turning around and heading back to Klomm. But no, this was the way forward. The only way. She took a deep breath and pressed on. A stone wall encircled the tower. There was an iron gate at the road, but it was shut, and there was no one guarding it. Kerstin peered through the bars. A flagstone path led across the snow-covered ward to the wide steps going up to the tower entrance. Beyond that, there was a stable and several smaller outbuildings, but no living soul in sight. Her master did not expect many visitors. Of course, it was unlikely he was even here. She hoped very much he would not be. His absence was a critical element in her plan. If that were not the case, well, there wasn't much point worrying about that. She reminded herself that, given the developments of the last week, he would almost certainly be in Zerai contending for the new opening in the royal court. Kerstin reached to try the gate, but quickly withdrew her hand as a sudden thought occurred to her. This wall around the tower, it was a circle. Perhaps if this were any other tower, this might be an arbitrary detail, and it could just as easily be a square wall or a 5-sided wall or some other random asymmetrical shape. But not in this case. Here she would be entering the circle of the wall itself, and the thing it represented. She would be stepping into the magic circle of warlock and alchemist Zildok Nassar. He would sense her presence immediately, no matter where he was. Who knew what manner of otherworldly traps he might have set about this place? What cosmic horrors might he visit upon her, with only a quick utterance under his breath, while continuing to smile and nod in the Kerrigan throne room? But then, another thought occurred to her, and a sly smirk spread across her lips. He had her phylactery here. He would be sensing her already. The gate creaked as she pushed it open, and she followed the flagstone path to the tower entrance. She stood on the steps and stared uncertainly up at the menacing black doors looming over her, then reached for the cast iron knocker. She banged it 3 times, then stood back, wringing her hands, and tried to muster an air of confidence. There was some shuffling inside, then a loud, echoing clack, and the door on her right opened with a groan, revealing a cool-eyed man in studded leather. He had a beard and a ponytail, though the sides of his head were shaved. He looked more like a thug or mercenary than a nobleman's guard. He reminded her a bit too much of Mr. Galdric from her visit to the Tower of Amaral. Perhaps this man performed a similar role in the Tower of Nassar. That was not a welcome thought. He gazed at her with silent indifference, and there was a moment of panic as Kerstin wondered if he might be waiting for some sort of password, until he eventually raised his brows.
San Kizin?
Aye. Iyak Salmash. I am Kerstin, the Witch of Klomm, apprentice to Lord Nassar. Is he here?
He nodded, and her stomach dropped as he told her to wait there. He was here, then. What should she tell him? She had no idea how she would explain her presence. She would have to come up with something. God, she hoped the words would come. Relief washed over her as he reappeared with a white-haired woman of great beauty and a black silk robe. But the feeling was short-lived. There was a look to her, something hateful and perverse in the lines of her face, something unspeakably cruel about her dark, dead eyes. It was like some sort of mark that had worked its way into her natural expression that, no matter how pleasant her outward features, displayed true inner ugliness. She was a priestess of some kind, by the trinkets on her wrists and around her neck, but not of any Moragine order. Nay, this woman was a matriarch of forbidden magic, a black witch, a consort of Selsabil.
Merhaba, she said. I am Astarte. Please, come in. We have heard much about the master's new Ogrenzi from Egas. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Tesha, said Kerstin, reluctantly crossing the threshold. She flinched as the black doors boomed shut behind her. Is he not here? She looked at her strangely. Who?
The master? No, he is at the palace, vying for the new position on the Privy Council. I thought you would have known.
It was as she suspected then, and it took a great effort not to sigh with relief. Of course, she said. 'Tis just, he told me to come here. I suppose I'm rather disappointed not to meet him.
All in good time, all in good time. No, I am not surprised he wanted you here. You have proved yourself worthy. He speaks of you often, the master. When he left for Zerai, he was almost giddy. I have never seen him like that. She shook her head and led him into a dark alleyway. They will be helpless but to appoint him as the new Grand Mage. He will gain access to the secret knowledge in the vault of the arcane, thanks to you. The priestess opened a heavy door, revealing steps dimly illumined with an eerie greenish light, descending into what could only be a dungeon, or a tomb, or both. Come, said Astarte. You have shown your devotion to the cause. There is no reason to withhold from you the secrets of our craft. A heaviness pressed upon her as she followed her down, an oppressive force, like a dark hand on her shoulder. There was movement in the shadows, or so she thought, as they turned into the dim corridor, and there were voices, indiscernible voices, whispering, but from where they came she could not tell, though it seemed to be from the stones of the wall and floor themselves. This place was saturated with evil and power. A buzzing haze crept in around the edges of her mind, like a cold fog,
She blinked against it, but when she opened her eyes, she was no longer walking down the hall, but looking down from the ceiling, her gaze fixed on a black-haired woman. The woman paused anxiously, and slowly, very slowly, looked up toward her. A chill washed over her as she found herself staring into her own eyes. She panted with fear, and suddenly she was face to face with Astarte, outside a chamber from out of which spilled an eerie light cast from green-flamed lamps. The lips of the priestess twisted into a sneering grin that made it evident she delighted in her discomfort. Kerstin's chest tightened as she ushered her into the chamber, and she clapped her hand over her mouth, and she keeled over, gagging. A human form lay on a slab, dark against the greenish light. An overwhelming stench emanated from this form, a smell like raw meat left out to rot. A corpse. A person. Or so they once were. But the stink! She retched again and turned away, then felt Astarte's hand on her back. "Embrace the odors of the dead," she said. "For in time you will hunger for it, as you hunger for the aromas of a fresh-cooked meal." "A Shayle's tears," Kerstin croaked. "Don't say such things." The next thing she knew, she was up against the wall, Astarte's hand gripping her throat with wiry strength, her eyes springing unnaturally wide as she pressed the point of a curved knife under her chin. "I will give you one warning, because you are the master's pet. Say a thing like that here again, and I'll cut your eyes out and pull your tongue out through your throat." "What, like him, or his woman consort? Names have power. Do you understand? Names have power." Kerstin nodded, and the priestess released her. "Sorry," she mumbled, rubbing her neck. "You didn't know. Now you do. Come." Astarte went around to the side of the slab, and Kerstin lowered her hand and attempted to breathe normally, though the stench made her stomach flip. It was a girl's body that lay there, a girl who'd been no older than her. She'd not died long ago, a week at the most, perhaps no more than a few days. She wore a nightgown, indicating that she had likely been stolen from her bed, either by physical force, or as she suspected was more likely the case, she'd been drawn out of her home by some sort of trance. The nightgown had been torn open from the neckline down to the waist, revealing an ugly black and purple crater where the girl's heart had been cut out of her chest. Given that there were no other signs of violence upon her, and given that, though her eyes and mouth had since been closed, her face was frozen forever in a grotesque expression of fear and agony, she deduced that this had been done to her whilst she was still alive. Astarte held Kerstin's gaze for a moment, then extended a long-nailed hand over the pallid corpse. "Behold our power." Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she breathed in deep through her nostrils and began chanting in harsh whispers. Her fingers snapped into a rigid, claw-like grip several inches above the face, and her whole arm trembled as if exerting some great force. The hair rose on the back of Kerstin's neck as her chanting intensified, until, with a hoarse gasp, the Elkari priestess filled her lungs with air and expelled it all at once with a guttural "Ha!" The body on the slab began to shake. Kerstin leapt back with a frightened cry, her blood chilling in her veins. It was a terrible sight, like witnessing a seizure, but all the more horrid where the violent spasms came from a thing that should be forever still. Astarte watched her coolly, her hands raised over the jerking corpse like a puppeteer. She wore that same sneering grin, as though she greatly enjoyed her horror. Perhaps this was meant to be some sort of hazing ritual. Perhaps it was some trick she was playing for her own amusement. Whatever it was unwelcome. At last the priestess ceased her necromancy, and with a growled whisper struck the dead girl firmly on the chest with an open hand. At once the body went still, though a quiet hiss lingered in the reeking air. "Goodness," said Kerstin breathlessly. "What a thrill!" "Your brother thought so. He was quite a talented necromancer." "So I hear. You'll find I'm more cautious than Fistram was." "And so far, more useful. Discretion and obedience go a long way with the master, as you have discovered. We are close to accomplishing our goals. The last thing we need is another reckless apprentice going rogue. What a headache that was." "A headache, yes. It only ripped my family apart and destroyed my life." "And yet it brought you to where you are now. You have power, and soon you will have more." She gestured to the body on the slab. "I could have you doing such things within a month. But for now, I can see you are weary. You have traveled far. Come, I will show you to your chambers. You will rest now. Then, at the 11th hour, we shall come for you, and you shall join us as we worship the Okari in the liturgy of the moonless night." Astarte reached out and stroked her cheek. "I trembled to think of the kind of energy we might muster." Are you sure? The master made it quite clear to me he felt such things were unsuitable for one of my level." Yes, you're right," said the priestess disdainfully. "I disagree with this sort of coddling, and I have told him so. However, you are his apprentice, not mine, and I would not wish to anger him by exposing you to something like that without his permission." "Indeed, although you did just give me this demonstration, I can't imagine that being against his wishes, so long as I'm not actively participating. Perhaps I might watch. I'll stay out of the way. You'll hardly notice I'm there." Astarte smiled darkly and nodded with approval. "Very well." Chapter 25. At midnight, Kerstin slipped out of bed and crept out of the guest chamber. Sleep had been impossible, but in truth, though she was tired from her travels, she had fallen into the habit of staying up very late, and it was usually around this time of night she found herself the most awake. Her chamber was on the 3rd level of the tower, and not far from the door was an ornate balcony wrought in black iron that overlooked the foyer on the bottom floor. It was there the ritual was taking place. Some 24 black-robed figures stood in a circle. A young woman, naked and blindfolded, knelt in their midst, while a second woman, in a scarlet silk robe and a pointed black veil, danced around her to the slow booming of a heavy drum, and teased her with a large snake winding about her wrist and shoulders. What exactly this liturgy of the moonless night would culminate in, she was unsure, but she was certain she would not want to witness it.
Her timing, however, had been impeccable. She looked about to be sure no one was nearby, then slunk away from the balcony up the stairs, every so often glancing cautiously over her shoulder. A locked door prevented her from reaching the top floor of the tower. She shut her eyes and reached her hand out toward it, but was surprised to find it unwarded. Perhaps this was because any betrayer among the master's pupils would not be thwarted by such means, and any outside perpetrator would have to contend with a tower full of nefarious necromancers. The lock, then, must just be a deterrent. Kerstin slid out a hairpin, and stooping down, had the door open in a moment. She stood in the frame, peering into the office of Zildok Nassar. It was an immense round chamber that took up the entire floor. Shelves stuffed with ancient books stood all around the wall, spaced between tall, dark windows. Half a dozen more rows of shelves took up the center of the floor, though not all contained books. Some held dusty bottles of colorful liquids and other reagents, including a collection of human skulls of various sizes. She took the second largest one down and turned it curiously back and forth, then tucked it into her bag with a smirk. Passing through the shelves, she found an enormous black desk with broad legs carved like griffin claws. Behind it sat a black, high-backed chair padded with gray velvet. Her brother's journal lay open on the desk next to a huge tome, also open, though she could not read it, for it was written in some strange tongue she didn't recognize. It also appeared to be inscribed in something other than ink. She also recognized her handwriting on a leaf of vellum parchment under a long, thin pipe with a tiny bowl. She sat down, frowning, and tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the desk and turned over the cover of the big book. It was a black, leather-bound tome with iron clasps embedded with amethyst. It bore no sigil or title, save for the numerals embossed in iron. 6. It was the 6th volume of Zildok's own journal? No, his spellbook. She could tell that much from the layout of the text. This and Fistrom's journal must have some relevance to each other then. And from what she knew of Fistrom's research and his findings, and from what she had witnessed in this tower, necromancy, an Okari priestess, actual devil worship, Zildok Nassar was serious, very serious, about undoing the seal of Morag. That meant, then, that King Torik's intended sacrifice, and when Zildok ascended to the position of the Grand Mage, he'd have everything he needed. She was the only one who knew. She was the only one who stood in his way. Bloody Morag. She stacked Fistrom's journal on top of the spellbook, then noticed the tall cabinet by the window. That was what she was looking for. She sighed with relief as she pulled open the cabinet doors, revealing row upon row of small glass vials filled with a dark red liquid. Somewhere in here was her phylactery. But which one was it? Her chest tightened. They were all labeled, but in the same strange script as the spellbook. She hissed an oath and looked about. There must be a lexicon for whatever language this was somewhere in the library. There must be. She scanned the shelves, running her fingers over the spines, muttering the titles under her breath. She was close to tears now. To be so close, and yet... She tried not to think about what they'd do if they found her. They'd make her wish she was back in the Tower of Amarel. She frowned as she encountered a title on the bottom shelf. Kerrigan to... The rest of it was scratched off the spine. She pulled it out. It was a moldy old thing, and her stomach fluttered with hope as she flipped through the pages. Then she let out a long exhale. This was it. This lexicon was the key. She hurried back to the cabinet, and squinting up at the labels, cross-referenced the letters to the ancient alphabet. It was tedious, nerve-wracking work, but at last she found her name. She checked again to be sure, and she thought she recognized the vial as well. There was no time to waste. She plucked off the stopper and drained the vial in a single gulp. To her horror, her throat burned like she'd drunk acid. Then she keeled over, a sudden pain stabbing her stomach. "No," she whimpered. "No!" She'd made a mistake. He'd expected she might come here. He'd poisoned her blood. This was it. She'd been a fool. She dropped to her knees, gagging and sputtering, shivering from the cold, her head swimming, her brain bursting in agony, pinpricks of light popping in her vision. "Please," she whispered, "just let me die. Please, just let me die." But the feeling only intensified, and she began to shake terribly, like that dead woman on the slab. Then she felt a great weight pressing down on her, and invisible claws tearing into her chest. She tried to scream, but her voice would not reach her lips. She was too far back, too far from the surface, sinking further into herself, until even her eyes were too far away to see out of, and there was nothing but darkness and incredible pain. Kerstin bolted upright with a gasp. She was sitting on the floor in front of the cabinet, the lexicon and the empty vial beside her. It was over. She was free. Almost. She still needed to get out of here. Huffing, she stood up weakly and scooped up the moldy lexicon and stuffed it into her bag, then grabbed her brother's journal and the spellbook off the desk. He wouldn't be needing those anymore. He wouldn't be needing any of this anymore. She took one of her letters and held it up to a candle burning on the desk. "No longer your apprentice. Sincerely, Kerstin," she said aloud as she lowered the burning parchment to the pile of other letters and documents on the desk and watched them crackle to life. Then turning with haste, she tucked the last of the burning letters into one of the bookshelves on her way to the door, and a bright blaze rustled up behind her. She descended to where the balcony looked over the lower levels, and to her alarm, saw there was no one down there. She clenched her jaw. Where had they gone? What of the ritual? Her mind raced with worrisome thoughts as she hurried down to the main floor, moving silently, keeping to the shadows. All the while she glanced about, but she saw no one. Even the guard at the door was no longer there. Her lips twitched with a smirk as a certain suspicion entered her mind. She'd expected their liturgy to last longer. But perhaps they had concluded the more public aspect of their rite, and had gone off in pairs and groups for more private revelries. And why not leave the place unguarded? After all, what fool would dare to infiltrate this tower? A brave fool indeed. Nevertheless, she was about to pull it off. Just a quick sprint across the courtyard, then steal back through the woods as quickly as she could to the village. Then she'd borrow a horse and make all haste back to the capital, where she'd board a ship for Lehman. And if she'd gotten the timing right, Finn would be there to meet her. Just a quick sprint across the courtyard, she whispered to herself. She put her weight against the door and carefully pushed it open without a sound. Just a quick sprint across. Her stomach dropped. Outside in the courtyard, surrounded by a mob of hooded acolytes carrying torches, Astarte was waiting. Chapter 26. Kerstin stared, frozen, a chill washing up her spine. I was just stepping out for a breath of fresh air, she said, as rough hands seized her by the arms. Is that so? The priestess flicked her head, and Kerstin shut her eyes as one of the guards reached into her bag and held up the spell book and her brother's journal. As I suspected, you ignorant, ungrateful trollop, after all the master has done for you. For your betrayal, you will know inconceivable agony. Not even death will deliver you from your torments. To the dungeon! The feeling drained out of Kerstin's knees, and she sank against the hands of her captors as they began to drag her back inside. Then, something happened she had not expected. There was an explosion, like the sound of bursting glass. Astarte and those in the mob turned their gazes upward, and for the first time noticed the bright blaze flickering in the uppermost window of the tower. You tried to destroy the master's library, hissed the priestess. How dare you? Then her eyes grew wide, and her expression changed from one of wrath and hate to a look of utter horror as she realized the true significance of a fire in the master's office. The phylacteries! Even as she said this, one of the hooded warlocks drew in a sharp breath, his blank face twisting into a mask of fear and pain. He began to shake and moan. Smoke rose from his body. Then a patch of black began to spread across his pale cheek, and blood began to ooze out of his eyes. Not scarlet tears like those of a holy apparition, but hissing, hot, bubbling gobs. Suddenly he threw up his arms, shrieked in terrible anguish, and burst into flames. Quickly! Screeched Astarte, as all looked on the fiery demise of their wailing comrade. The phylacteries! Save them! Save them! But already several more of their number were showing similar symptoms. With an oath, one of Kerstin's captors released his grip on her arm and tore into the tower, followed by a handful of others, who in their haste plowed past her, knocking her against the other man who held her. But he too loosened his hold on her, swearing and whimpering as smoke rose from his body, then sank to his knees, screaming as his very blood began to ignite within him. With wide eyes, Astarte stared in horror, her long-nailed fingers pressed over her mouth as each of the hooded acolytes burst into flames. At her side, the young woman who had worn the blindfold in the ritual clutched at her, weeping tears of blood. Irreverent Mater, please! Save me! Save me! Let go! She snatched her robe from the girl's hand and recoiled sharply as the girl let out a startling cry and dropped to the snow, writhing about, shrieking like a lunatic, her flesh hissing and popping like bacon in a pan. Soon all those in the courtyard had succumbed to this terrible fate. The snow was littered with their smoldering corpses. Those who had rushed back into the tower to save the phylacteries were too late. Their screams echoed down from above, followed by a dull thud from one who preferred to end it more quickly with the long drop to the foyer floor. Kerstin stood frozen on the tower steps, aghast. But as the initial horror passed, and she collected herself, she saw there was one who had not met with this terrible demise. Astarte, too, seemed to be recovering from her mortified daze, and as the last of the screams died out, leaving only the quiet crackling of flame, it became evident she would still need to contend with the Okari priestess. The two women stared at each other, neither of them saying a word, each remaining perfectly still as the small yellow flames flickered among the charred bodies strewn about the courtyard. Suddenly, Astarte thrust her arm out to one side, fingers crooked in some arcane gesture, her lips hissing with the quick movements of a whispered spell.
Kerstin did not wait to see what evil she might conjure. She darted off the tower steps, scooped up a bone-hilted machete from beside one of the fallen acolytes, and sprinted toward her. A shimmering orb materialized in Astarte's hand, the night air sweltering and blurring around its surface. Kerstin did not know this spell, but she knew it meant death. As she closed the distance between them, the priestess hurled the orb with a shout, but Kerstin checked her shoulder, ducking low as the glimmering phenomenon hummed overhead, then rising, swung the machete up with all her might. She'd swung early and barely clipped her, but it was no small thing. A short, dark gash ran from Astarte's upper cheek to a small cleft in her brow, straight through the eyeball. The priestess stepped back in shock and raised a trembling hand to her face. My eye! She made a whining sigh and hobbled away, shaking and whimpering pitifully, blood streaming down over her cheek. The sight of her might have inspired mercy in some, but Kerstin knew better. This woman was too dangerous to live. Surging with adrenaline, Kerstin drew in a shuddering gasp as she wound the machete back and struck the final blow. It was a heavy, overhand swing. She'd thrown her full weight into it, and while she was quite slender and not very strong, it would have been enough to chop the woman's head in half. Only the blade never found its mark. While Kerstin was in mid-swing, the priestess suddenly thrust out her hand, and an invisible force smote her off her feet. She sailed through the air for a count of 4, until branches cracked under her back, and she landed with a thud in the snow. She lay where she fell, coughing, and tried to get up, but slumped back down, her head spinning. Finally, with a groan, she rolled over onto her side. Wincing, she looked around, disoriented. That woman's strange blast had sent her farther than she'd expected. She was no longer in the tower ward. She saw the rock wall and the light of the burning tower through a path of broken-off tree branches. She saw, too, the shadowy form of an approaching woman. Astarte was coming for her. She no longer clutched her face, but held her hands out at her side, fingers crooked, one hand red and dripping. Half her face was drenched in blood, her eyeball split and swollen, the other wide and wild, glinting in the firelight. Whatever initial shock and panic the wound had caused had now turned into rage. "You took my eye," she seethed. "You whore! You took my eye!" She shrieked like a woman possessed, filling the night with terrible wrath that flooded through the woods, snapping branches, splitting tree trunks, and causing snow to burst up from the ground. Kerstin searched on her knees for the fallen machete, then scrambled to her feet, her mind racing for a spell, for anything which might help her. But nothing came. The priestess was much closer now, striding purposefully toward her. Panting frantically, Kerstin rushed at her again, but did not get to so much as raise her blade before the woman pointed her cruel finger at her, and she was swept off her feet again. Yelling in terror, she shot high up into the air, then cried out as she slammed back against a tree trunk, and the machete fell from her grasp, clanging and burping as it bounced from branch to the ground far below. She was pinned there, fixed in place, choking and writhing as an invisible hand, a very large, very strong, very inhuman hand, gripped her by the throat. Astarte glared up at her with a single fearsome eye, then in a truly eerie display, began to levitate off the ground, ascending until she reached her level. "You know," she snarled as she floated a foot away from her in the open air,
You know at whose altar I serve, and yet you think you can just defeat me like that, with a weapon of steel?" She looked back at the blazing tower. "Oh, my child, do you know how incredible your torments will be? The most horrible anguish you have suffered in this life will become the pinnacle of ecstasy in comparison." Kerstin attempted to reply, but could issue no more than a quiet gagging sound. Astarte continued, stroking Kerstin's face with bloody fingernails. "Understand, my dear, it will not be quick. There will be no end." Black spots pooled in Kerstin's vision as the invisible hand tightened its grip. Her arms fell limp at her sides, and the priestess and the firelit woods and the sky behind her began to fade from view. "Did they teach you much about hell in the convent?" Astarte asked. Her voice sounded muffled and far away. But just as she was drifting out of consciousness, Kerstin remembered the prayer beads and slipped her hand into her pocket. "I know a lot about hell," said the priestess. "But pretty soon you will know more." With her last shred of coherent thought, Kerstin held the prayer beads up in Astarte's face. There was a brief second before the realization set in. Then at once, her glowering, smug expression turned to one of utter horror. The unseen hand that gripped Kerstin's throat vanished as if it never was, and the force which kept them both suspended suddenly disappeared as if at the pull of a hangman's lever. Both women screamed as they dropped like criminals from the gallows, though Kerstin's cry was cut short as a branch beneath her broke her fall, followed by about 20 more before she finally hit the snow. She lay there for a moment, groaning loudly, before managing to flop over onto her stomach. Then, clawing at the ground, she struggled to her feet, cursing and wincing and clutching her bruised ribs. Astarte was not far away, whimpering and sobbing. "Oh, my legs! Oh, my legs!" Kerstin dragged the machete off the ground and staggered toward her, prayer beads dangling from her outstretched hand. "Damn your legs!" No, stay back," wailed the priestess, attempting to crawl away. "Please." But Kerstin kept on, and Astarte threw up her hands and shrunk away against the snow, as though she wished desperately for the very ground to swallow her. Kerstin dangled the prayer beads closer to her face, and she began to cry out in short, huffing shouts, over and over like the ward of a lunatic asylum, who is afraid to receive a punishment they've experienced before. Then she let the beads touch her forehead, and her screams rose into a squeal as if she'd pressed a glowing firebrand into her flesh. And to her horror, the woman's beauty began to wither before her very eyes. Her skin sagged and wrinkled, her eye became sunken, and her hair, though already white before, became coarse and stringy. Either the proximity of these holy beads undid some spell of deception and revealed this woman's true form, or else their power was so repugnant to her that their very touch had aged her considerably and transformed her into a hideous hag. It did not matter. She'd put an end to her quickly enough. Holding the prayer beads over her head, while Astarte shrieked and shook, her one eye rolling into the back of her head, Kerstin raised her machete, but paused as the priestess cried out, "Monk! Monk! Why do you torture me?" So strange and alarming was this to her that Kerstin forgot herself and withdrew the prayer beads as she leaned in to ask, "Monk? I'm no... Do you mean Brother Bardus?" But the only answer she got was a fistful of snow in the face. She leaped back onto her feet, swearing and wiping her eyes on her sleeve. It had only offered a few seconds' reprieve for her enemy, but it had been enough, and when she looked again, Astarte was gone. Kerstin looked about uneasily, panting for breath, then after a moment, lowered the machete at her side, and slunk off into the night. Chapter 27. Several days later, Kerstin trudged unsteadily down the gangplank onto the busy pier. She felt a pang of disappointment at first that Fingal was not there to meet her, and a host of worries came flooding in. Then a man in a hood and cloak straightened up from where he leaned against a rough wooden pillar supporting the veranda of some rickety warehouse, and strode purposefully toward her. "Finn!" she cried, and threw her arms around him. She felt his strong hands on the small of her back as he pulled her in close, and as he lowered his face to hers and kissed her forcefully, she melted against his rigid form. "You got my letter," she said softly after a moment of passion. I think you owe me an explanation." She pulled away. There was a coldness in his voice that she found somewhat unsettling. "Finn, I thought we had an agreement." He glanced warily among the crowd bustling along the dock and growled under his breath. "That was before you asked me to intercept a royal harbinger." "You read the messages. What the hell was I supposed to do?" "The bloody messages. You mean the sealed documents bearing the insignia of the Crown Prince of Akos? I trust you were able to transfix said seal onto the bishop's letter? A Shayle's tongue, woman." He glanced anxiously about. "Aye, he'll be none the wiser. Now let's say no more here. I got us a room at the inn a couple streets over." "A room? That's presumptuous of you." "Do you want to ride through the night? It'll be dark in an hour. Look, I'll sleep in the hall if it makes you feel better. I just thought you'd want to warm up and have a good night's rest before we head home." "Very well, Seneschal." The room at the Seahorse, as the inn was called, was a welcome sight indeed. Kerstin took off her cloak, draped it over the back of a chair, and stood in front of the crackling fireplace, toasting her bare arms in the soothing heat. Finn stood by the bed, arms crossed, watching the sun set over the bay. She glanced at him, the orange light flickering on her face. "Something's bothering you." "Aye," he said, without turning toward her. "Well, are you going to tell me what it is?" He breathed slowly out his nostrils. "Whatever you've been up to, for one." "Understandable, but like I said, 'tis better if you're not in the know. For both of us." "If you say so." She sighed and turned around, letting the fire warm her back. "And what else is bothering you?" "Cole and the others are missing. Jace, Marcus." She frowned. "Missing? What do you mean?" "No one's seen them. I don't know where they are. They're unaccounted for." His chest heaved as he drew in a long breath, then exhaled through his nostrils. "And the timing is troubling. There was an incident while you were gone." "The Grand Mage, you mean?" He looked at her, surprised. "You know about that?" "I should say the whole kingdom knows by now. 'Twas all anyone was talking about in Amaral." He winced and shook his head, turning back to the window. "Wait, Finn, you don't think—" "What? That it's damn suspicious when my men just disappear, at the same time a foreign official is assassinated? Aye, I do. And so will everyone else. But do I think they did it? Actually? Not unless I admit I never knew them at all." "People can act differently when there's a lot of money at stake. If it was them, someone was paying them." "Yeah, but bloody Marcus? Why get him involved?"
She shrugged. Are you overseeing the investigation? No, that'll be Count Igornell, since it happened in his jurisdiction. If it was them, I'll be questioned, as will His Grace. And since you know nothing, your answers will be satisfactory. Still, this whole thing will turn out just fine. She went to him and embraced him from behind, and they stood together in silence for a moment, his back warm against her cheek, his hand over hers. Then she felt a pang of guilt. Finn, she began, you said you fixed the bishop's letter. But what of the letter to His Grace? There was one sent for him, wasn't there? Aye, he said quietly. She swallowed. And did you deliver it to him? He shook his head. Then what has become of it? I have it still. She drew away from him a little. You have it here? He nodded. Can I see it, please? He paused for a moment, then straightened into a more rigid posture, his hands lowering to his side, knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. That letter is for His Grace. Whatever it says is for his eyes only. Finn, what you're asking is treason. Yes, she said softly. 'Tis treason. I'm asking you to commit treason. For me. He turned to her now, a hard glint in his eyes. Kerstin, the way I see it, you already have, with the bishop's letter, transplacing the royal seal. Anger flashed in his face, cooling almost as quickly as it flared into something callous and cold. I did. Didn't I? But that was to protect His Grace and the investigation. His Grace's investigation. Kerstin furrowed her brow. I had it in mind you did it to protect me. He looked away, turning pink. That too, I suppose. Finn, if you fulfill your duty, if you deliver that letter to His Grace, the investigation will be over, and I'll be as good as dead. But why, though? What does His Highness know? What does he say? What did you talk about? How did you even get to talk to him? You'll just have to trust me when I say you're better off not knowing. His Grace as well. He looked away uneasily, and she raised her hands to his cheeks and turned his face back toward her. You trust me, don't you? He did not. She could see it in his eyes, and her heart sank as she realized her mother had been right. Of course she had. She of all people would know the sting of such a betrayal. He sat down on the bed, hands clasped between his knees, and looked out the window at the setting sun. You're asking me to choose between you and my liege lord who I've served more than 40 years. Indeed, this was too much for him, and she could not expect him to make that choice. And she envisioned another version of her story which, after all her trials and the great distance she'd come, ended in this very room. And perhaps it would have, were his heart outside of her control. Faith and power don't mix well. Finn? She stepped between his legs and took his face in her hands. 'Tis as simple as this. If you love me, you'll give me that letter. He looked up at her, flinching with pained disbelief. Then his eyes shot wide, and behind his gray irises, a faint flush of pink pulsed and dispersed. Of course. Anything for you, my love. She smiled sadly as he reached into his tunic, like one in a daze, and withdrew a brown parchment
folded and fixed with a red wax seal, stamped with a royal signet. Kerstin took it from his hand and broke the seal with her thumbs, traipsing toward the fireplace as she scanned over the elegant penstrokes. Then with a deep exhale, she stooped over and held the letter to the fire. Bright flames consumed the parchment, and she let it float down into the smoldering blaze, hissing and crackling as it crumpled into a leaf of fiery black ash. "There," she said, breaking up the remnants with the fire poker. "Now all is well." Finn said nothing. He sat hunched over, his hands hanging limp between his knees, a blank look on his face. She felt a stab of regret at the sight of him, and she went and put her arms around his shoulders and pulled his head toward her. "Oh, come now. Think no more of it." She lifted his chin, stroking his cheek. "You've proven your love for me. Now let me show my love for you." She leaned down and kissed him, slow and soft at first, then deeper and more ravenously as he stirred to life. She shivered at the touch of his strong hands moving over her back, and gasped with exhilaration as he swept her off the ground on top of him, and the two of them melted together. Kerstin sat on the windowsill of her bedroom in the old parsonage, with naught but a linen sheet wrapped around her slender form. Moonlight glistened on hard patches of snow in the courtyard below, and cast strange shadows on the seneschal as he strode toward his horse in the bluish light. Mail glimmered as he waved, and she put her hand up to the window and blew out a puff of silver smoke. It was several months since she'd returned from Carrigal. Fingal visited her often now, usually twice a week when he was able. It was rare he'd spend the night, as he needed to be on hand up at the castle. But that was just as well. She worked best at night, and that was something she needed to do alone. She took a long drag on her pipe and breathed out a shimmering cloud as she slipped off the windowsill and crept out into the dark hall. She padded softly down the stairs into the living room, and stood in front of the dim glare of the fireplace, her flickering shadow large and menacing on the wall behind her. She did not press the switches on the mantel, for they were no longer of any use. Instead, she muttered the names of the 5 elements, and raised her chin as the fire was snuffed out with a hiss, and the passage rumbled open. Clay lamps glimmered to life on the stone steps as she made her descent. It was not a cellar any more, and she no longer kept wood down here. For that, she made better use of the old nave. Now it was more like a witch's lair. The big cauldron in the corner, chains of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, bottles and bottles of various ingredients crowding rickety shelves and lining the wall along the floor, stacks of books from the castle library she had no intention of returning. She slid into the high-backed chair draped with a grizzly bear fur, and pulled herself into the great desk beneath the large map of Klomm and surrounding area. Another thing she did not plan on ever giving back, and leaned over the black leather-bound tome. It had taken her all winter, but she'd translated the entire spell book and read through it twice. It was a perilous undertaking, not only for the risk of being caught with such a thing. There was little chance of that. But the words themselves had power. Dark power. This was no collection of white magic charms. This was a grimoire of black sorcery, the devil's magic. To merely realize the words on the page was to open a portal to dark spiritual forces. This was where her brother had gone astray. Pitiful fool. And damn if she tread in the same path. She laid the monk's prayer beads over the spell book as a protective measure, and scanned over a leaflet insert scrawled with her own writing.
After a moment, she licked her finger and flipped to a certain page in her brother's journal, and muttering to herself, traced the bottom paragraph with the stem of her pipe and leaned on her elbow, scratching her head. Then she sat back in her chair and took a long drag, calculating, very carefully calculating. Finally, she blew out a stream of smoke and reached for the slender knife, and added yet another rune to the intricate formula etched along the gnarled shaft of a blackened besom broom.
Chapter 28. Shadows shifted in the light of their tapers as she clacked through the dark palace corridors, the skirts of their dresses rustling over the polished marble. Occasionally, one of the girls behind her sobbed or drew in a quivering breath. The sound of it set her teeth on edge. She let out an irritated sigh as one of them hurried up alongside her. Lady Marilene, her face strained with worry. "Your Highness, did they say anything about what might happen?" She ignored her, and two guards silently presented arms as they passed between them into a long gallery. But Marilene kept pressing. "Will the war spread? Will it come here, to Akos?" "Kerrigal will intervene should the conflict extend beyond Samar. You know this." "Yes, but—" Her eyes glistened in the light of her candle. "But that was before." She dug her nails into her palms. Indeed, that was before. Who knew how Kerrigal might react now? Bloody Iron Countess. Behind them, several of the girls started sobbing again, and Lady Clare began whispering, "Ashaley, Holy One, have mercy on those dearly departed," over and over. "Ashaley, Holy One, have mercy." "Lady Clare," she breathed irritably, "perhaps you might say a prayer for those still living who have to clean up this mess." Just then she caught movement ahead in the darkness of the gallery, in the shadows behind a column. She froze. Her mind raced with thoughts of gleaming daggers and poisoned darts. There was always some degree of worry about assassins in the palace, but in the current dilemma, they were a very real concern. Her heart pounded. She should scream. She should scream, now. She'd waited too long already, but the guards might still reach her before the intruder did. Lady Marilene sent her a fearful glance as she drew in her breath. Then a familiar face emerged from behind the column. A small man in a long-tailed red coat and yellow silk jerkin with flamboyantly styled white hair. "Oh, Ramsay Nightingale! You gave me such a fright." "Apologies, Princess," he said with a bow. "I hadn't meant to. Never mind. You're just the man I want to see. When did you get in?" "Just this morning," he said, following along at her side as she resumed her course. "I had tried to see your Highness earlier, but—" I was with the Privy Council all day. I swear if I hear the word Morawa again, I'll go permanently cross-eyed." He smiled thinly, but it did little to disguise his concern. "Understandable," he said. "May I ask how the prince intends to address this situation?" She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "With fasting and prayer." She paused. They were near the end of the long gallery, and a doorway led into an antechamber where the dim light of glass-enclosed candles was reflected in extravagant mirrors and the surfaces of grand oil paintings. "He's holding a vigil for the children in the chapel." She turned to her ladies. "Any of you who wish to attend may do so." Lady Clare curtsied at once. "Thank you, Your Highness." The other girls did the same, and followed after her back through the gallery the way they'd come. Only Lady Marilene remained. "I will stay with Your Highness and help you make ready for bed." "Very well." She turned back to Ramsay Nightingale as they continued into the antechamber. "What is the situation in Kerrigal?" Ramsay nodded. "Yes, well, King Asnadul and all the royal family are most distressed over the news, but are reluctant to sway to either side. They'll urge peace, but they feel they cannot mediate in the situation without either stoking King Torik's temper or provoking Codzir in the face of this heinous atrocity. Call it what it is. Yes, your Highness is aware Caragol is experiencing tensions along their northern border? Indeed, but if it's peace they want, they'd better put pressure on Codzir to concede the Isles. If they try to retaliate now, and mark me, many will be afraid, but there will be that faction that wants revenge. If they muster and try to counter, this whole thing will drag on for God knows how long. And my father is running out of money. Believe me when I say, if Codzir does not surrender, you will be uttering my father's veiled threats in the Kerrigan throne room. I hate that I'm playing in his favor. Truly I do. But this is how peace will be formed. They will say Akos has no more appetite for war. Some would say we had none to begin with. My father's appetite, however, is insatiable. Ramsay looked down thoughtfully, strolling along with his hands behind his back, as they emerged from the antechamber into a hallway where the only light came from tall windows at either end, one of which cast broad silver squares on the checkered floor. There was only one large set of grand double doors on the opposing wall. The guards on either side came to attention. "What do you propose?" he asked. She raised her chin. "That Caragol take a side, officially. That now that Codzir has all but been pushed out of the Isles, they recognize them as Akosian territory. That they make a show of participating in our triumph, and threaten Codzir with trade repercussions should they attempt to retake ground." "Oh, is that all?" She smiled sardonically. "And what shall we offer them in return?" "A tax severance on all Caragorn imports until next spring, open borders for their merchants, as well as a 3-year security guarantee." He turned to her as they lingered in front of the grand double doors. "Your Highness, this is... Forgive me if it seems I am questioning your authority, but are you sure you can speak for your father on such matters?" "I have conferred with the trade minister. This will hurt us, but my father is concerned with conquering the Samaran Isles at all costs. Do you understand? At all costs, Ramsay." "Very well. I'll see what I can do." "Thank you. And please, give my regards to Lady Volarina and the princesses. Oh, and also, since Codzir will not receive our harbingers." She reached into her bodice and withdrew a letter. "Would you please deliver this to Esbrenzo? I offer my condolences and urge him to plead with his master to drink the bitter medicine." "Of course. I'm certain he will be greatly relieved to hear from your Highness." "Thank you, Ramsay. Good night." He bowed. "Sleep well, Princess." Then he hurried away, heeled shoes clacking on the marble. The grand double doors opened to a large dressing room with sofas and cushions, extravagant mirrors and wardrobes, tables cluttered with bits of silk, various colored spools of thread, pincushions, and half-finished embroidery. Here Lady Marilene helped her out of her dress and into her night clothes, brushed her hair, then led her into the main bedroom and pulled back one corner of the duvet in the regal canopy bed. "Do you intend to join the others at the vigil?" she asked, squatting over the chamber pot. "I think not, Your Highness. The whole ordeal has left me exhausted." "Worrying will do that." She frowned and sniffed the air. "Did someone spill perfume?" "You know, I was wondering that. I'll ask the others. Nauseating, isn't it? Shall I open a window?" "No, never mind. I've been finding the nights are still rather cold." She climbed into bed, and Lady Marilyn drew the covers over her. "Sleep well, Princess. Good night, Marilyn." Lady Marilyn curtsied and blew out the candle on the bedside table, then retired, leaving her alone. She folded her hands on her chest and gazed up at the dark canopy. Morua. It didn't seem real. It was like something she'd read in a history book that happened long ago. All those people. How long had they been hiding behind their walls, worrying, starving, waiting for the bitter end to finally come? And not one of them was spared. Women, children, the elderly, every one of them put to the sword and thrown in the channel. Thousands of them, bobbing in the waves. And yet she felt nothing. No shock, no guilt, no overwhelming dismay. She was numb. She'd expected this. It was the inevitable conclusion of sending Dame Tannis to besiege a city. Bloody Iron Countess. That woman had 2 uses, and 2 uses only. Getting someone to confess to something whether or not they did it, and waging an utterly ruthless war. The problem was that for all her so-called pragmatism, she didn't seem to understand that war was nothing but a form of diplomacy. She sighed and rolled over and shut her eyes, hearing over and over all the things which had been spoken among the Privy Council. She'd be having annoying dreams about it, she was sure. And if that perfume wasn't giving her a headache, if it cost her sleep, she'd be having words with, well, whoever was responsible. It then occurred to her that she did not recognize this fragrance. And what were they doing with it in her bedchamber anyway? A slow, groaning creak caused her eyes to snap open, and an ominous feeling rushed over her. Very slowly she turned her head. The door of a large armoire was hanging open. She swallowed, staring into the dark shadows. She had a feeling, a heavy, sickening feeling, that she was not alone. She kept her eyes fixed on the armoire, unwilling to look away, afraid of what she might see. The dreadful feeling increased and continued to fester until at last it won out over her fear of embarrassment. "Marilyn?" She listened for the sound of her coming. "Lady Marilyn?" Still nothing. "Lady Marilyn?" "She can't hear you." She threw herself out of bed, senses blaring, eyes shooting into her feet and hands. It was a woman's voice that had spoken, and it was a woman's slender form that stood in silhouette against the pale moonlight filtering through the drapes on the opposite side of the bed. She could not make out her face, only her cold eyes glittering from the dark like hard blue jewels. She held a weapon at her side, some sort of staff or something. "Guards! Guards!" The blue eyes shifted toward the door, unconcerned, then flickered back to her. To her growing horror, no steel-clad men came barging in with drawn swords. "Marilyn!" she screamed with increasing desperation. "Guards!" "I told you they can't hear you. I've warded the room." She backed up against the wall, shaking. Who are you? What do you here? How did you get in? What do you want?" "Indeed, I think the answer to your first question shall make the others rather obvious." She raised one knee onto the bed, and the blue eyes widened in surprise. "My, this is a soft bed." She swallowed and raised her chin indignantly as the intruder climbed up, boots and all, and flopped back against the pillows. This shift in angle partially illuminated her white face and arm, showing wildly applied eye makeup
and black lips spreading into a grin of utter satisfaction. Heavens, that is divine! 'Tis a wonder you ever get up at all. Her chest heaved with a contented sigh, as though, for some odd reason, she was relishing this encounter. Do you recall, she began with a casual air, about 15 years ago or so, there was a certain warlock, a necromancer of some notoriety, a right diabolical fellow. There was a big hunt for him, kingdom-wide. Yes, she said breathlessly. Fistram of Sweetwater. Yes, I remember. She clasped her hands together. Who could forget? Indeed. I'm his little sister. Her eyes darted back and forth as she tried to fit the pieces together. Fistram's sister. But she was... No, it couldn't be. But then... Wait. A vague notion materialized at the edges of her consciousness, floating like a thin mist toward the forefront of her mind, then crystallizing all at once in clear realization. You're Kerstin. The sense of danger emanating from this woman intensified as her blue eyes hardened in a way that seemed to say, Ah, you do know who I am. Yes, I'm Kerstin. There was judgment in her voice, accusation, as well as pain and betrayal. She'd come to call her into account. She'd come for revenge. But there was more to this. She'd used sorcery to infiltrate the palace. That was evident enough. Fistram's little sister indeed. But there was a story here. How she'd risen to power, how she'd gotten her freedom, and how she'd come to know what she knew. The gears of her mind were spinning now. She could negotiate, perhaps even win her over. She just needed a little more information. I understand they placed you in a convent, she said softly. She snorted. Placed in a convent. Locked me up and threw away the key was more like. I was still in diaper clothes. Do you understand? Kerstin, I am so sorry. Kerstin chuckled. Spare me the performance, princess. She sat up and turned toward her, feet spread out so they hung over the side of the bed, her face swathed in shadow once again. Yes, 15 years I spent with the Sisters of Guarded Virtue. Right up until last summer. The Duke of Klomm had the most interesting proposition. Lord Hammond. Lord Hammond. The man for whom my brother worked. He wanted me to continue his research. What? Why? Why would he do that? That's what Bishop Allen thought. And so he had me watched. Put a monk outside my front door. Followed me around wherever I went. She did not like to think where this monk might be now. The thing is, though, continued Kerstin, His Grace did not actually want me to continue Fistram's work. 'Twas only a cover. What I've really been up to is spying on the king. What? What has my father to do with... He was the one who commissioned Fistram to begin with. Lord Hammond oversaw the project and reported the progress to him. Now at some point, Fistram reached out to someone, another wizard, with whom he collaborated. And that's where things started to get ugly. To make matters worse, His Majesty was going behind Lord Hammond's back and communicating with the other two directly. One of those channels has remained open to this very day. What exactly are you saying? That my father has... She got up and spun around with one arm on the bedpost, the grayish light falling on her face as she tilted back her head. Your father has been consulting with the Kerrigan sorcerer Zildok Nassar,
Under his guidance, he engaged in forbidden magics and formed a contract with the Alkari. So desperate is he for victory in Samar that he has sworn to make a sacrifice to the Devil's legions. A sacrifice of pure royal blood. Oh, please, that's outrageous. Is it? She stood up and looked her in the eye. Princess Lymphina, I hope you're not suggesting I've wasted my time coming here. 'Twas no small thing getting into your bedchamber undetected. So what? Suppose it's true. Did you come to warn me? Is that what this is? Not quite. There's actually something I wanted to ask you about. I believe you knew my sister, Meredith. The name caused a pit to open in her stomach. You see, said Kerstin, I did warn your brother several months ago in the winter. I got an audience with him, though not at all in the way I'd hoped. The way I went about it roused a few suspicions. My mistake. But while I was being questioned in the Tower of Amaral, the torturer posited revenge as a motive. That I might want to get close to him to do harm to his royal person. Because of Fistrum. Kerstin stepped closer, blue eyes glowing like cold flames. See, Bishop Allen was the one who told me it was Meredith who sold Fistrum out. But it was clear he was hiding something more. And when I heard the torturer say that, it made sense to me it would be the Crown Prince he was keeping out of it. Only he never met Meredith. But you have, haven't you? Lymphina swallowed. There was no sense in denying it. The woman's eyes hardened. Tell me about my sister. You realize this was more than 15 years ago. I don't know what... Tell me about my sister. All right. Yes, I did meet her once. Briefly. Encountered her, more like. At Harrowing's Heart Abbey. They have a lock of the Harrowing Morag's actual hair in a glass case, and I wanted to see it. I was only 8 years old at the time. My brother was terribly ill, and my father was abroad, so my mother had arranged a retinue to take me. I had seen all I cared to, and was just about to go. But as I was leaving, this nun came running out, calling my name, and threw herself at my feet. It caused quite an alarm. The knights leapt in front of me and drew their swords, and my nurse and ladies pulled me back out of the way. But when I saw how distressed she was, and that she could do no harm, I bid them let her speak. She said she was the sister of Fistrum the Warlock, and that she had just received a letter from her father concerning his whereabouts. Then she wept bitterly into the ground. I think she carried tremendous guilt. She shrugged. Anyway, then I left, and instead of returning home, I went to Assaghal and informed Dame Mildry what had taken place. And I assume you know the rest. Kerstin turned away and blew out slowly, her fist clenched at her side. And as the moonlight fell on her, she saw for the first time that the strange staff she carried was no staff or weapon at all, but an old besom broom. Have you come to kill me, then? Lymphina asked quietly. Kerstin looked surprised. Kill you? No, please. 'Tis hardly you I blame. As you say, you were only 8. And if it hadn't been you, 'twould have been someone else. That said, I've no intention of allowing His Majesty to return from war and simply pay what he owes to the forces he owes it to. He has an heir and a spare now, one to succeed him and one to sacrifice for his ambitions. But what's he to do when he finds that the spare is just Well, gone. If what you're saying is true, he'll kill my brother and have another child, she said darkly. Really? I'm not so sure 'twill be so easy. Kerstin, look, if it's revenge on my father you want, you're not the only one. There are many disgruntled nobles. If you were to join with me and present this information, with our combined powers and resources we could... Oh, I've no interest in your political machinations. I came here to see if you were what the bishop was hiding. And to make you disappear. The hair prickled on her neck as she raised the broom toward her. What do you mean? Let's just say I'm putting you out of the way, removing you from the board, so to speak. For your own good, of course. Her lips began working quickly in hushed incantation, and Lymphina shrunk back against the wall as a hissing green mist wafted up from the floor around her feet. Black in the moonlight, blood oozed from the runes etched into the broomstick, seeping through Kerstin's fingers and trickling down her wrist. The witch paused her whispered chanting and gazed at her coolly. I've thought long and hard about where to send you, she said, smiling cruelly. And in the end, there be only one such place. Chapter 29. Fireworks burst over the city of Urlua and shimmered in the waves of the Bay of Moramish. Tall ships crowded the docks, and all along the quay and cobbled streets, streamers and pennons of every color fluttered from lampposts in the warm spring breeze. Celebration was in the air. The Acacian warband had returned triumphant, and a week-long victory feast was in full swing. Overlooking the bay, Lady Kayleigh's palace was lit up with every color of the rainbow. Golden light spilled from the tall windows of the feast hall out onto the water, from where a seaman in the crow's nest of a passing ship would have seen the twirling forms of knights and ladies on the dance floor through his spyglass, and heard hints of flutes and lyres and galloping drums. Indeed, there was such a ship, though it was no passing vessel. It had been anchored in the bay since the afternoon, visible to all, but since night had fallen it had lit no lights, and could only be seen from the palace as a black outline in the pulsing green and purple glare of the popping explosions overhead. Finally, a pinprick of pinkish light appeared. Very slowly it floated toward the shore, gently rising and falling on the dark waves. To the guards watching from the docks, it was like a firefly floating lazily across the bay. Another burst of purplish light illuminated its shadowy form, and the sight chilled the blood of all who saw it. It was a dinghy rowed by two men with a lantern hung at the prow. But it was the passenger that made those who beheld the vessel shudder. In silhouette, this menacing stranger appeared like some nightmarish spectre, a tall, cloaked figure with a pointed hood. It was not just their foreboding image that invoked a feeling of dread within the men on the shore, but the truly unsettling aura this newcomer exuded, which seemed to put a sharp cold into the very air. Something very dark had arrived at the king's fete. The song ended, and Sir Leon bowed to his partner and thanked her for the dance before retiring out onto the balcony. His hair fluttered in the cool sea breeze, and he breathed in deep. He belonged out here in the night, in the open air with the wind and waves. It was strange, this return to civilization. A bit of a shock, to be honest. Only days ago he was surrounded by death, caked in dirt and blood, his nostrils full of the stench of burning flesh. And now here he was, dancing to music with a beautiful lady in his arms, smelling her perfume, surrounded by all this opulence. The sudden transition was almost too much. There were others out on the balcony, leaning on the rail with cups of wine or tankards of ale, as the fireworks continued to pop and whiz over the bay. Others sat at stone tables lit by oil lamps, watching the sky or engrossed in conversation. To his amusement, one such couple was smoking a hookah. There were a dark-haired man in a black studded tunic, and an exotically dressed young woman in a pink silk caftan with gold trim. Unlike the wimples and tiaras worn by the other ladies, she wore a pink turban with a golden tassel, from under which a black braid fell over one shoulder. Like the man across from her, an ivory-hilted saber lay on the table in front of her. There was only one other noblewoman who carried a sword at this feast, the Iron Countess herself. This, however, was no Acacian lady. She was Princess Pavienka of Karagol, who had come with her mother and older sister to celebrate King Torik's triumph. He had looked too long. She had noticed and was now meeting his gaze, squinting at him as she blew out a fragrant stream of smoke. "Good evening," she called. She spoke the language fluently, with only a slight trace of an accent. The man across from her looked over his shoulder, and Sir Leon saw that one side of his face was tattooed with thorny brambles. This was the Knight of the Briar Rose, the first knight of Karagol, and the Queen's bodyguard and champion. Princess Pavienka was his squire. Sir Leon bowed. "Yaksalmash. Good evening, your highness." "What is your name, Sir Knight?" "Sir Leon, your highness, of Verdal." "Do you care to join us, Sir Leon?" "I'd be delighted, thank you." "You will forgive me," she said, moving over to make room as he sat down next to her, "if we have met before. It's hard when every stranger knows who I am." The Knight of the Briar Rose passed him an unused mouthpiece, and he drew in from the tip and breathed out a sweet grey cloud. "I'm afraid we have. Mind you, not like this. We met in the lists the year before last." "I was afraid of that. It wasn't too humiliating for you, I hope?" "I will admit, your highness, it is rather humbling for a knight on the brink of middle age to be knocked from his horse by a girl not yet 20. The princess made eyes at her master in a smug sort of way. "Speaking of knights," said the Briar Rose, whose accent was much thicker than his pupils, "who was that young lord who was knighted earlier?" "Sir Gilchrist of Lothalay? His father is a baron down by the Stavarian border. He squired under Dame Tanith." "Ah," said the Briar Rose, coolly eyeing his own squire as she blew out smoke toward the bay. "Your replacement." Pavienka had started as Dame Tanith's squire, but had been summoned back to Karagol when King Torik announced his plans to seize, or as His Majesty had framed it, to liberate the Samar Islands. "I hope you're not jealous," said Sir Leon. "He had a wretched time on the Isles. He was the tip of the spear in Morawa, you know." "So I hear," said the princess. Sir Leon peered past her as the fireworks continued to pop and sizzle over the bay, illuminating a strange ship in silhouette against the pink and purple glare. "That ship out there on the water. Rather bizarre, don't you think?" Princess Pavienka turned to where he was looking. "Yes, I was just wondering about it myself just now." The Knight of the Briar Rose took one last draw and then set the mouthpiece aside. "It's been there since this afternoon. It's one of ours." "What? You mean it's a Kerrigan ship?" He nodded. "A merchant vessel from Zirai. I checked with the harbor master." Pavienka frowned. "What's it doing anchored out there in the bay? Surely there's space for it to find a mooring." "Indeed," said Sir Leon. "What good is chartering a merchant ship if you can't unload your cargo?" The Briar Rose folded his arms and leaned forward on his elbows, looking out toward the water. "The better question is who is allowing them to anchor there. King Torg sat alone at the high table, flanked by 2 purple-cloaked men-at-arms, glowering down at the lords and ladies twirling about on the dance floor. His plate of seasoned meats and vegetables was untouched, but he had emptied his mug of ale for the 5th time. He was in a dark mood. A dark mood indeed. The dark-haired queen of Caragol, Lady Volarina, was holding hands with 2 of his knights as the whole circle skipped to the left and skipped to the right. He'd needed her to come. It gave his campaign legitimacy, and it would put pressure on Kudzir to accept the borders as he'd redrawn them. Without her, without Caragol, he could easily lose everything he'd taken by the end of summer. And yet every sight of her set his mind awhir with desperate schemes. Nefarious schemes. Alas, it was all in vain. He'd come at it from every angle, and it all came to naught. The economy was in shambles. The kingdom was a powder keg, and his son was threatening to depose him. He'd made that clear enough in that blasted letter of his. To add to that, an attempt on the Kerrigan Queen, or her daughters? No matter what form it might take, his knights would turn on him in an instant. He'd soon find himself without a kingdom or an army, and a debt he had no means to pay. Not to mention, he'd be unlikely to get permission. He was buggered, that's what he was. Buggered. There was only one man who'd have an answer for him, though he loathed to think what it might be. The only man who could set his stomach squirming, the way charging a squadron of Codish knights or a whistling volley of descending arrows never could. He watched a page boy come up behind the tables aligned against the wall to speak to one of the purple-cloaked guards. With a shaking hand, he raised his tankard and slurped down what ale remained as the sentry came and bent down to whisper in his ear. "Your Majesty, Her Ladyship Countess Poella wishes to inform you your special visitor has arrived. She respectfully requests you meet her in the antechamber." Dame Tanith was waiting for him under a painting of an ill-fated cavalry charge, candlelight glimmering on the lens of her monocle as she gazed up at it with sharp grey eyes. She wore a pale blue doublet and tight black breeches, and one of her more ornate arming swords hung at her side. Her flame-red hair was braided up into a bun with a scarlet wisp hanging over one side of her face. It was possibly the most feminine he had ever seen her. "Where is he?" She turned at the sound of his voice, watching the few others present in the antechamber with suspicion, as she spoke under her breath. She looked more relaxed riding into battle. "Lady Cayley has had him seen to the family crypt. You're to meet him there." He swallowed nervously and nodded. "Take me to him." The Countess led him through dim corridors and empty galleries, down winding stairwells to the cruder parts of the palace. The kitchens were there, and the servants' quarters, the wine cellars, even a small dungeon. They descended further, pausing for Dame Tanith to light a torch, for the way below was dark. They were beneath the palace now, and the dark passage through which they traversed was seldom used. Cobwebs clouded the rounded ceiling above their heads. Rats squeaked at their feet and scurried away from the light. It seemed to grow colder with every step. At last they emerged from the passage into a broad cavern with steps going down one way, and then the other. At the bottom were immense stone doors. They were flung open, and an eerie greenish light shone from within. The Countess leaned over and peered at the open doors, then turned to him reluctantly, the torchlight playing on her face. King Torg squeezed his clammy hands into fists. "Wait here." He strode past her and began his descent, but felt her hand on his arm. "Be careful, Your Majesty." He did not look back and continued down alone. Soon the light of her torch was behind him, and he could rely only on the greenish luminance that seeped from within the crypt to light his way. He could see him now through the opening, a hooded figure standing between two braziers aglow with strange green fire, surrounded by the stone sarcophagi of the dead of the House of Earl. The sight of him made his heart melt like wax, and he had the overpowering urge to flee at once and throw himself at the feet of the nearest priest or monk and lay bare every shadow in his heart. But so far down this path had he come that he sought counsel only from the minister of that dark power on which he had come to so wholly depend. He mustered his courage and strode in to meet his visitor with grim determination. As he approached, the figure turned, but the upper half of their face was hidden beneath the shadow of their hood. He saw only the thin, cruel lips twisting into a smile in the eerie light, then moving as the visitor spoke with a dry, grating voice that swept through him like a desert wind. "Ah, Your Majesty." He placed one hand upon his chest and bowed reverently, though somehow the gesture made him feel very much inferior. "Old friend," he said with an exaggerated charm that he was sure betrayed his anxiety. "I heard news of your appointment. Grand Mage. No one is more deserving than you. You are to be congratulated. And you, my son, on your victory." The lips smiled again. Or was it more of a sneer? "Now, what is this matter of grave urgency that has you calling upon me?" "Yes, and I thank you for coming so quickly. It is actually about this victory that I need to speak to you. Or rather, the payment. The sacrifice." He winced. "Yes, indeed. The sacrifice." "Go on." "How long do I have?" "Midnight, 5 days from now, when the new moon is at its zenith." King Torg swallowed and wrung his hands. "What troubles you?" "I have received word from Amarel, from my son. My daughter, it seems, has disappeared, vanished into thin air." "The intended victim?" "Yes. He tells me the circumstances are most perplexing. No one can make sense of it. They say she was in her bedchamber the one moment, and—" He held up his hand to silence him. "You are worried you will not be able to present her on the altar." He swallowed and nodded quickly. "But you still have the son." He lowered his head. "That's the worst of it. He has all but accused me of being responsible." The visitor raised his chin, and for the first time he caught a glint of the greenish light in dark pupils watching him with pitiless curiosity. "He says he knows what I've been up to. He said he knew what my intentions were. But how? How could he know that?" "There have been other forces operating in the background. I, too, have felt the sting of their interference. It does not surprise me this information has reached the Crown Prince." "He warned me not to come to Amarel. He threatens to take up arms against me. Me, his own father, the king. And I know what you're thinking. I have a battle-hardened warband at my command. Just subdue him and do what needs to be done. But it's not that simple." Your men are weary, your lords are disgruntled, and Vashian is not without influence. I understand he has the ear of the church. You do not have the resources to overcome him with force, and it is too late to overcome him with guile, now that you have lost the element of surprise. He squeezed his hands together. What am I to do? He lowered his eyes, no longer able to meet his gaze. What am I to do about the payment? The sacrifice? The visitor paused as if in thought. It seems you are no longer able to offer either of your children. I thought perhaps Lady Volarina, or one of the princesses. Such a move would destabilize the realm more than is within my interests in the current time frame. I forbid it. I understand. So, what do I do? He peered down his nose at him, dark eyes glinting in the eerie light. Your Majesty, it is quite simple. Either you offer a sacrifice to the Alkari, or you become one. Chapter 30. Lord Hammond was leaning back in his chair, peering down his nose at a single page, his great stomach forming an enormous mound behind his desk. To Kerstin's amazement, the document in his hands was the only one to be seen. All the scrolls and the stacks and stacks of parchments were entirely gone. Someone had gotten a tremendous amount of work done. She slumped into a seat across from him. You wanted to see me? I didn't tell you to sit down. Rather inhospitable, isn't it? She muttered, crossing one leg over the other. He glowered up from her over his gold-rimmed spectacles as she unrolled her tobacco pouch and began to prepare her pipe. What's this now? You know you can't do that in here. She blinked at him, patting down the last pinch of tobacco with her pinky. With respect, Your Grace, she said as she clamped her teeth down on the stem, I'd rather have this conversation over a bowl of pipeweed. She struck a match. He set his parchments aside. You know what? I don't give a damn. Pack your things. You're going back to the abbey on the morrow. Heavens, she murmured, as she drew in short little breaths from her pipe, causing the match to flare up brightly. That sudden? She tilted back her head and exhaled a long stream of smoke that lingered in the air as a lazy cloud. What about our contract? I'm terminating it. He slid the pages off the desk. This here's the Articles of Indenture. He gripped the top of it in either of his pudgy hands, as if to tear it in two. Just, Kerstin held out her finger. Why don't you and I discuss this for a moment, Your Grace? What is there to talk about? The king is dead. Long live the king, she replied airily. Your presence here is superfluous. The mission was a failure. The investigation amounted to nothing. Not your fault necessarily, but I no longer require a... He glanced uncertainly at the blackened besom broom sitting across her lap. Witch of Klomm, or whatever you're supposed to be. Kerstin removed the pipe stem from her mouth. Actually, Your Grace, from where I'm standing, the mission was a smashing success. The investigation amounted to more than you'll ever know, and could ever understand. But as to my presence here... She paused for a moment, staring at him coolly, her chin slightly raised. I shall continue to reside in the Victrix Holy Parsonage, living on the stipend you are currently giving me. Because the truth is, Your Grace, you very much do require my services.
For what, exactly?
She grinned. Keeping secrets? The chair squeaked as he leaned forward on the desk, and his whole fat body seemed to sag into a frown.
What kind of secrets?
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't want the church to get hold of certain excerpts from my brother's journal, for one. He folded his hands together, looking very displeased.
You mean the excerpts you explicitly told me you destroyed?
You know, I might have had my fingers crossed when I said that. Oh, and I may have witnessed some things which weren't right to see. I won't be able to live without on my conscience if I return to the abbey. But I promise I'll try not to implicate you in the confessional. He was looking more and more bitter with the second.
Implicate me in what?
Why, the assassination of the Right Honorable Yildiswald Muttisham. His eyes widened and he nearly choked.
What's this now? Just what do you know about that? And what's any of it got to do with me?
What's it? Your Grace, you don't really think I don't know it was... She pointed to where Fingal was on the other side of the door and lowered her voice to a whisper. That's why he's pretending he doesn't know where his men are. He killed them. He got them to help him, and then he... She drew her finger across her throat. So there wouldn't be any witnesses. Of course, she said, returning to her natural volume of speech, as she puffed on her pipe. One can only assume he was acting under the orders of his liege lord.
But that's... What makes you think? Just where do you...
He paused, nodding, holding up a thick index finger in each hand.
You know, woman, witch, I've been patient with you. I think at times I've even been benevolent.
She cocked her head, narrowing her eyes, breathing smoke out her nostrils.
But what makes you think I won't just make you disappear, eh?
You'll need the bishop's approval. He grunted.
That's not so hard to obtain.
Are you sure, though? She said, wincing. You see, I've come to realize that, however much I don't like him, Bishop Allen genuinely cares whether I live or die, which be more than I can say for some people. Also, Your Grace ought to consider well whether you wish to have me as a useful friend, or... She rose from her seat, and he flinched as the butt of her broom made a dull thud as she planted it on the floor. A formidable adversary. He scowled up at her from under his brow, rubbing his pudgy hands together, then looked away with an angry sigh. Kerstin pulled the door shut behind her. How did it go? Fingal asked anxiously as he walked with her down the hall. Quite well, I think. His Grace might not agree. He frowned. So you're not... He's not sending you back to... She stopped and put her hand on his chest, gazing up at him. No, I'm not going anywhere. Besides, we both know I'd make a wretched nun. He smiled. I dare say you would. So, when are you coming over this week? I was going to make you a mincemeat pie. Well, I can do tonight. I've got some time. When should I? After dark. I'll have to drop by the market. And... She paused at the top of the stairs and turned back to him cheerfully. There be also a few other things I ought to take care of. Chapter 31. When Brother Bardas arrived at the cathedral, he was startled to find a retinue of purple-clad horsemen assembled outside the main entrance. Their polished helms and mail gleamed in the spring sun. They did not converse with one another, but occasionally looked about with an air of apathy. One of the horses twitched its ears and pooped on the cobbled road. They seemed to be waiting. Yes, there were 2 younger men on foot, squires by the looks of them, each holding 2 steeds by the bridle. The monk eyed them warily for a moment, fingering the prayer beads wrapped around his wrist and hand. Finally, a black and silver-bearded knight, who seemed to be in charge, glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and nodded at the door as if permitting him to enter. He strode forward, touching his forehead, lips, and heart. "A Shayle's blessing upon you, good gentlemen." "And with you, brother," several of them muttered, and 1 or 2 of them made the same sign over themselves that he had. "Thank you," he said, and went inside. There was no one in the nave. Multicolored light filtered down over the empty pews from tall stained-glass windows, muted by the bright sun spilling through the open doors behind him. He skulked across the back and up the side aisle toward the narrow back hallway where the bishop's study was located. Just as he turned out of the nave, he heard voices ahead. A door was shut, and footsteps came toward him. He rounded the corner and swept out of the way as 2 men sauntered past. One was a purple-cloaked knight like those outside. The other, a broad-shouldered man in a rough forest-green cloak and tunic, and a brown leather jerkin. His beard and hair were auburn. His eyes were clear blue, and he had a braided leather circlet on his brow. Even in this disguise, Brother Bardas recognized him immediately and bowed his head. He stared after them for a moment in amazement, then hurried into the bishop's office. Bishop Allen was seated at his desk, with a closed prayer book in one hand, and was rubbing his brow with the other. "Ah, Brother Bardas, do come in." "Your Excellency, was that—" He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Was that the king?" Bishop Allen set down the prayer book. "Yes." "Well, that's a rather big to-do. What's he here in Klomm for? I mean, shouldn't there be a parade?" "He's trying not to attract too much attention, hence the disguise. How did you know it was him, anyway?" "Lucky hunch, I suppose." "I suppose if a man is holy enough, he can see through any lie." The monk smiled. "I'm not sure about that, Your Excellency." "So, what was he—" "Yes, he wanted to speak to me in person." He leaned back in the chair and put his hands face down on the desk. "He had some questions about your charge." "Kerstin?" He nodded. He had it in his mind she might be involved in this heinous business with his sister. Brother Bardas swallowed dryly. "What did Your Excellency tell him?" He frowned as though this should be obvious. "The truth, of course. That you couldn't possibly have had anything to do with it. That I've had you watching her day and night, reporting on her activities, which have been positively dull, aside from that brief period she took off to Amorel, which again, brother, was no fault of yours." He shook his head. "I still can't believe she did that. I do think I'm the one at fault there." "You're thinking back to that time you had her thrown out into the street?" "I am. I think she needed a firm hand there. I might have been a bit too firm." But how did the king take it? Did your answer satisfy him?" The bishop peered at him strangely, his bald forehead wrinkling, giving him all the more appearance of a vulture. "You know, you're awfully inquisitive today. You seem almost nervous." Well, I am." Brother Bardas cleared his throat. I feel I've let the girl down. Sick or not, I should have been keeping an eye on her. I think to myself, Had I just a little more resolve, a little more faith in the world to come, I would have been on my feet and keeping watch. No, brother, there is a point self-sacrifice begins to take on a matter of pride. Believe me, no one doubts your enthusiasm. Thank you, Excellency. But will His Majesty question her, do you think? Oh, no. He meant to. I suppose some of the things she said to him got under his skin. But I think His Majesty spelled it all out well enough in his letter. Once Kerstin somehow got it in her mind King Vashtian knew something about her sister Meredith, she would have said anything to manipulate him. Sadly, I agree, Lord Bishop. The bishop sighed. And I mean, the poor man's just trying to make sense of it all. It must be terrible for him. I mean, at least with his father he can actually see what happened, even if he's left asking why. But for the princess to just up and vanish right out of thin air, that must be almost as if 'twould be easier if she were dead. Regrettably, brother, I think you might be right. And now he's left drawing these strange parallels. Kerstin's sister, his sister, and of course he sees that connection with her brother. But given the timing, the more likely answer is a response to Morwa. Nodding, Bishop Allen held out his palm. To say just one of a handful of possibilities. And he's desperate. I can certainly sympathize with him wanting to explore all possible scenarios. But if he starts questioning her, it's just going to stir things up again when they've been good and quiet for the last couple months. Precisely. I think we're on the same page, brother. And things are still quiet over at the rectory. Brother Bardas smiled with an air of self-satisfaction and folded his hands over his middle. Positively serene, Your Excellency. It was mid-afternoon when Kerstin came strolling back to the parsonage, her arm through a basket full of things for dinner. No one greeted her in the front yard. No one was sitting for her on the doorsteps to inquire how her trip to the market had been. No one had followed her to and from the market, and hadn't for quite some time. Kerstin left the basket in the kitchen and went down to the cellar where her former master's spellbook waited on the workbench. He would retaliate, she was sure. It was not unreasonable to expect someone might come poking around when she wasn't there, or when she was fast asleep, and she could not afford to have such an item fall into enemy hands, or anyone's hands. She pulled the monk's prayer beads from her apron pocket and tossed them on the workbench next to Fingal's bracer, then dumped the spellbook into a leather sack, along with the other books Nassar had given her, and the offending excerpts of her brother's journal, plus a few sticks of chalk, a ceremonial dagger, and several religious items she'd found in the old sanctuary, which she loathed to use, but feared she might one day need in a pinch. Then, after examining the big map over the workbench for a moment, she adjusted her broad-brimmed hat on her head, threw the sack over her shoulder, and pulled the lever that opened the passage to the sewers. Some time later, having exited the city through the sewer outfall, she was traipsing through the forests of Klomm Valley. Trees groaned in the gentle breeze. Sunlight beamed down through the evergreen limbs in golden rays, and the air was full of the smell of pine. She stopped at a crumbling rock wall and looked over her shoulder as she fingered the cold metal object in her pocket. A crow cawed somewhere. Kerstin sighed as she took out her mother's dreaming ring and held it up in the sunlight. Then she slipped it on. She tilted back her head and shut her eyes, listening to the creaking trunks and feeling the soft spring wind breathe over her. "Mother, if you're listening," she began, "I wanted to let you know that all is well." She opened her eyes and continued along the wall toward a rusty iron gate. Beyond it, looming over a forgotten graveyard, were the ruins of an old chapel. "You were right about Fingal and his grace," she continued. "It took me a while to realize it. But I am thankful. As to how it all stands now," the gate squeaked as she pushed it open, "I have everything under control." Epilogue. Kerstin slumped back in her seat and leaned her head against the wall, watching him coolly as he scribbled down the last of her words. He looked up expectantly. "That's it?" "That's it." Her chains tinkled as she crossed one leg over the other and folded her hands in her lap. "I trust I've been sufficiently forthcoming." She eyed the woman at arms, who had fallen asleep against the coach interior with her mouth open. Perhaps a little too forthcoming? He rummaged through his notes. "Well, let's see here." There was something niggling away at him about her story. Something that rubbed him the wrong way. It seemed to have been at the front of his consciousness earlier, if perhaps only briefly. Oh, it was bothering him. It was right in front of his face. He was certain. He just couldn't quite put his finger on it. The carriage bumped along, and as they veered round a bend, sunlight flickered in through the passing trees at a new angle, and a metallic glimmer drew his eye to Kerstin's hand. Somehow he hadn't noticed it before, but she wore a ring. A bronze ring, with a flat, diamond-shaped head, and a turquoise eye set in the middle of an exotic S. He swallowed dryly as he looked slowly up to meet her gaze. She was watching him coolly, and he could see in her eyes she knew what realization he had come to. A cold feeling came over him as her lips twisted into a cruel smirk. Her mother was listening. She'd been listening all this time, probably long before he'd ever arrived to fetch her to the capital. Now it all made sense. What she'd said about the bishop finally handing her over. She'd been waiting for this. She held him in her sapphire gaze. There was a calmness about her that he found deeply troubling. It was the ease of someone confident in their situation, who was in control. It was the way he had felt for the entire journey up to this point. Now, as they rumbled along the forest road, he began to feel uncertain they would make it to Emerald after all. This has been The Torn Veil, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.